I love it. I feel like there's no chance that this game not only doesn't cover, but, I mean, we know. We love the fact it's going to
win outright. We feel it's going to win outright.
It's going to win outright. Yep. Call that number
Bad
now.
line.
888-994-6669. That's 888-9-WIN now.
Now, you and I, and let me get to the phone number real quick, just in case you're just writing it down, 888-994-6669. JR and I started a new podcast, Bet Big, Talk Loud. We've done 3 episodes. This was at the request of some major media people, okay? So like a meteor. It's the accent. Gotcha. We had Chanel Maxwell on yesterday. She did a phenomenal job. We have Brandy Roderick from girls.gamble.live coming on next week. We have Jessica Hall coming on the week after that. I'm looking at a couple professional golfers that might come on that we know. And we're making this podcast. We're blowing it up. So go follow Bet Big, Talk Loud. Wherever you get your podcast, go check that out. Bet Big, Talk Loud. For the free pick on a recorded line today, which is a massive false favorite. 888-994-6669 is the number to call. The biggest false favorite we have ever had in football. 888-9-WIN now. 60-second recap coming up. Keep it here. All right, here we go with the 60-second recap, and this one is brought to you by girls.gamble.org. Go check out that website. For the free pick on a recorded line from us, call us at 888-9-WIN now. That's 888-994-6669. The biggest false favorite in college football that we have ever released goes today. This is over plus 200. 888-9-WIN now. 888-994-6669. We are 3-1 on false favorites this year, college and pro combined. All 3 have won outright. Texas State plus 160. Texas A&M plus 195. The Colts plus 110 over Denver. And we have the biggest false favorite we have ever released in football for free on a recorded line today at 888-9-WIN now. That's 888-994-6669. And after you get that free pick, hold the line, hit the prompt. Ask about the initial Bankroll program. There are 3 games this weekend, 2 on Saturday, 1 on Sunday. 1,000 turns into 6,000 with just these 3 games, only risking your initial wager twice. It starts with the massive false favorite on a recorded line at 888-994-6669. All right, back here on Sports Investors Daily, closing out the show. Got about 4 minutes left. Great edition here, Saturday, September 27th. Guys, be sure to check out Bet Big, Talk Loud. That's a new podcast me and JR are doing. We had Chanel Maxwell on yesterday. We got some really pretty girls lined up, a couple professional golfers possibly, and some other things in the some other people in the world of sports gambling. Trying to make it a really interesting podcast. So go check out Bet Big, Talk Loud, wherever you get your podcast. In regards to what we're doing here, biggest false favorite ever in football. We've never released one over plus 200. We're doing so today. It's free. It's on a recorded line at 888-9-WIN now. 888-994-6669. There's a lot of gamblers out there, and there's some guys that really want to look at this as an investment, and that's the way you should look at it. Most gamblers, unfortunately, are a bunch of big crybabies, and you guys expect instant gratification. You believe that you should win every single day. If you pay for a pick on a Saturday or a Sunday, that pick has to win. I'm trying to be nice about it, but you guys are complete idiots. No one's ever said that. The investor, the guy that looks at it as such, that guy has success almost all the time. The degenerate, the guy that needs to bet 3 to 4 to 5 games every single day, the person that we say don't do it that way, that guy tends to lose. And of the thousands upon thousands of phone calls that we get, I'm giving you the number. 10% of you actually listen. 10%. We get 5,000 phone calls. 500 of you are actually going to listen. The other 4,500 are a bunch of clowns. It's the way it's always gone. We notice. That's why we just give out the free pick, and we want to help you guys. But I'm saying this, and I'm being mean about it, but I'm trying to help you. If you bet like that, you cannot find success. It's not happening. If you want instant gratification, if you think it's a get-rich-quick scheme that we're selling here, we're not, and it's not. You have to do this with patience, with strategy, with discipline. You have to put a certain amount of money aside that you can afford. Never do money that you can't afford. Put it aside, and you're going to bet a certain percentage on our games. And if you do that, over the course of a full season, football and basketball, when this show is done on May 10th or May 17th in 2026, and then we go on our summer break and we're back in August of 2026, you will have made money. Okay? But if you expect to make money every single Saturday, every single Sunday, every single Thursday, you're an idiot. I have no other way of saying it. So you give us a call, you're going to get the free pick on a recorded line that we want to give you, that we want to win for you, that we want to help you with. 888-9-WIN-NOW, 888-994-6669. But I'm telling you right now, if you don't look at it as a business, if you don't look at it as an investment, if you don't go after it with patience and discipline and strategy, you can't win. Cannot win. Not going to happen. So don't waste your time. Save your money. But if you want to look at it like an investment, yeah, we made a couple guys $300,000 last Sunday. Yeah. Did you make $300,000 last Sunday? And I don't care if you roll your eyes, don't believe it, a bunch of gambling Karens. I don't care. You know why? Because I can prove it. That's it. So let's treat this the right way. We're going into October. This is the last Saturday of September. We'll start you off with a free pick, and then we got 7 great months left here to make a lot of money. You give us a call. It's free. It's on a recorded line at 888-9-WIN-NOW. That's 888-994-6669. 888-9-WIN-NOW. That's 888-994-6669. 888-9-WIN-NOW. 888-994-6669 is the number to call. Check out girls.gamble.live. Check out takingvegas.com. Go look at the Bet Big Talk Loud podcast, and we'll catch you back next Saturday on Sports Investors Daily.
This program was paid for by 1220 Enterprises. The opinions and views expressed are not those of local stations. Prior results do not guarantee future outcomes. Use of this information in violation of any federal, state, or local laws is prohibited. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Live from downtown San Francisco, this is 95.7 The Game.
Hello there. Welcome into the 95.7 The Game weekend wrap. And man, this is just first off, one of those picturesque, beautiful San Francisco Bay Area days today. Not a cloud in the sky. This is a gorgeous Saturday that we have here. And I think we got a gorgeous show that we're going to be putting on for you today here on 95.7 The Game. Sam Lubman here. And I'm just going to get right into it. It's a big deal today, folks. Because joining me today on the show, the one, the only, making his on-air debut, the man, the myth, the legend. He presses the buttons on the Morning Roast. Carter frickin' Chickering sitting across from me in the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, Right Sleep Brewed in San Francisco. Dude, this is awesome, man. It's going to be like back behind the glass in the morning show.
This is totally different up here, Sammy. I mean, being in front of the glass, a totally different experience with you. Feel like we get to have all the conversations we have behind the glass now.
Not all the conversations we have behind the glass, but some of the conversations we have behind the glass. Only the radio appropriate ones. We don't want to get too deep into it. But yeah, man, very glad to have you here on the show. It's going to be a lot of fun. We got a lot of fun things to talk about because this is one of those weekends where just so many things are happening at once right now. You got the baseball season finishing up. Giants got a big 6-3 win over the Rockies last night. Trevor McDonald getting his first big league win, 10 strikeouts there. Again, I don't care that it's the Rockies. I'll still, tip my cap to the young kid there. We got Brock Purdy. He's going to be starting. That news broke yesterday. I believe it was right before the crossover with Steiny Guru and Willard Dibs when that broke. So whatever basketball conversation that Steiny wanted to have there was absolutely booted to the side. So Brock Purdy, he will be the guy for the 49ers on Sunday against the Jaguars. And also it is, on this Monday is Warriors Media Day. And
right around the corner, Sammy.
And the Kuminga crisis has still not been resolved and is looking more and more likely that it will not be resolved by the time Media Day comes around. It could also break at any second, but that's kind of just the limbo that the Warriors are in right now. We got some great college football action going on today. I'm curious how many bets you got placed right now.
Oh, boy.
Oh, man. Your poor future child's college fund. Is it? Hopefully, it's not in the balance.
What college fund now after this weekend? We better hit some of these, Sammy.
Oh man, I hope you didn't have money on Florida State last night.
No, but what a game that was. Honestly, I mean, I was told by our director here of sports, he's got Virginia. Virginia's going to win this. They don't lose. When I think it was a whiteout last night for that game too.
Everyone do whiteouts these days?
Yeah, I think it's a new thing. It's a fad.
Way to be creative there, college football.
Double OT stunner. And God, you saw them rush the field after that game, Sammy. I mean, that was just.
Is that Florida State receiver alive? Number 4, Squirrel Wright was his name. For Squirrel Wright, what a name. But yeah, so for those who didn't see it last night, it was Florida State and Virginia in Charlottesville. And game goes double overtime after both teams trade field goals. Virginia gets the first touchdown, the second overtime, goes for 2, successful. Florida State almost had what would have set up the game-tying touchdown. What was it? Tommy Castellanos makes the pass to Deuce Robinson in the end zone.
That was incredible.
On his fingers, bobbling it, hasing in at the tip of his fingers before going out of bounds. After a couple minutes of reviewing the ACC refs, who, I'm going to be honest, ACC refs were not qualified to officiate that game last night. There was a lot of close calls, close catches there, and you want to talk about bad officiating. ACC officiating is top-notch when it comes to being just bad at their jobs.
Well, you being a Cal and a Miami fan would know that.
Exactly. I grew up with Pac-12 refs. I've experienced ACC refs. They are the worst in all of sports. I almost said professional, though I guess college maybe is. I don't know. But anyway,
do you see the argument though that wasn't a catch?
Honestly, I thought it was a catch.
You did.
Yeah. No, I thought he had enough control on it. I think Mark Grandy on Twitter had a great breakdown on it, saying that he had possession, he was starting to tuck the ball in, which he quoted tuck, which kind of triggered me a little bit. Shout out being a Raider fan. And I kind of agreed. He I thought had that ball in his hands.
He did start to pull it in to the tuck position when his foot was still in bounds there. That middle finger moving on the ball, I think is what,
always the middle finger.
Yeah, it was a real nothing, and I think that they probably could have called it. Well, the call on the field must have been incomplete though. Right?
Oh, no. So I think the call was originally, because they upheld it. I believe they called it incomplete, and then they ended up holding the call there.
I don't think you're overturning that otherwise. It just seemed too close. And, could you imagine now if they had called that? It was about to be an even bigger thriller than it already was.
And then, so that sets up one last play, 4th and 7. Castellanos rolls left, sees Squirrel right in the back of the end zone, which, again, I can't get over the fact that 2 human beings out there conceived a child, and like, you know what? Let's name him Squirrel. Yeah, that's a great. I mean, Matt, you can't have a dog if you name your kid Squirrel.
There've been some great ones over the years in college football, though. The coldest.
God, the coldest Crawford. One of my favorites was like D.N. Thompson.
Yeah,
from like Tennessee years ago. He got the name because he was the last of 11, and his mom was like, "This is D.N." Like, what are we? Anyway, I don't want to get too off subject there, but. Squirrel Wright can't come up with the ball, and then all of Charlottesville storms the field, and we know what happens when, big stormings go on in Charlottesville. They all storm the field there, and this kid, Squirrel Wright, number 4, absolutely engulfed by this crowd storming the field. I need to know if that kid's okay.
Look, Sam, I got to be honest with you. I love the college tradition of storming the field. I really do. I never want to see it gone. I think the goalpost thing, that sucks, obviously, for the college, having to replace those goalposts.
Well, it's
when
always
it
like
happens.
Southern schools. I don't understand the goalpost thing, but it must be a Southern thing. We're too civilized.
But I guess my point is I would like to see some protection from players when this stuff happens. I mean, the double middle finger thing, that's just inappropriate, but it's more like the actual idea of possibly getting hurt by being trampled when you're on the ground like that, when hundreds of people are running at you. I mean, that concerns me. And I think that they need to figure out a way to get securities to let everyone off the field before everyone rushes the field.
I don't know how you do that because you got literally thousands of drunk college kids who don't care at all about rules, just, chomping at the bit to get on that field there.
We could try to live in a perfect world.
Exactly. Well, I mean, some stadiums are set up differently. So, like in Miami, we played at Pro Player Stadium or Sunlight Stadium, whatever the hell it was called back then. This is before the renovations. They don't allow you to storm the field at Miami because it's a pro football stadium. The Dolphins are like, no, don't do that. So you can't do it there. Some schools like Cal, you have to jump over a ledge to get down on the field, so that kind of slows you down. But no, for Virginia, it's just right there. There's that whole little green area behind the goalpost that you could storm over there.
They were standing there waiting. Did you see that? I mean, I've done it at Cal. I've jumped down and whatever, and it's a far jump, whatever. But that was nuts to me that they're standing around the end zone waiting while the game is still going on. The fact that they allowed that just seemed nuts to me.
Yeah, no, I mean, storming the field again, it is a great tradition. Hopefully everyone was safe. The guy who ran by Castellanos and gave him the bird, that was pretty funny. But I was a little bummed. Again, I'm a Miami guy. Florida State does host Miami next weekend. I wanted that to be an undefeated top 10 matchup. I still think game day goes there next weekend at Tallahassee, but so I was in a weird spot where it's just like, I'm okay if Florida State loses, but I kind of want them to win just because it's a better game next weekend.
And you get propelled farther up if you win.
Exactly. So it is what it is there. But yeah, that was a very fun way to kick off the weekend. And then right after that, I was watching at the ballpark, and then Giants, they're doing their thing. Willard Dibs, home run number 29.
Getting close.
He could do it. He has 2 games left.
Loves the Rockies.
Oh, everybody loves the Rockies. Everybody looks good against the Rockies. I might have offended one of the Rockies writers last night. There was a play where Chapman was on second. There's a fly ball out to Brenton Doyle in center. Doyle's throw to third was not clean. Chapman ends up taking third, and I kind of lean over to the guy in front of me who's with the Bay Area media. I'm like, yeah, a better team probably makes that play there. Rockies writer turns around. It's like, yeah, you do know that guy was a Gold Glover last year, right? I'm like, oh, well, better throw still probably gets some. Oh, man, it must suck to have to cover that team, the Rockies. There's just no joy there.
Oof, yeah, I mean, at least some of the writers get to see the Broncos this year who are decent. So
that is true. So shout out to everyone also who is joining us on YouTube today, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online, or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We got a lot of our good ones on the YouTube stream today. Estimated Eyes, he's there. Theodore Rand says, oh, we don't need to talk Giants today. Ha! Proved you wrong, Theodore Rand. And, of course, our guy, no.
He's boys present. Are all in there, huh, Sammy?
All of our legends are in the YouTube chat today, and Theodore Rand. So great to see the YouTube chat going today. So we're going to be touching on everything today. We're going to touch on some Giants. We're going to touch on some Niners. We're going to touch on some Warriors. And, of course, when we talk Warriors, let me see how quickly I can take to find it. There it is. When we talk Warriors, Carter, you know what that means.
What time is it, Sammy? I mean, come on, give it to me.
Whoop, hold on. Let's touch the board. Here we go.
Commingo crisis.
I will never, ever get tired of playing. I hope Kuminga does come back to the Warriors this year, just because every time he has a bad game, we can then play it again. Every time he has a good game, every time he looks off Steph, we can play it again. It's a timeless drop there. We can do that. But so we will touch on a little bit of that. But good win for the Giants last night. You don't want to lose to the Rockies. They sweep the series. They will finish 81-81 for the second time in franchise history. And then the real questions will start to get answered, such as, is Bob going to be here next year? And by Bob, I mean Bob Melvin, the Giants manager. Is he managing his final 2 games of his Giants career, of his managing career? And to be honest, Carter, I think it can go either way. I think there's a valid case to be made that Bob can come back next year. I think there's a valid case to be made that he should not come back next year. So we will find that out either Sunday or Monday. From what I'm hearing, their end of the year presser will be Monday morning. Your boy, I'll be down there seeing what's going on there. And I know Buster's going to be there. It's just a matter of who will be up on that stage with him. But anyway, so yeah, great win for the Giants last night. Elliot Ramos, he goes deep. Jung-Hoo Lee had an oopsie moment last night in the 8th inning. Catches a fly ball with 2 outs and just chucks it into the stands. No, there was still one more out that you need to get there, Jung-Hoo. And a lot of people were pissed about that. I guess ESPN was playing it a lot last night. You know what? If you're going to do it in a game that doesn't matter.
So, Sammy, let me ask you, because you and I are both Giants fans.
Mm-hmm.
I've had trouble with this team over the past maybe 8 years or so.
You and literally everybody else who is a Giants fan.
Yeah, I think that my trouble stems from it's been 8 years. Like we got
One
in
playoff
21.
appearance in the last 9.
Yeah, and when your own players are calling that a fluke season when Logan Webb does, I mean, I'm obviously going to look at it the same way. You're on the team. You're one of the great players. Yeah, my disappointment just stems just crack into the wild card again. And I know that now we're in a new regime without Farhan. I know that this is the Buster Posey era. It's been 1 year. I'm trying to temper my patience. But as a Giants fan, this was really disappointing to me this year. I have to tell you.
Oh, Cam.
Love that drop.
By the way, behind the glass today, Killer Cam Williams. He loves those SpongeBob drops. And then, of course, Caddy Zach, which I didn't know that was his nickname until Dan brought it up last week.
Oh, yeah.
It's a great nickname.
I think he caddies at a really nice club, too.
Oh, really? What club you caddying at, Zach? You got to turn the mic on first. That usually helps. We can pot the mic up.
Yeah, I haven't of late, but I caddied at the California Country Club.
Cool. Well, I mean, let's talk into your mic and not Cam's mic. Well, let's try that again later on. We'll get things situated back there. But we'll find out where Zach's caddying at later on in the show. I'm with you, though. This year, the mediocrity caught up to me. It's unbearable right now. It's kind of like the thing, poop or get off the pot. It's a different phrase, but just either be good or be bad at this point. Like, I don't want to be bad, so I guess you just got to be good. I was talking with Logan Webb before the game yesterday about, trying to extract some positives for the season. He shut that down so fast. He's like, no, I'm not looking for any positives right now. I'm like, you know what? Yeah, that's probably how you should be.
As a player, that makes total sense.
Absolutely. And he understood where I was coming from with it. And, he gets it. He understands the situation. And where this team is at right now, we can discuss it later. Should you feel better about where this team is at now than you did at the beginning of the year? The pieces are there, but still some questions there. Where there isn't a question, though, it is who's going to be starting at quarterback for the 49ers. Kyle Shanahan and the Niners making it official yesterday. Hear it from the man himself.
Injuries for the game. We got Jordan Watkins out, CJ West out, Renardo Green questionable, Juwan Jennings questionable, Mac Jones questionable, Connor Colby questionable, Ricky Purcell questionable. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, that Brock will start.
Yes.
There you go. Will Brock start? Yes, very quickly. Brock Purdy, he is going to be back under center against the Jaguars. Carter, how are you feeling about that?
Well, Sammy, I told you, I think early in the week I said all signs are pointing to he would play. You don't come back to practice Thursday of last week and then practice through this week, even as a limited participant, and then not play, especially when the guy who's backing you up is injured himself, right?
Mac Jones, PCL.
Yeah, and I think I'm really excited. I think I was looking through his one game this year at Seattle. Obviously, he had 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. You watch that first interception, it's like, ugh, like you're throwing into quadruple coverage. Awful throw. It should have been a pick. Very easy misread. But there was a lot of good in that game for me from Brock Purdy. And bottom line is I want to see the guy that they're going to start for the rest of the season out there. Like, I don't want to see Mac Jones because they've made it clear Brock Purdy's their guy. You don't give a guy $53 million a year and then say, well, we might have a quarterback controversy with Mac Jones behind us the way he's played. So, yeah, I'm really excited for Purdy to start. But that being said, if he is compromised at all, right, I hope that the 49ers took real account of where Mac Jones was, which they obviously did, and where Brock Purdy was and said, Brock is actually really, really good to go. It is all good.
Yeah.
He's just a little hurt. Maybe.
I hope it is it is the fact that he is healthy, not the fact that he is just the healthier of the two.
Exactly.
That's the reason why he is starting. If I'll be honest, this might be a mean thing to say, but if Brock is like 85% and Mac is like 75%, a part of me, I would still throw Mac out there just because Brock is more important to the 49ers' future than Mac Jones is. If Mac gets banged up a little bit more, I hate saying this, but that's not going to sink the Niners season. If Brock goes out there and re-injures this toe, it makes it worse somehow because we talked with Lo Neal on the morning roast the week that injury happened, and he's like, this can linger with you. It can hold on for quite a while. Baldy, he said it too. And when this injury initially came out, they said it was a 2 to 5 week injury, a timeline there. Well, this was 2 weeks, so it was on the early end. Brock said that it was progressing a little bit more faster and healing faster than originally anticipated, which is a good thing. It's going to be hard not to watch tomorrow, though, without a little bit of consternation every time he drops back, though.
My understanding is that this injury is based on your pain tolerance and what you can put up with, basically, in your foot, right?
Shout out Toradol.
Yeah. and
better than Tylenol.
That being said, Sammy, I really would like to see them nurture Brock through this because we're in week 4, right? This would be a different story if you're in week 15, right? Let him play through the pain. We're getting to games potentially that really, really matter. And not to say every game in the NFL doesn't matter. I'm a strong believer in that. But when you're at week 4, you have a long way to go. You need to nurture injuries like this. You can't let them, you can't let an incident of being hurt become a real injury that actually takes you out for a good portion of the season.
Especially when you look at the stretch the Niners do have coming up here. And I do think that kind of adds the importance of why you need this game. To be honest, coming into the season, I thought the Niners would go 3-1 in September. That Arizona game that they won last week, I thought they would drop that, just me being the negative person that I am. But they have a chance to finish 4-0 here, and they're going to need that 4-0 because that October slate is brutal. You got the quick turnaround against the Rams, and originally I did not want Brock to start tomorrow because I don't like him having had that short recovery turnaround to the LA Rams next week in SoFi. But Steiny in the crossover yesterday brought up a really good point. He's like, really, you want a rusty Brock Purdy making his first start against the Rams on a short week? It's like, oh, Steiny did have a point. That kind of made me think, you know what? There's no such thing as a soft landing spot in the NFL, so they say. If I'm going to have Brock kind of have a shake the rust off game, as I do air quotes on this auditory medium, this is a better shake the rust off game for Brock Purdy than doing that against the Rams. And I think, we were talking to Mark Ibanez earlier this week. He said either quarterback should be able to beat this Jaguars team. And I'm fully on board with that, though I am going to be kind of curious what the game plan will look like. Does Kyle Shanahan go with a game plan that maybe takes less strain off Brock Purdy? Do we see Christian McCaffrey, who has been used primarily as a receiver for the most part this year, is he going to be going back into the backfield more and use as a running back more in this game so that Brock doesn't have to pass as much? It's going to be very curious to see how the Niners, as you say, nurture Brock Purdy in this one.
Yeah, I think that a couple things. This defense they're facing versus the Jaguars is not nearly as good as the Rams defense. So the Rams defense is actually ranked for this season. Their defensive line is second in the NFL. Is that the way you want to throw Brock Purdy out for his first game back?
No, and especially when you have a coaching staff in St. Louis that knows this team very well, a head coach in Sean McVay that knows how to get at this Niners team.
St. Louis.
Did I say St. Louis?
Yeah, I love that.
All these years later, I'm still calling them St. Louis. Sorry. Los Angeles. Honestly, whenever I see the Chargers, I want to call them the Clippers because they call them LAC. Or the San Diego Chargers too. But yeah, you're correct. The LA Rams team that knows this team very well, knows the 49ers very well. They know Brock Purdy's weaknesses. Yeah, this is the softer. It's not a soft, but the softer landing spot for the 49ers against the Jaguars. And again, going into the short week next week, though, I do kind of wonder, are the 49ers in a trap game watched right now?
I literally think anytime you play the Jaguars, it's a trap game. It's one of those franchises to me that, this is, as I said, this is the NFL. Anyone can get you any given week, right? You have them at home, though. And we've seen the disconnect that they've had between their top receiver, Brian Thomas Jr., and Trevor Lawrence. And look, they've struggled this year. I think they're 7 of 25 as far as catches to targets, which is just not good. And this is a guy who people were drafting first round of their fantasy drafts. So the 49ers need to take advantage of that. They're actually this year, we were very concerned at the beginning of the year about their secondary. So far, I mean, that has not been the concern on the defensive unit. I mean,
No.
would you agree with that, Sam?
I think right now the biggest concern on the defensive side of the ball for the 49ers is replacing Nick Bosa.
100%.
That's going to be the biggest issue there. And, we saw a little bit of it this last Sunday against the Cardinals. I liked how Bryce Huff and Mykel Williams held down the fort. Remember last year, Carter, against the Seahawks in the Geno Smith night game. In the Niners, they were in control of that game. Nick Bosa goes out. Suddenly, Geno Smith turns into Superman, leads the Seahawks down to the game-winning touchdown drive, says goodnight to the 49ers season. Nick Bosa's absence was immediately noticeable last year. There were times, because Bosa went down, mid to late first quarter this past Sunday?
Yeah, late first quarter.
Exactly. And
3 minutes left.
Yeah, to be honest, if you had told me in the third quarter that Bosa hasn't been out there, there's a chance I might have been like, oh, wait, you're right, he hasn't been out there. That's just how good the rest of the D-line held the fort down with Bosa out. They're going to have to keep doing that now for the rest of the year. Bosa did undergo the successful ACL surgery yesterday, but game one against the Cardinals, which is basically, I'll say that was game one because of how early Bosa went out. Defensive line, they did stepped up. Now, we talked about, the Jaguars defense on the other side. This is a pretty not awful Jaguars defense, and I'm looking at the numbers here. They're in the middle of the pack in terms of passing yards allowed. They are one of the best teams at preventing rushing yards right now. They are fourth best in rushing yards allowed. The number that is sticking out to me, though, is the number 7, as in the 7 interceptions the Jaguars have here in the first 3 games of their season. That is tied with the Seattle Seahawks for the most in the NFL. Seahawks obviously have an extra game in hand, being that they already played this past Thursday. This Jaguars defense might not be a team that is not a unit to sleep on. We just saw them hold the Houston Texans down to 7, 13 points or something like that last week. This is a tough unit that they're going to be facing. And so it's going to be an interesting test for Brock Purdy here. He can't have a 2-interception game like he had in Seattle. That just is that you cannot allow that to happen.
No, but I do think that the place you want to attack the Jaguars from what it looks like this year is in their passing defense. They're 17th in pass yards allowed this year. They're 4th when it comes to the run defense. I mean, they're clearly very good. Hines is really good at stopping the run for them, clearly. So if I'm the 49ers, I'm definitely putting up a strong air game here. The Niners have thrown, I think, about 39 times, 35 times for their first 3 games. So Purdy threw 35 times for the first game. The Saints game, Mac threw 39 times, and then the Cardinals game, he threw 41. I would guess that you're going to be closer to that 41 number this weekend.
You think you're going to be doing a lot of throwing the ball tomorrow?
I think you are. Yeah, I do. I think that you got to take advantage of what a team is weak at. And when I see 4th fewest rush yards allowed, that stands out to me.
Yeah, especially the way the Niners run game first off is the fact that Christian McCaffrey's been used more as a receiver than a running back this year. I think that's part of why the run game hasn't been there. Brian Robinson Jr., he's not really taken off quite yet. Got only 2 carries last week, though they were 2 very good carries. I think he got 10 yards plus on both of those carries. But the offensive line, I don't know how well they're blocking on some of these run plays right now. And that could be a concern. So, again, Demarcus Robinson, he'll be making his season debut this weekend. I'm curious to see how that will impact the passing game. So we'll get into all that and more on the other side. Brock Purdy is going to be starting. 888-957-9570. That is the number to call. You can also text us on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. We'll take any and all takes today. Should Brock be starting? Do you feel confident about this game? Do you have anything to say about the Giants? Jonathan Kuminga, do you think that gets resolved at all anytime soon? Where are we at on the whole Kuminga crisis thing and just how it is now officially starting to bleed into the start of the Warrior season? Is there still a trade that is potentially in line between the Warriors and the Sacramento Kings? That one is not dead either, though it is maybe on life support. So we will be getting into all that. Again, 888-957-9570 is the number. Give us a call. More on the other side, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down. Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
You're on the list for Macy's Fall VIP sale. That means you're invited to save big on this season's top designer looks at prices you'll love. Like an extra 30% off Calvin Klein, Steve Madden, Hugo Boss, and more. Plus, get 15% off beauty and fragrance from Estee Lauder, Lancome, and so many others. This only happens a few times a year. Don't miss the Fall VIP sale. Today, only at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky here for Ceremony Ford, and let me keep it real with you. If you've been thinking about making the switch to an electric ride, now is the time to pull the trigger because Ceremony Ford in Colma is ending the summer with some heat. So check this out. Slide into a brand new 2025 Mustang Mach-E for just $225 a month on a lease. That's right, $225 a month for 36 months. Or if you're ready to buy, lock in 0% APR financing for 72 months and grab a $2,000 rebate. Who else is giving you that? Only Ford. But here's the kicker. The federal EV tax credits on Mach-E and the F-150 Lightning are about to expire September 30th. You wait, you lose. Don't let Uncle Sam keep your money. Ceremony Ford has one of the biggest inventories in Northern California, and they're ready to hook you up. Find them right off at 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. That's Ceremony Ford, the Bay Area's Mach-E Superstore. Tell them Butcher sent you.
On Saturday, October 4th, Pier 39 is throwing a party on the waterfront. Enjoy drinks to go and activities for the whole family. From live music to special deals, it's all here at Pier 39. Learn more at pier39.com/entertainment zone.
Are you ready to finally make that dream a reality? Maybe it's updating your kitchen, paying down high-interest credit cards, or covering tuition. Your home is more than where you live. It's also your most powerful asset. At Unlock, we make it simple to turn equity into options. With a home equity agreement, you can access cash today without taking on new debt or monthly payments. Imagine the freedom to invest in your home, reduce financial stress, or finally start that big project you've been putting off. It's your home. It's your future. Unlock it today. Visit unlock.com to learn more about a home equity agreement. That's unlock.com to learn more.
Terms and conditions apply. Not all homeowners will qualify. Not available in all states. Actor Portrayal. Home equity agreements are offered by Unlock Home Equity Solutions, Inc. In certain states, NMLS number 2657081. Visit www.consumeraccess.org for more info.
The John Deere Gator XUV lets you cut, pack, drive, scout, weld, stack, feed, pull, load, tow, spray, and haul, all in a single day. Because with the highest cargo box volume in its class, customizable features, and a towing capacity of up to 4,000 pounds, it gets the job done. You just have to get in the seat. Learn more at your John Deere dealer or visit johndeere.com/GatorXUV.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Join Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale every red and gold home game this season for our special live pregame broadcast. Plus, we'll have tailgate games, prizes, great food, and drink specials. For more information, visit 957thegame.com.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back into 95.7 The Game, the weekend wrap. It's a colorless weekend wrap, just a standard 95.7 The Game weekend wrap. Woo! Sam Lubman, Carter Chickering in on this wonderful Saturday morning. We are talking all of the sports today. Before we do, though, did you know, Carter, that this Sunday, which is tomorrow, because today's Saturday and Sunday comes after Saturday.
Right.
We're going back to Laughing Monk Brewing. Not you and I, but like 95.7. Or maybe you.
Maybe.
In Sunnyvale for the kickoff show. You got some great food, great drinks, and great games in the parking lot. I saw last week Low Neal, who is going to be there with host Evan Giddings. They were doing the little football through the whole thing there. That was pretty cool, so you can play that. I think there's some cornhole, too. Got to have some cornhole. I hope there's cornhole after I just teased it. But you could watch the kickoff show. That starts at 10 a.m. with Evan Giddings and Low Neal. And all the early games will be on for you to watch. And get this. If you're going to the game, there is a free, F-R-E-E, shuttle to and from the stadium. That's right. You can park at Laughing Monk for free, F-R-E-E, actual free, and then join the party and then take the shuttle back and forth to the game. All you have to do is sign up and reserve a spot. Do it now because space is limited. Go to 957thegame.com, click on the kickoff show graphic, and then click on the Eventbrite link to sign up and reserve your spot. I mean, you have me at free parking. Free parking at Laughing Monk. You don't have to worry about parking at Levi's, which is its own nightmare. All of it is free, so none of this money is leaving your wallet to make this happen. Like, literally, what is stopping you from doing this?
You literally get the $80 you're going to spend on parking at the stadium, and you get to spend that on beer and food at Laughing Monk.
Exactly. It's perfect. There's literally no downside to any of this. So if you're going to the Niner game tomorrow, make sure to get over to Laughing Monk Brewing because it's just a better way to start your day. You got to be going to the game tomorrow, Carter?
I'm still deciding, Sam.
Deciding which luxury suite to sit in?
Exactly. If I am going to the game, though, I'm definitely going to be stopping at Laughing Monk because their Pilsner is killer.
Awesome. Well, I can't wait to see who makes it down there. I'm going to be at the Giants game tomorrow, so no, I will not be
you
there.
Going today?
I will be there today. That is why I'm dressed so professionally today.
You do look professional.
Professional being a collared shirt. That is what professional goes for these days here. So, again, Sam Lum and Carter Chickering here in the Laughing Monk studios. And it is, again, the Niners are playing tomorrow. They are hosting the Jacksonville Jaguars. And it was made official yesterday. Kyle Shanahan saying it. Brock Purdy is going to start. And how's he been looking, Kyle, this week versus last, Brock Purdy?
It looked good. Got to do a lot more than last week, and each day got a lot better.
So really going in depth there with that breakdown of Brock Purdy's week. And so, again, 888-957-9570 is the number. Niner fans, are you happy that Brock is back on the field this week, or is there a part of you that is hoping that, or is there a part of you that was wanting to maybe push it back a little bit? There is a part of me that wanted to push it back, Carter, and a lot of it has to do with the fact that, I'll be honest, I have a hard time trusting the 49ers medical evaluations right now. Considering how injured this organization has been over the last few years, it is hard to really feel, secure that Brock is actually healthy and ready to go. A part of me thinks that Brock isn't so much healthy and ready to go as much as is Mac Jones is not healthy enough to go. And the options are Brock Purdy at, less than 100%, or Adrian Martinez, who could literally walk up to you on the street, punch you in the face, and say, yo, you just got punched in the face by Adrian Martinez. And you'd be like, I have no idea who that is.
Yeah, Sam, I have to tell you, we took some calls this week saying, well, Brock Purdy was the third string, and I don't think it applies. I mean,
not every third string quarterback is Brock Purdy.
That was, a needle in fields of haystacks to me. And I just don't see it happening again like that. I also think if you watch the preseason, it was fine when Purdy did his one or two drives. Mac was great. And then it was really ugly after that. And I know Martinez wasn't on the team then, but if they're scouring to find quarterbacks that way, I'd rather not see it.
Well, yeah, again, that just the fact that Martinez is on the team and not Carter Bradley or who's the other guy, Tanner Mordecai. The fact that neither one of those two, they were basically just space fillers for the Niners during the preseason because the Niners didn't want to play Brock and Mac that much. No, I don't think there is any confidence in Adrian Martinez. So Brock Purdy will be the guy. And now it's just every drop back, we're going to be kind of holding our breath a little bit because every hit he takes, every move he makes, we'll be watching him and hoping to God that he stays healthy because if he makes this injury worse, Carter, I mean, again, Mac Jones, he may look good these last 2 weeks. I don't have faith in Mac Jones keeping this team afloat throughout the rest of the year. It is imperative that Brock Purdy come out of this game on Sunday healthy and ready to go for next Thursday against the Rams.
Sam, I'm with you as far as I think that Mac Jones isn't ready to go this weekend. I think that that's went into this decision heavily to play Purdy this weekend. I also want to know what you're expecting from him this weekend. I mean, so his first start, he was 26 of 35 with 277 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 2 interceptions. Obviously, 2 interceptions is up there, but what are you kind of expecting from Purdy this weekend? What would be a good game to you?
I mean, honestly, I'd be shocked if they threw the ball 40 times with him, only because he's so rarely ever done that. I think you can count on one hand the number of times that he has thrown the ball, 35 or more times. In fact, throwing the ball that many times is just not something that Kyle Shanahan usually does. In 23, the year they went to the Super Bowl, they did it twice. The Niners were 1-1 in those games. Last year, the Niners had to throw the ball a lot because they're down on a lot of games. 6 times last year, they threw the ball 35 or more times. The Niners went 1-5 in those games. When Kyle Shanahan's offense is throwing the ball, usually that's not a good sign. The number he likes to get those 30 carries for his running backs there. The more they run the ball, the better they do. The more they throw the ball, the more they have struggled. And then so far this year, though, they have thrown the ball 35 or more times in each game so far.
That sounds to me, Sam, when you say that, and they're 1-5 in those games, it sounds like you're throwing for desperation, right?
Exactly. Well, again, yeah, because you're down in so many games last year. I mean, last year you had a 2 games last year, Miami and Detroit. Brock threw the ball 75 times in those 2 games, 40 against Miami, 35 against Detroit. Those were games where you were basically chasing points in those games there. And then Detroit, I mean, it was just an absolute shootout in that game. Their Niners were trying to make one final stand for respectability in that game. I just, first off, I mean, having Brock drop back 35 plus times on that toe, I don't know how much I want him running around on this thing, because a big part of Brock's game is his ability to extend plays with his legs, move around as guys get open downfield there. I'm curious just how he's going to look when he's doing that.
Well, I'm totally with you, and it seemed to me that when they had him in those the Thursday and Friday practice of last week, they said that they weren't having him do passes rolling out, because that would kind of affect the toe. So they were really keeping him in the pocket, apparently. So that's kind of is what comes to my head as far as him throwing the ball a lot this week from the pocket. I think that they don't want to get him rolling out like that, because that does give you a chance to re-aggravate this injury. I mean...
Mm-hmm. And so that means, I guess, does he stay in the pocket more? And then how much confidence do you have in the O-line to keep him upright? Again, looking at this Jaguars defense, they are susceptible to the pass here, and see if I can find out how many sacks they've had. We can maybe find that out later here in this segment. Zach, I want to go to you really quick, because you've been down at practice all week long. Guys, for all you guys who know Zach Green, Caddy Zach as we call him, all those videos you see on our Instagram feed of all the practice footage and all the post-game pressers and our post-practice pressers and stuff like that. That is Zach down there putting in that work in the sweltering Santa Clara heat. Zach, when you've been down at practice this week, what have you been seeing from Brock Purdy in these practices?
Yeah, I mean, there's pretty much no noticeable different. You can't really notice that he's actually injured. And as you guys are kind of alluding to, I'm a little worried about the O-line and just a re-aggravation. I think as, Brock and Shanahan have talked about, every single day he's gotten better and better. But with the turf toe injury, I was listening when we had the doctor from UCSF on.
Dr. Narav Pandya.
Narav Pandya, sorry. Yeah, and when we had him on, he said it won't be a challenge to throw the football, but actually, navigating around the pocket and scrambling could be an issue. But as far as like what I'm seeing, there's no noticeable difference. And he practiced every single day, and he took first team reps, so it wasn't super surprising that he is starting. I would just say that he's actually off the injury report, because knowing the Niners, it's like, okay, like you put him questionable, maybe max questionable, and leave it up to people in the other team to like not really know who the starter is, right, as far as the game plan. But yeah.
And then, so obviously, again, you saw him taking snaps. Was he rolling out a lot in these practice snaps?
No, not really. We're only out there for a couple periods.
Yeah, you don't see everything, obviously.
Yeah, so it wasn't crazy. I mean, yesterday they did some red zone. He's slinging the ball. His footwork looked fine. It wasn't like he didn't have the power that he normally has throwing the ball.
Okay, so again, it seems like he is mobile. Maybe not going to be scrambling around as much. It's just. Maybe it's one of those things, just the first play, maybe just needs to get hit and get back up just so you can kind of get it out of your system. Okay, he's good to go. It's going to be hard for me not to be a little bit nervous, though, watching him tomorrow.
So, Sammy, let's just go through what turf toe kind of is for the people. Turf toe basically is, if anyone's ever worn cleats before, that front knob at the tip of your toes in the cleats, right? It's kind of the one you really push off the most. Basically, that can get stuck in turf, okay? And then it basically hyperextends your big toe inside the shoe.
Oh, that's why they call it turf toe.
Yes, that's why they call it turf toe. So when you're rolling out of the pocket like this, like a quarterback's supposed to do, right? It's a very easy injury to basically do again. I mean, it's very easy to re-aggravate. So that's why I don't really want to see Brock do it much, frankly. I'd rather see him in the pocket. Hopefully he can get that clean protection. Obviously, we're asking a lot, and let's pray Connor Colby plays tomorrow. That's my concern. I don't want to see him roll out too much. Either run the ball or stay in the pocket, and let's try to protect this guy. Get some good pass protection. Please, please, please.
No, I am happy that Connor Colby's going to be there, too. Though Connor Colby, he had probably his first rough snaps last week against the Cardinals. I like Connor Colby a lot. I'm glad that he's in over Ben Barch. Connor Colby is quickly, I wouldn't say quickly, but he is quietly kind of knocking down the narrative that Kyle Shanahan does not know how to draft offensive linemen. He found this guy in the 7th round, and already I feel like with Pooney and Colby at the guard spots, Jake Brendel, I think he's serviceable at the center spot, and then, of course, Trent Williams is Trent Williams. It's just hard for me to ever truly feel good about the 49ers pass protection, keeping Brock Purdy upright, as long as Colton McKivitz, he of the new contract extension, is standing there at right tackle. I have absolutely no faith in Colton McKivitz, and that is why he often last year had tight end help on the blocking side there. I just don't have a whole lot of faith in Colton McKivitz keeping Brock Purdy upright. The big thing for Brock this week, again, Zach's talked about, the plays he's been able to run in practice. He's not rolling out as much. Is if Brock has been able to do enough to get himself ready for Sunday. Here's what Brock had to say about that.
Definitely. Just dropping back and throwing and feeling good about, playing the position of quarterback. And, for me, it's still a day-by-day thing, going up to game time and see how I feel. But I really do think that it's been good progress, good work, and I just feel better overall just with my body and mentally of attacking this game plan and being ready if I'm able to go.
Brock, how's your toe been healing up?
I liked my progress last week with where I was at and in terms of feeling better, getting better. And so it was just a day-by-day decision. It's the same thing this week, but, it's no secret. Like, it's been 2.5 weeks or so, and just overall, man, my toes healed up. It's gotten better. And so when Eddie hit the game-winning field goal, yeah, I could jump a little bit. So I was good enough to do that.
Okay, there you go. So he's able to jump up and down a little bit, which is good because he has added those jump passes to his game, as we saw against Seattle. So do you think, with injuries like this, and I always kind of have a hard, because like athletes, they are going to think that they're healthier than they are. They're going to push themselves more than they should. And I guess it really comes down to just, do you trust the fact that Brock Purdy being on the field means that he is healthy?
I was just going to say, Sam, the way he answered that cut, I don't really love.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll tell you why.
Yeah, tell me why.
Is because he pretty much acknowledged to me that, and we've all should have probably known this, is that he's not 100%. I mean, he's coming back probably a little earlier than he would have liked to in a perfect world. And I think that, I think that you probably got to throw him out there because I have a serious concern if Mac Jones has a PCL injury, right? This guy is not great at maneuvering around the pocket.
No.
He's pocket aware, but he's not great at maneuvering himself into open space around the pocket, I don't think.
No.
And I think Purdy is actually pretty good at that. And if we're putting a hobbled Mac Jones with a PCL injury in the pocket and we're already, you and I, bringing up questions about the offensive line, that does not give me confidence.
This offensive line is kind of mind-boggling to me, just because with the fact that you bring that up, because there are 4 guys on this offensive line who I do like a lot, and yet we're still, like, it's very fair to question how good this offensive line is. There's a bit of a paradox situation going on there with this offensive line. Oh, Mitch in New Jersey was on hold, and he just dropped off. Darn. By the way, again, 888-957-9570 is the number. How are we feeling about Brock Purdy starting tomorrow against the Jaguars here? Again, Dr. Chickering just did a really good job breaking down, what turf toe is. We did talk to Dr. Nirav Pandya earlier this week. We talked to him about Nick Bosa's ACL injury, which we do have to touch on that at some point in the show. But here's what Dr. Nirav Pandya, he of UCF Medical, or orthopedic surgeon and injury insider here at 95.7 The Game, here's what he had to say about if Brock should play this Sunday.
I think anytime you have additional time to recover for something like turf toe, which can go from like feeling great to feeling bad, I think it's beneficial. So I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that how is he feeling? I think the key with this is how quickly can he move around the pocket for his own safety. I'm not worried about performance. Like he can throw with a turf toe, but the issue is, can you avoid that sack? Can you make sure you're not getting hit, which has been an issue for him in the past when that's how he hurt his elbow, et cetera. So if there's any concern for him not having that same mobility, I would rest him for another week and have him play that Rams game. But if he's looking like he's moving fine and he clearly is going to be throwing okay, I think it's reasonable for him to play. But it's about his overall safety, not necessarily his performance, I think, at this point. So,
again, I guess it just comes down to how mobile he can be, and apparently he is mobile enough. Ideally, let's just let's not make our guy have to run so much this week, which is why I kind of think this might be a week we need to see more of the run game start to reappear for the 49ers. You can just kind of ground and pound and chew up this. Again, I know the Jaguars' run defense has been pretty good to start the season here, but if the Niners can maybe change that, because the Jaguars, they played the Panthers, the Bengals, who they lost to, and the Texans. The Bengals, they held the Bengals to 48 yards rushing. The Panthers, they ran for 113 yards against them in week 1. So the Jaguars, they bottled up some solid rushing games here to start off. Hopefully the Niners can kind of be the team that kind of breaks that trend.
Well, Sam, there's no doubt that I want to see the Niners run the ball. Like, I want them to run the ball. That is the anytime that this team is successfully running the ball, they're winning. And guess what? If they're playing the Jaguars and they're successfully running the ball, you can chalk that up as a win now. Okay? But I think, obviously, you got to take what the defense gives you, right? And if you're a smart team, you're going to stack the box against the Niners. I mean, make them beat you in the air, especially when you know that both their quarterbacks are compromised, right?
Oh, absolutely. And that's where I think the return of Demarcus Robinson is going to be huge. I think having 3 pass catchers now that Brock Purdy can rely on, and Ricky Pearsall, Demarcus Robinson, and Juwan Jennings, that's going to make things a little bit easier. And then, of course, obviously you got Christian McCaffrey, who, Carter, get this, in his first year and a half with the 49ers, 22 and 23, over a 27-game stretch. These are just regular season games. McCaffrey averaged about 5.5 passing targets per game. This year, though, he has 32 targets in 3 games.
It's wonderful, isn't it,
Sam?
Sam?
Just numbers. That's about 10 targets per game that he's getting. I didn't include last year's numbers because last year was just so scuffed for CMC that I'm just not going to look too much into those numbers there. But he has been a receiver this year, Christian McCaffrey. He has not been a running back as much, and I do think that is a product of the fact that Kyle Shanahan just doesn't have a passing game that he can really rely on right now. Do you know when Christian McCaffrey got his first target this year? It was in that Seattle game. Do you remember when it took place?
It was the first pass of the game.
I thought it was actually right after George Kittle went down.
That's
right. He did get a first one, but then he started getting a lot more targets after George Kittle went down. And I do think that part of the reason why McCaffrey is getting targeted so much more is simply because you don't have pass catchers available. So McCaffrey's kind of had to alter his role a little bit here. And it is working. That's why I'm kind of curious with the return of Demarcus Robinson. does McCaffrey get less targets this week because you have that extra option? When George Kittle gets back, I believe, which will be after the Rams game is when he can come back. So that Bucks game, will we see those target share drop even more for McCaffrey? If we do start to see that this week and into next week, I think that's a good sign that the running game will eventually start to pick up later in the year. Want to go to the lines here, 888-957-9570. Whatever you got in the Niners, Warriors, Giants, we'll take it all morning long here. Going to one of our favorites, Mitch in New Jersey. Mitch, how we doing today, buddy?
Hey, Mitch.
What's poppin', Sam, Carter? Nice to talk to you guys. First time we used Carter. Was it Carter first?
Thanks, Mitch.
I got it right. Anytime. I hope it's beautiful out there. It's nice over here.
Oh,
great
it's beautiful out here today,
49ers. That's great, because I was out there one time in May, and I pretty much was cold the whole time. 5 days. Beautiful city. Never made it to Alcatraz as a visitor.
I haven't been to Alcatraz since I was like 8 years old, Mitch. Don't worry about it.
It's not going anywhere. I have 49ers. They should just rely on the run. Maybe put McCaffrey a bit of a wide receiver. I mean, Trevor Lawrence, he's been underachieving, so I would like to see AJ Martinez because I liked him in college at Kansas State. I didn't know he got the second string got hurt. Jones. I didn't know he got hurt, and I think you're rushing back Purdy. And I know you said something about don't believe in the last quarterback taken in the last draft or undrafted free agent is always going to work out, but you never know. I mean, I believe Purdy has a brother, plays for Nevada.
Yeah, Chubba Purdy.
Just take a chance if he's out there or Simon's undrafted. You only have 7. Yeah, sure. And I want to say it's a great game for college ball. USC here tied 7-7. They should win. And I was pissed at Cal Fernando Mendoza because I think he's going to win the Heisman. But they have themselves a good freshman quarterback. I know they're in ACC territory. They can't physically move the areas, but they've done their best. Screwing up the geography.
Mitch,
thank you for taking my call.
Mitch, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
What's the game today you're most excited to watch?
My USC and Illinois. Illinois State, both these quarters we play on Sundays.
You're an SC guy?
You're an SC guy.
Did you go to SC or just a fan?
Funny. Just a fan.
Okay.
Nice. I accepted Michigan, but I stay local. I stay local here in New York.
Okay. Hey, Mitch, before we go, I got a really good stat that you're going to like.
Good.
Did you know that Josh Naylor stole his 30th space of the season last night? He's 18 for 18 with the Mariners. That's your boy, Josh Naylor.
How does he do it? How's that big guy move? He moves, baby. I'm telling you. Maybe he could be a Leo hitter, too. You know, I like too many teams, but hey, one more thing. I bet you Soto's going to go out of his way to be 44. He's got 38 stolen bases.
He is quietly putting together a 40-40 season out of nowhere, Mitch. That is pretty impressive. Thanks for calling in there, Mitch in New Jersey. Josh Naylor's #1 fan. The only guy to ever advocate on these airways that we should kidnap a baseball player when he said we should go to Toronto and kidnap Bo Bichette. Love Mitch in New Jersey. So a lot to digest there from Mitch's call.
I hate USC, Mitch. I love you, Mitch, but I hate USC. All those years of torture as a Cal fan and the early 2010s, the Kevin Riley years, so to say.
Oh, yeah, and the Nate Longshore years before that.
Yes, exactly. Joe Ayub.
The one I remember, it was always, I think it was the 06 game down at the Coliseum there. That was one that Cal probably should have won.
I was there.
I remember I forget when there's this one play that Cal was trying to get the first down. They kept setting the ball back, though.
Yep.
And ended up screwing Cal over because that's how Cal would lose. I'm sure Lucas had something to do with that.
That was the game that got the safety, I think, right? It was 9-7 at half.
Was that the one? Yeah, I just remember that was the one that knocked him. That knocked him out of contention to win the Pac-10 title that year. And then, 2007, we try not to talk about that season all that much. Oh, talk about what could have been. So what could be for the 49ers the rest of this year? You know, one thing I want to get into on the other side here, Carter, is the email that Matt Steinmetz got earlier this week. And you know times are bad when Matt Steinmetz is getting positive. And that's what a listener here at this station thought. So I want to get into that, the fact that, being positive about this 49er team is apparently an issue. So I want to get into that a little bit on the other side. It is 95.7 The Game Weekend Wrap. I'm Sam Lubman. That is Carter Chickering. Cam and Zach behind the glass. All this brought to you by Friedman Bank. Here for you, here for good.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with a toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge.
Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program may only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it could end your debt nightmare and save you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. For free information and to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, simply go online and visit DRA.com or call 800-515-4402. 800-515-4402. Again, that's 800-515-4402.
Kohl's Cash is turning 20, and to celebrate, Kohl's is giving you the gifts. All month, you can enter our sweepstakes for a chance to win $200 Kohl's Cash. Plus, get epic deals on cozy favorites, home must-haves, and more right now. Yep, we were gonna throw a party, but this is better. Cue the confetti and the savings at Kohl's. Offer in September 28th. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Sweepstakes ends September 30th, 2025. No purchase necessary. 20 winners per day. Limit 1 price per person for entire sweepstakes. See Kohls.com for official rules and details.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Coach, the energy out there felt different. What changed for the team today?
It was the new game day scratchers from the California Lottery. Players everything. Those games sent the team's energy through the roof.
Are you saying it was the off-field play that made the difference on the field?
Hey, a little play makes your day, and today, it made the game. That's all for now.
Coach, one more question.
Play the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
This year, the Valley of Hearts Delight fundraiser shines brighter than ever with our theme, Legacies Under the Lights. Step into History Park, glowing with restored historic neon signs from the History San Jose collection, and enjoy an unforgettable night of dining, live music, and celebration. All proceeds support preserving the stories and landmarks that make our valley unique. Tickets are now on sale at historysanjose.org. Join us for Legacies Under the Lights October 9th and help keep history shining for generations to come.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah. Just two white guys dancing in a studio.
Love this.
What? Yeah. What? Yeah. Sam Lubman, that is Carter Chickering over there. Cam Williams, he's been playing the music as we come in. Zach Green, he said some stuff about Brock Purdy last segment. He is absolutely locked in on what Indiana's doing this week. Zach, when do your Who's play today?
12:30 on Peacock against Iowa.
Oh, okay, that's a practice game for you
Away
guys.
game.
Iowa, I mean, they get like, what, 13 points a game?
A lot of tight ends. They definitely get
that's
that.
true, yeah. Shout out George Kittle there. Now, Carter, you were saying something to me at the break here about the weekend that we are currently experiencing. You're very high on what's going on sports-wise this weekend.
Okay, the number is 888-957-9570.
Look at him giving out the number.
I would love someone to call in and tell us a sports weekend in the last 2 years that is better than this sports weekend. Let me run down the college slate for you here today. We have LSU number 4 at number 13 Ole Miss. We know the drama with Lane Kiffin. His daughter announced, hard launched, that she is dating the LSU captain linebacker this week.
Really?
Yeah. And
I didn't know that Lane Kiffin even had a daughter.
Yeah, Whit Weeks, I think is his name. He's the LSU captain on defense. His daughter announced this week as they're headed, LSU is headed to play Ole Miss, that she is dating the linebacker at LSU.
Who's she rooting for?
That's a great question, Zach. I have no idea, but pretty funny. Lane Kiffin tweeted when he saw this on Twitter. He tweeted, bet the over, which I thought was pretty funny.
I mean, if there's anyone whose kids would just actively root against them in football, it would be Lane Kiffin's kids.
100%. I mean, you got to go with the boyfriend, right? Especially if you just started dating.
So she was born in 2005. Oh, I mean, she was a year and a half old when he was coaching the Raiders.
Raiders legend.
Oh, it's still one of those. That's one of those things. Lane Kiffin, Raiders head coach. That's one of those things like that happened in this lifetime. Like we were all alive for that. Yet if you told me that happened in like a completely separate timeline, I would believe that too. Like it's still wild to me that that was actually a thing that happened of like 30-something-year-old head coach Lane Kiffin was coaching the Raiders and then got fired by an overhead projector.
Do you hate him?
No, I'm not a fan of him.
Do Raiders fans hate Lane Kiffin?
I am personally not a fan of Lane Kiffin. There was a moment a few years ago, though, when I was ready to jump on the Lane train when Miami was getting ready to move off of Mark Richt. And there was, the Miami Twitter was like, you know what? Let's be jerks. Let's just go get Lane Kiffin. And the man is just, he's like if a butter sandwich turned into a person.
You sound like probably what a Tennessee fan thinks of him, honestly.
Oh, they call him the man that falls up, Lane Kiffin. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of Lane Kiffin. And Lane Kiffin teams are the same every year. They're really, really good, and then they're going to fall flat on their face against the elite teams. They are a stepping stone team in that they are a good team that the better teams step on their way to a championship.
That sounds kind of like our next game here for the weekend, one of the big ones. Oregon-Penn State. When you say words like that, I think James Franklin at Penn State, who has really struggled to capture the big one. You think today's the day, Sammy?
So that is in Happy Valley. So, I mean, I think he's like, 4-21 against top 10 teams or something like that. I mean, you talk about, he's a bridesmaid, never a bride. I mean, James Franklin, Kyle Shanahan, they're that handshake meme of just dropping big games.
I'm shocked he's even won 4 against top 10. I really am.
I mean, the fact that he's lasted this long without being able to get over the hump. I mean, he's had a lot of success at Penn State I still, I'm picking Oregon in that one. Shout out Mark Randy.
Okay, honestly, too, what they have done, though, at Penn State to climb back from the hole they were in, obviously, we won't get into that, but I do think it's impressive.
I remember exactly where I was when that story broke.
It's disgusting.
I was, I won't get into deep, but I remember it was a Thursday night Miami game against Virginia, my freshman year. Miami lost because it was the Al Golden years, and that's just what happened. And we're riding the bus back from Sun Life Stadium, and we all have Game 6 of the World Series going on our phones because it was Rangers-Cardinals was going on. And then someone in the back of the bus is like, yo, did you hear about this scandal going on at Penn State? I'm like, what? Whatever. I'm sure it's not a big deal. Next day, it ended up being a pretty big deal.
Yeah, still is.
But
it's shocking, though, to me that, obviously they're a historic franchise and Joe Pa and all that, but to be able to climb out of that hole and get back to being ranked third in the country, I actually never saw coming.
I remember Bill O'Brien took over in between.
Right.
I remember his big thing, we're putting names on the jerseys again, which, whatever, I guess that matters to them in Happy Valley. But that will absolutely be a fun one there. Oregon at Penn State at 4:30 tonight.
Something to note, too, Sammy, about that one is they're having one of their whiteouts tonight. At the game.
Everyone's doing a whiteout these days.
Yeah, but Penn State 6-0 in their last 6 whiteouts. Something to note.
Some's got to give.
I like Dan Lanning's Oregon Ducks though a lot, so we'll see.
I remember Dan Lanning a couple years ago. Remember the year when Colorado is Deion's first year at Colorado? They got off that 4-0 start. They beat TCU, and everyone was crowning them as the next great thing in college football.
Yeah, and everyone realized their offensive and defensive lines were awful. Yeah,
exactly. So they go into, I believe it was in Eugene. They go into, and it was going to be their first big test. This is when the Pac-12 was still a thing, and they showed Dan Lanning's pregame speech. He dropped one of the hardest lines I've ever seen a coach do. He's like, he's out there, while they're out there playing for clicks, we're out there playing for wins. I'm like, oh my God, they're about to eviscerate these guys. That was one of the hardest lines I've ever heard a head coach drop on a team like that. And they went out and beat the brakes off of Colorado and haven't looked back since.
Did you just add an accent for a guy who doesn't have an accent?
Does he have an accent?
I don't think so.
I thought he had a bit of an accent. We're out there playing for clicks. We're playing for, I don't know, all these coaches have Southern accents, it sounds like.
Coach now or something.
Speaking of the South, though, at the same time, I hope y'all have the split screen going. Bama, Georgia at 4:30. Remember that game last year? Ryan Williams went off against Georgia. You know who didn't look good against Bama last year? Carson Beck. Or as I like to call him, Carson Garoppolo. That's the name I have for him.
$4.5 million man, Sammy. You better get to like him.
Oh, God, this year can't get over fast enough so we can get on and get a real quarterback. Carson Beck looks like he bites.
Yeah, so you know what I remember about the Ryan Williams game from Alabama last year is after he had that incredible game, Serena Williams came out on social media and was like, he's my cousin.
No way, really?
Yeah, they're apparently like distant cousins.
You have a good game, and so now you can come out and find out that you're related
exactly,
to me.
That's
I just assume everyone with the name Williams is related to each other. But all this is to say, yeah, Carter, you're making the point that this is this is a great weekend. This is a great Saturday for watching sports.
We haven't even covered though all of it. I mean, we have
still got Giants Rockies.
We have Giants Rockies, the final weekend of the year. I mean, could you think of more fun than that, Sammy?
You're going
to all the games.
I can think of more fun.
The other one, obviously, the Ryder Cup, once every 2 years. Total blessing. The U.S. struggling again, but just a wonderful event to watch, and it just is a totally new format of golf as far as the rowdiness, and we as Americans just love it, I think. We eat it up. So do the Europeans.
Well, the Europeans are eating us up right now on the Ryder Cup course. So you got that going on. You got a lot of great college action. And then, of course, tomorrow, the NFL slate.
Well, we start at 6:30 tomorrow.
That's right. We got the first international game, or second international game. Do you get up for that?
We'll
at
see.
6:30 in the morning?
You and I have to wake up pretty early throughout the week, so it's pretty hard for me to want to get up at 6.
On the days that we don't have
to, yeah.
Exactly.
But we have a lot of great matchups tomorrow. Eagles-Bucks, 10 a.m. window. That'll be a hell of a game, I think. It's in Tampa Bay, too. I expect the Eagles to win that one personally, but it'll be a tight game. I've been really impressed with what Baker's been able to do, especially what he's been able to do.
They've been coming back in games,
exactly, is what he's been able to do late in games. That's the mark of a great quarterback, right? And what he makes, God, that guy is a stud, kind of.
that's one of those guys where, listen, I'm all in on Brock Purdy. I'm happy with Brock Purdy. No, I actually am. Like, Brock is the 49ers quarterback. I'm pretty steadfast on that. Taking the top 4 quarterbacks off the board because everyone would want those 4. Baker is on the short list of guys where it's just like, yeah, I might listen on that one. I like Baker's game a lot. I think Baker would be really, really good in Kyle Shanahan's offense. He's kind of like a smaller, like a slightly shorter Brock Purdy with a slightly better arm. Take away those interceptions, and I think you'd have the perfect quarterback for Kyle Shanahan and Baker Mayfield. I hope that's not like heresy to say something like that.
Are you going to call me crazy if I say that I think Brock Purdy throws a better ball than Baker?
I think Baker could throw a better deep ball, but
that's fair.
I feel confident that the deep ball that Baker throws is going to end up, or I feel better that the ball that Brock throws is going to end up in a Niner receiver hands, whereas the deep ball that Baker throws, there's a little, I don't know, man. I hope that ends up in your guys' hands, but we'll see when the ball lands.
I guess, too, like the cleanliness of the spiral, where it hits the receiver in his stride. I think that Brock has a little edge on Baker in those 2 categories, personally.
Yeah. But, I mean, again, I think their games are both so similar. I think they're both so great at extending plays with their legs, as SC just does an incredible pitch and catch trick play right here. I think they both have there's a lot in their games that I like that I find very similar. The way that Baker is just from where he was with the Browns to where he was just banished to the Panthers to what he's found in Tampa. I love the Baker Mayfield story. Yeah, I just really like him as a quarterback. I think there's just so much good that he can do. You mentioned, again, just how he's able to line it up there with his receivers. I think him and Brock, yeah, they're very, very similar in their ability. I like Baker's deep abilities a little bit more than Brock.
Sam, you're pointing out a great point, though, which is if you don't nurture a quarterback coming into this league, I mean, you just have no idea who it will be. And look, I'll be frank. There's organizations in this league that if you get drafted to as a quarterback, good luck. And the Browns are one of them. The Jets are another one.
I think we're playing one of them this weekend in the Jaguars.
We are.
We had, let's get into this a little bit. Playing a guy in Trevor Lawrence this weekend, who's the number 1 overall pick in 2021. And coming into that draft, he was the number 1 guy. There was no doubt. He was considered one of the most polished quarterback prospects that we had seen in years.
Well, not for 3 years. I mean, even through his college career, right? They were waiting for him to come out of college, really.
Oh, I mean, he was ready to be the number 1 pick after his freshman year.
100%.
And, he had to wait a couple years. And again, he looked really good at Clemson. And Clemson, when you look at those Clemson teams, I mean, like you look at the LSU team that beat him in 2019 or some of the Bama teams that Mac Jones' Bama team in 2020, that dude had Devontae Smith and Jalen Waddle on his team. Joe Burrow was throwing to, and who?
Ruggs, too.
And Ruggs, too, that's right. And then Joe Burrow had Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase. And I believe he had Tyrion Davis-Price as his running back on that 19 team as
Correct.
well. Meanwhile, Trevor Lawrence, I mean, he had a great defense on the other side of the ball, but his offense, I mean, obviously Travis Etienne, a very talented running back, but his best receivers, I mean, T. Higgins, was a very good receiver. I don't think he's like an elite tier receiver in the same way that guys like Chase or Jefferson or, guys like A.J. Brown are or whatnot. But T. Higgins is definitely like in the elite number 2 tier receivers. And then he had Amari Carter, too, who I thought was an incredible receiver in college. I don't even think he's in the league anymore. I haven't heard him since he got drafted. Trevor Lawrence did a lot of incredible things at Clemson, and he was anointed very early on. And he is a perfect example of when you go to a bad situation, you're going to have a bad time. His first years with Urban Meyer, of going to the bar and hanging out with the co-eds rather than go and fly home with his team.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I call him Silent Urban. I'm not a fan of Urban Meyer. And then he has Doug Peterson, which that just didn't go very well. And now he seems he's got a coach in Liam Cohen, who he may be a dweeb because of Duval, but he's got this Jaguars team looking pretty good early on here. And we had Mia O'Brien on earlier this year. This week. She covers the Jaguars for ESPN Radio out in Jacksonville. Knows basically everything about the Jaguars. And she brought up a good point about Trevor Lawrence being coached hard for the first time in his career. Here's what she had to say about that.
I don't know, with all due respect to Dabo Swinney and Trevor Lawrence's high school coach, if he has ever had a head coach ream him out and rip him a new one. But as he told us after that Bengals game, He needs to be ripped a new one. And he appreciates, perhaps for the first time in his life, my words, not his, actually being coached hard. And I think that is huge. And that's where you look at the Baker Mayfields and Jared Goffs of the world and you say, who's to say with Trevor Lawrence turning 26 about 10 days from now that we don't see him turn the corner that we always thought he would? Because he finally has a coach who is not only holding everyone in the organization accountable, but is also continuing to evolve with where the league is going.
So he's got some better, more accountability coaching around him right now. Will it translate to better performance? I don't know. So far in this season, he's got 4 touchdowns and 4 interceptions, a 3.5% interception rate, which would be a career high. Granted, it is 3 games into the season. But, this completion percentage right now is below what his rookie year was. He's got 55% completion percentage. He's been in the 60s the last 3 years. So hasn't translated yet. But, again, we'll see because the Jaguars overall are looking like not the doormat that they have been in the past.
Well, I mean, there's just, we were listing off a couple of them, but first thing that comes to my mind is, the Carolina Panthers had Baker Mayfield lining up a defensive line in practice. Literally no wherewithal.
I totally missed that, really?
Yeah, they had him lining up as a defensive lineman to imitate the other team's D lineman in practice. And this guy is easily a top 15 quarterback now. So, when we're talking about organizations that really struggle to develop a quarterback, it's pretty obvious why when you're making stupid moves like that, right? Mm-hmm. And I don't know what it's going to take for Jacksonville to break that curse for themselves. The owner, he's based out of London, and
That's Shad Khan, right?
Yeah, Shad Khan. There's always been rumors of him wanting to move them to London. Who knows whether that's true or not.
I would hate that.
I guess what I'm getting at is I don't really understand what it is about some of these organizations that just can't get it together, except that a lot of them are small market teams, really.
Well, a lot of it's a lot of the same. It's a lot of the usual suspects in this too. You look back at some of these teams that have been drafted. Like, let's go back to the 2017 draft. Mitch Trubisky was the first quarterback drafted there by the Chicago Bears. Chicago Chicago produced a pope before Chicago could produce a 4,000-yard passer. I can't claim that joke as my own. I read that really off of Twitter somewhere. The Houston Texans and Deshaun Watson. I don't think we look at the Houston Texans as a historically inept franchise, but they were pretty inept in handling the debacle that was Deshaun Watson's career.
But they have been good at drafting quarterbacks. We have to give them credit for that. Deshaun Watson was extremely effective down there, no matter what you think about him off the field. C.J. Stroud was great his first year, and you and I have talked about this many times behind the glass there, Sam. I expected this from C.J. For him to regress last year, I didn't expect for him to continue to regress this year, and that is hugely concerning, I think.
And now, you start to have questions on DeMeco Ryans. And again, this is, a second talented quarterback they've drafted in the last 10 years that it's starting to slide in the other direction now. You look at the 2018 draft. We'd mentioned Baker and the Browns already. 2 picks later was our guy Sam Darnold, who his career started off with the Jets, who, Jets, they Sucks. That's the Jets there. Then you had Josh Allen, the Bills. Bills, much better run franchise. They were able to make Josh Allen work out. And then, of course, another Josh that was drafted in that one, Josh Rosen to Arizona, another historically inept organization. And Kyler Murray quietly becoming one of their best quarterbacks in their franchise's history, which is kind of crazy to say. But, he kind of has. We were talking about the other day, the other 2 guys, I can't remember their names at this time. That's just how forgettable they are. But the Cardinals, again, they just another spiraling organization that can never get it right. Was Josh Rosen just not good, or did he go to a bad organization? Is Kyler Murray just a middle-tier quarterback, or is he just on a bad organization? And then the end of that first round, you had Lamar Jackson, the Ravens. And the Ravens, they just know how to do it right now.
It's just incredible. And back to your thing about the Cardinals, too, is they decided with Josh Rosen, they gave him a year.
Oh, yeah.
And it was like, this guy stinks. Get him out of here,
Well, then he had this, he had attitude issues too, or they're so the NFL said. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't remember that. I just remember thinking, good Lord, this guy had no leeway at all. But then again, he became a backup, I believe, afterward. And I don't think he really ever saw the field again.
I don't even know if he's still in the league right now.
I don't think he is.
I do remember a lot of people criticize one of the dumbest criticisms I've ever seen. They criticized Josh Rosen for, get this, having a hot tub in his apartment in college. I don't get it either. He hasn't been on a team since the Vikings in 2022. I know. I thought that was pretty cool.
I actually like him more now, honestly.
I know. Now I kind of want the Niners. Can he be our third-string quarterback instead of Adrian Martinez?
Exactly.
We'll go through some of the rest of these quarterbacks here and whether or not it was their fault or their team's fault that they fell apart. But first, I want to go to the lines and talk to Spencer in San Francisco. Spencer, you got a thought on Lane Kiffin. I'm curious to hear it now.
What's up, guys? First-time listener, first-time caller.
Hell yeah.
Carter, you're doing a great job. What's up, buddy? I have never heard you enunciate so well in your entire life. Really proud of you. The Lane Kiffin saga continuation. I absolutely love this. I mean, how do you guys not do this? This guy cannot get away from controversy, getting left on the tarmac by his team. His daughter's now banging the quarterback. The guy's about to play this week. This guy can't do it. And you're coming off of him trying to put out a documentary where he's doing yoga the entire time, trying to rebrand his image. It's a fantastic look.
Thanks, Spencer. Actually, to add on to that, I go to USF. Sam, as you know, I'm a sports management major there. And my teacher told me this week that Lane Kiffin was their favorite coach in college or professional sports as far as the media goes because he's extremely attentive to the media. He wants, no one to be able to ask him a question after he's done because he will explain every freaking play that they have lined up, everything for that week. So I have to say his image to me has grown. I have a lot of respect for the guy.
He's a butter sandwich turned into a person in my eyes. You know,
I love butter.
Lane Kiffin is he's the guy who he's never going to make that next level. He's always going to be a tier 2 coach in my eye. And you know what? If he's fine with being that guy, he's probably not. But that's just the way it is for Lane Kiffin. You know, it's just he doesn't move the needle enough for me to have an opinion either way. That being said, as I contradict myself a little bit, I enjoy when he loses.
So Sam, let me throw something at you then. Jackson Dart was his quarterback last year.
Speaking of bad organizations, New York Giants, who obviously Daniel Jones drafted in 2019. Was Daniel Jones bad? Or the Giants bad? Jackson Dart's about to find out the answer to that question.
Well, I mean, it's interesting, though. The Colts have really struggled to find a quarterback for a long time now, too. I want to say they have double digits in the last, 5 years.
Ever since Andrew Luck went down?
Yes, there was some stat. I'll find it at the break here. But, clearly they're doing a great job with Danny Dimes. I mean, he's in the MVP conversation already. And if you look at his stats through the season, through 3 games, they are extremely comparable to Josh Allen's. They're almost identical, which is crazy to say.
Well, yeah, no one, I think, saw this coming with Daniel Jones. I think we all left him for dead in New York. And he had a couple. I think was it Joe Judge was his first coach, and then it was Brian Daboll.
Sounds right.
And neither one of those guys are going absolutely anywhere as far as head coaches go. So yeah, maybe that was just a bad organization, not a bad quarterback. Looking at the 2020 draft, obviously Joe Burrow, he's had a lot of success. Tua in Miami. I have never been a Tua guy ever. I think I've said it numerous times. Tua's been eating off of one pass his entire life, and that is the pass that he threw to Devontae Smith in the national championship game to beat Georgia. I don't think he's done anything all that spectacular ever since then. And now he's got this big contract. He's taking shots at Cam Newton because Cam Newton's criticizing him, and he's like, "Oh, I'd like to see anyone off the street come play this." It's like, Tua, no, it's not. That's not the issue. The issue is you're just not that good.
And responding that to Cam Newton, who won an MVP, is pretty funny.
Playing a
anyone
Super Bowl
off the street, it's not quite anyone off the street.
In the Dolphins, you talk about a team that's going through a lot of quarterbacks. I mean, they have been wandering the quarterback desert ever since Dan Marino retired. I mean, that is a
great point, Sam.
That is an organization. I mean, the Dolphins, I won't say are a completely dysfunctional organization, but not a well-run organization either. Their owner, Stephen Ross, does not run the tightest of ships, but I'm not going to put them on the same level of dysfunction as, say, the Cleveland Browns. Also in that 2020 draft, Justin Herbert took them a minute to get things figured out. He's in a much better situation now. Who'd have thought that playing for Jim Harbaugh would be better than playing for Brandon Staley? Chargers, they right now look like, when you're looking at the AFC, obviously we think about the Chiefs and the Ravens. Both those teams are 1-2. The Bengals, they're done. Joe Burrow out. The Chargers look like the team that's going to be up there with the Bills right now. They look really, really good right now.
I want to see them add around him. They this team has been great in the trenches now for a couple years under Herbert, and he just doesn't really have anything beside Keenan Allen, right? Like, that's his only toy, and Ladd McConkey, of course, now.
Ladd McConkey, too, yeah.
But I just,
got a couple good. Well, Jim Harbaugh teams don't really need to throw that much. They got a couple good running backs, and they're good.
Well, I mean, they have Omarion Hampton, and now no Najee
That's
Harris.
true. Yeah, they did lose
done.
Najee.
I mean, and I have Omarion Hampton in 2 fantasy leagues. He's been okay. I mean, but, Justin Herbert can sling the thing. Like, let's put some people around him. I'm glad he has Keenan Allen back because they have good rapport, and they continue to keep building on it no matter Keenan's age. So I just would like to see them, add something to the skill position personally down there.
Yeah. So again, all this to say is, when we talk about quarterbacks who are busts, again, this is all centering around Trevor Lawrence and why things have not worked out for him. This could be a situation where maybe, again, Liam Cohen, as dorky as he may be, is he the guy to kind of create the situation that is good enough for Trevor Lawrence? We will see firsthand tomorrow where that progress is. Can the 49ers improve to 4-0? If they improve to 4-0, are we allowed to be happy about it? Are we allowed to be positive about it? Can we celebrate and feel good about this 49ers season if they are 4-0 heading into Los Angeles, not St. Louis, to play the Rams? We'll get into that on the other side because, again, Steiny's friend Harry calling Steiny out for being positive this week. I want to read that email on the other side. That and your calls, 888-957-9570 is the number. All this brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Hey, it's Willard Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for Safeway members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers with For You on the Safeway app. Here we go. Winner, chicken dinner. This week's signature: select chicken, split breasts, boneless, skinless thighs, wings, value pack, or Foster Farms fresh and natural whole chicken. Buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy 2.
Add some healthy sides with Hass avocados or green bell peppers. 4 for $5 or just $1.25 each, and wash it all down with Mix and Match Pepsi, 7-Up, Polar Seltzer, or Pure Leaf Tea. Various sizes and varieties. Buy 2, get 2 free when you buy 4 with your digital coupon plus CRV. Limit 2 free items.
As we say on the show, great, let's drink. All right, these and other great digital deals are available in the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details. And as always, we will see you in the aisles.
Hi, I'm Dallas, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. You know she loves her Shane Company engagement ring, but you also want to surprise her for her birthday, anniversary, or just because she deserves it. Why not get her a bigger diamond with our Easy Trade-Up program? We'll give you the full credit of your original natural diamond purchase toward a new one. Her new diamond only has to be $1 more. You only pay the difference. How's that for an easy trade-up? Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com. Because a friend wants you to win the gifting game. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
On Saturday, October 4th, Pier 39 is throwing a party on the waterfront. Enjoy drinks to go and activities for the whole family. From live music to special deals, it's all here at Pier 39. Learn more at pier39.com/entertainment zone.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tulsa is my home now. Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars in the Paramount Plus original series, Tulsa King. This distillery is a very interesting business. We gotta know the enemy.
From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Landman.
What are you saying? I'm a rat! If you think you're gonna take me out, it's gonna be really difficult.
Tulsa King. New season now streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Join 95.7 The Game at Pier 39 for a special live broadcast from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturday, October 4th. Meet Zaza Pachulia, Festus Ezeli, Kalina Azabuki, Tim Roy, and Bonte Hill. Plus, enter to win Warriors tickets. For more info, visit 957thegame.com.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back, everybody. It is the 95.7 The Game weekend wrap, as I like to call it. We're talking some football right now. We are going to talk a little bit basketball at some point because, the Kuminga crisis is still ongoing. We are waiting a resolution. You know what else we're waiting for, Dub Nation, and that is the preseason's right around the corner. And 95.7 The Game is tipping things off in style. Join us at Pier 39 on Saturday, October 4th. That is a week from today for the Warriors preseason special. You will not want to miss this. We got live appearances from Warriors favorites like Festus Ezeli, Zaza Pachulia, Kalena Azabuki, and, of course, everyone's favorite Warrior celebrity.
Find the drop.
Trying to.
It's time to play Dub Nation's favorite game.
Wow.
Do.
All right, well, that was a massive fail on touching the touchboard right there for the drops.
Idea.
Trying to play the King's tailbed for Bonte Hill. He's going to be there too. Serves me right for trying to freewheel it there. Plus, your chance to win tickets for the first preseason game on Sunday, October 5th. That's a week from tomorrow, Carter.
Ooh.
As the Warriors host J.J. Redick, he of his timed-out naps, and the Lakers. If that's not enough, you can hang out with Evan Giddings and Daryl the Guru Johnson because they're going to be broadcasting live from 12 to 4 p.m. It's hoops, it's hypes, it's Guru, it's the season is almost here, and on your station for everything Warriors, 95.7 The Game. Be locked in next weekend. It's the preseason special, Carter. It's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, that'll be a blast. I'm definitely going to have to show up for that. I mean, come on. Goo and Evan together in the afternoon.
That's like Goo and Evan from 10 to 2 every day.
Yeah, good point.
I'm gonna be thinking about how I just completely botched that the drops in that read right there. That's gonna sit with me for the rest of the show.
You know what I keep thinking of, Sam, is how we did the NFL coach comparison to 95.7 hosts yesterday, and you brought up a team who's been wandering the desert for a quarterback, and Guru calling himself Don Shula yesterday was one of the great lines.
That's the 143 IQ right there that Guru has. That's why Guru's one of the best. He's got the most wins at this station, I would hazard to guess. Who's got a lot of wins right now? San Francisco 49ers. And apparently, according to one listener of this station, a friend of Matt Steinmetz, who only a friend of Matt Steinmetz could chime in with a take like this, apparently being too happy about this 3-0 start is no bueno for some 49er fans. So we got this email earlier in the week. We discussed this on Thursday, but we'll discuss it a little bit again today. From Matt Steinmetz's friend, Harry. Harry says, I can't listen to the show anymore, Matt. There is just too much fluff in it. I know you have to please the audience, but that's not the way I travel. This is what I assume Harry's voice sounds like. I need to listen to a sports talk show that tells the truth. Here we have a 49er team that should have lost to New Orleans, the worst team in the league, some say, but win because a player from NO drops a ball in the end zone. It's talked about as a great win. And then we have the Arizona game, where the Niners should have lost by 10 points, but won because of 2 drop balls for 14 points. The Niners look totally bad in the first half and not much better in the second half. The Niners should be 1-2, but you guys play up that they are 3-0, did great sticking it out in 3 close games, etc., etc. There is no mention that they won those 2 games due to 3 drop balls for touchdowns by the other team. The Niners are a below-average team, just barely squeaking by these crappy teams. It's not for me. I want to hear an honest evaluation. I'll check with you when the regular season starts for the NBA, but I'm sure I will hear the same BS. Take care, and I hope things work out for you. Signed, Harry.
Sam, that was some of your best work.
I assume that's just what Harry sounds like. I don't know. I would love to hear Harry and Steiny have a conversation. Yeah, just about sports. I would love to hear the negativity that would come out of that conversation.
Steiny, the optimist in the relationship.
You know what? The fact I get Harry's email, you know things are bad when Steiny goes optimistic. So maybe there is some valid concerns there. But I like how, I'm going to tune back for the NBA for more fluff, because again, that's where, when I think NBA fluff, I think Matt Steinmetz. But Harry, thank you very much for this message. So apparently we can't be too excited about this 3-0 start. How much of it is, to Harry's point, they did win in New Orleans and against Arizona because some receivers had the dropsies. That is a thing. You could say the Niners got lucky. I like to say that, you know what, maybe if the players were better, they catch those balls. Maybe if the teams they played were better, they win those games. How much of it is that versus the fact that everyone's just in shambles right now because of the Nick Bosa injury?
Well, can we go back then to last year and say that the Niners were 7-10 because what's his face in LA didn't catch that ball?
Which one, Debo or?
No, what's his name? Who we let go from the team? Receiver. I'm just totally.
Wait, which year was this?
Last year.
Oh, last year.
In LA.
Ronnie Bell. That's right.
Well done, Cam. Yeah.
Ronnie.
Can we
Bell.
go back and say, well, if Ronnie Bell makes that catch?
I mean, you could say a lot of things. If Jake Moody makes that kick, if Jake Moody makes that other kick, if Jake Moody makes that extra point, you can play this game all day long with everything. I always like to quote the Doctor Strange line, the 14 million outcomes. There's so many different outcomes that could happen here. And this is the one the Niners got where they are 3-0. Again, it comes down to you are what your record says you are. And the Niners, you could say they executed when the other teams didn't. Why is that on the fault of the Niners?
I'm not sure what the expectation is. Are they supposed to be blowing teams out, divisional teams? I mean, as Steiny said, and I guess Bonte's been getting the credit for this, which is just hysterical to me because this has been around since prior to me being born, which is divisional games are hard. I mean, they're hard.
It was actually a Bob Spadoni that coined that one. Joe Spadoni's father.
Right,
yeah.
Okay, he was the first, yeah. No, I mean, divisional games are hard. They're going to be hard. They're always going to be, I think, within a score. I mean, period. And at the end of the day, as you just said, your record is what you are. And I don't care about the injuries right now because guess what? We're sitting at 3-0. Now, when it comes to Sunday and being in the game, I'm going to care about the injuries. But to poo-poo a team that's 3-0 with 2 divisional wins sitting atop the NFC West is just silly to me.
I think you can make the argument that the Niners have probably the most impressive 3-0 start in the NFL, which whatever weight you want to put on that's on you, Carter, the guys in the back, and you, the listener. You could put as much weight on that as you want. We're 3 games in the year. This is the sample size we have to work with. But the way the Niners have gotten to 3-0 with a hobbled receiving core, keep in mind, again, no George Kittle, no Demarcus Robinson. Juwan Jennings showed up 6.5 minutes before that first game against the Seahawks. You don't have Brandon Ayuk. You might never have Brandon Ayuk again. I mean, you will, but right now it feels like you won't. And Kyle Shanahan, instead of leaning on the run game in the absence of a pass game, basically generating a pass game out of thin air with Christian McCaffrey and Ricky Pearsall. Oh, and also having Mac Jones as his quarterback. It is damn impressive that the Niners are 3-0, all things considered, I think. And again, 2 wins against divisional opponents, and we saw those divisional opponents play on Thursday night, Carter. I felt a lot better about the Niners' 2-0 divisional record after watching that Cardinals-Seahawks game.
I mean, Sam, we were going into the season, and there was, 5 or 6 question marks on defense of who would even start at those positions. Think about that. We're sitting at 3-0 now with almost none of their receivers, no George Kittle. Obviously, they lose Bosa last week. He only plays a quarter. They still get through that game, another divisional opponent, against a tough Cardinals team who fought back Thursday night against the Seahawks. If you don't feel good about that, I think you're crazy. I think Harry's crazy to not feel good about that. I do.
Yeah, and now again, we talked about this with Shasky, and Shasky made a very good point the other day that I felt him on it. And he said he's hesitant as a fan to embrace what's going on here because he doesn't want to get hurt again. As I said, he's the opposite of the Michael Scott meme. No doubt about it. I am not ready to get hurt again. And I do understand that. That's the emotional concept of fandom. I will respect that. But if you take the emotion out of it, though, and just look at the performance that we are seeing, you look at how the Niners have started off 3-0. Again, they have 2 wins over divisional opponents. The only other team of the 3-0 teams that could say that right now are the Bills, who beat the Jets and Dolphins, and the Chargers, who have wins over the Chiefs, Raiders, and Broncos. The Bills, though, they've beaten the Ravens, Jets, and Dolphins, which, Ravens, that's a pretty good win there. The combined record of the Bills victims, let's call them that, 1-8. The Chargers, the combined record of the opponents they've beaten, 3-6. The combined record of the 49ers opponents that they've beaten, 4-5. The Saints are not a very good team. They're going to be in the top 5. They're looking for a whole new team right now. What the Seahawks did, especially against the Saints the next week, that offense looks really good right now. The Cardinals, I think they're probably a 6-win team, 6-7-win team. It's still a plucky team that with playmakers, they can hurt you if you're not careful. I have a hard time shaking a stick at what the Niners have done, considering that they've had an arm tied behind one back and they lost a knee last week.
I'm with you, Sam. The Seahawks put up 35 points before the half in New Orleans. That is really impressive. And for the Niners to go up to Seattle, a place that they have struggled mightily.
We seem to forget that.
Prior to Purdy, right? There's
the 2019 Sunday night game. I feel that was the
Dre Greenlaw being stopping at the goal line. 100%.
That was kind of where the seal was broken on that.
100%. That really eased Niners' heads about going up there to Seattle. But you have to say, when you're walking in with 5 new defenders on defense, you're going against a team that is able to put up points like that. In this Thursday night game, too, they got those 20 pretty quickly. They didn't score much after that, but they got those 20 pretty quickly. And, Darnold's look good. So I think when you're looking at that game, because I'm kind of right now, Sam, and I don't know if you're in this boat too, it's hard for me to take much from the 49ers on offense from the last 2 games when you're starting Purdy this week, right? I just kind of threw those out. I really looked over the Seahawks game, and I feel really good about it, having watched what Darnold was able to do. He was dicing against the Cardinals. I know that they're out quite a lot of corners, but for us to plug in 5 new secondaries and have the secondary be such a question going into the season and do that in Seattle, you got to be happy.
Again, now, what does that mean going forward, though? Because I do think that's kind of the other part of the equation here is, 3 games does not a season make. Just because you start 3-0, granted, 74% of teams who start 3-0 do make the playoffs. Conversely, you can also say, if you're one of those the glass is a quarter empty people, 26% of teams that start 3-0 do not make the playoffs. Off the top of my head, can I remember the last team that started 3-0 did not make the playoffs? No, I cannot. Maybe if someone in the YouTube chat
I can
help me out
think of one, which is when McDaniels coached the Broncos and they started 5-0, I think they missed the playoffs there.
Okay, well, that was Josh McDaniels' team, so that's probably why that happened. I'm a YouTube chat. Someone do some work here. Find out the last team that started 3-0 and did not make the playoffs. Mischler, no. I'm going to challenge you guys. First one to get it gets a point. But going forward, though, I think where a lot of the consternation comes from is the fact they don't have Nick Bosa. And we saw Bosa go down in 2020 for the rest of the year, and the entire season fell apart after that. Niners defense that year was still pretty damn good. Yards allowed wise, they were top 5 in rushing and passing yards allowed. They were middle of the pack in terms of scoring defense. A big part of it is he had some blowout games that obviously skew things. As that team had to go to Arizona for the last month of the year, that kind of screwed things up. You look up the average where the average drive started for the 49ers defense. They were usually starting on their own 30. So they had basically a 70-yard field to defend on average, where the league leaders had, were starting on the 25 or the 24. So you had shorter fields there, which was probably a product of struggling offense that the Niners had in 2020, which they did. I don't know if you remember, Carter, but Nick Mullins and C.J. Beathard were getting a lot of starts for the Niners in 2020 as Jimmy Garoppolo dealt with injuries. Why do I keep bringing up 2020 is because at the end of the day, the guy running the defense that year is Robert Saleh, and he's now back running the defense. Saleh did such a great job running that defense in 2020 that the New York Jets were like, yep, that's our guy. I mean, it's the Jets, so do what you will with that. I know. But if there's anyone who is equipped to lead this defense right now, it is Robert Saleh. And that is part of the reason why, as much as it sucks that Bosa is done for the year, I think you're as well equipped to handle his absence as you possibly could be.
Yeah, I think the tools that they have around Nick Bosa this year are some of the best tools we've had in a while. I mean, obviously, I go back to that 2019 team, Bosa's rookie year, where you had Eric Armstead and DeForest Buckner. That was probably, that was the best tools you had around him. But I would probably put this second. I mean, I'm impressed with this kid, Michael Williams, man. He had 6 pressures on last Sunday, put him at the forefront of pressures for the team. Obviously, Bosa went out early, so that's kind of a skewed number, but I don't care. I've been watching him quite a lot, and the thing that really impresses me, I'm not sure he's a great pass rusher necessarily, or he stands out and, whatever, but I think he has really good instincts, and I think that he can recognize, this guy doesn't have the ball, this guy does have the ball. I think that he can react really quickly, and that's something I really like in a guy who's playing on the edge there. And his ability to go inside. Yeah. He's versatile, and they're going to need that now that Nick Bosa's out.
Again, the pressure's going to be on him. The pressure is going to be on Bryce Huff as well. And, to your point there, Michael Williams, that first week against Seattle, I thought it was a quiet game for him. He got some push on the line, but overall it was his first game. I think it was his first time suiting up on the field because he didn't play in the preseason games. So he was a little behind the 8 ball there. These last 2 weeks, especially against Arizona, there were some plays where I thought he did a great job. There was a James Conner run earlier in that game where, Conner's going off to the right side. Williams is lining up on the left side. Williams did a great job. I think it was like in the first quarter, crashing down on the line, making the play behind the line of scrimmage. Later on in that game, he blew up DeMarcado on a run after James Conner went down. I mean, those are the kind of hype plays I like to see from Michael Williams that really get me excited. I mean, it sucks we're not going to be able to see him and Bosa work together this year.
Sam, I'm with you, man.
And Bryce Huff, he's not an every down guy. Eater Gross Matos, we're going to need to see more from him. I think he's questionable right now. He didn't practice yesterday. That's a little concerning. I will say this, if you are nervous about the future of this season, they can't afford any more injuries on the defensive line. I will say that, and that is not a fun place you want to be in 3 weeks into the season.
Sam, one more time we haven't really talked about and at this station at all is the loss of C.J. West too. He was really good in the preseason. If you were watching the games closely, and I was up in the press box watching them with binoculars, and I literally was not watching the game. I was only watching the defensive linemen because that was where the highest 2 picks were. That was who I cared about the most. And C.J. West was taking double team after double team, and he was holding his own against it. And he's one guy I'm really excited to see get back. I don't know when that'll be, but I think he's really going to give them a boost when he gets back.
Well, I believe he's going to be playing. He is going to be coming back soon. He had surgery on the thumb, so he's out this week. Right now, he's listed as out. I assume that's irreversible, so he will not be on the field this weekend. The week after, though, when they go to Los Angeles, I almost said St. Louis again. I don't know if he's going to be playing with the club. We'll see there, but he is, once the surgery's done and once he does get that club on, he is expected to be playing. So That'll be good there too. The other guy who I need to see more of is Alfred Collins. That guy, he is a lot of bull rush, which when you look at his size, that makes sense. Need to see a little bit more from him. And again, he was, third, fourth round, something like that.
He was second.
Oh, sorry, second round. Okay, I got him in West's draft position mixed up. But even still, there's a little bit of a work in progress there with Collins. I saw him getting a little pushback, a little too much during the preseason, but here in the regular season, I've seen some positive push. I've seen some negative push. We'll see how that develops there. But then it gets into the next level. And this is the unit on this team that I feel the best about. And it's the linebackers. It is Fred and D. Winters and the two-man wrecking crew that those guys are. D. Winters is making us, I think, we have not mentioned Dre Greenlaw once this year, other than to be like, hey, did you see how Dre Greenlaw wasn't playing on Sunday for the Broncos? D. Winters, like, Cam Inman came on with Bonte and I last year, and he was like, D. Winters, man, people are saying Navarro Bowman. Well, no, D. Winters, now it's Dre Greenlaw. Like, that is who he looks like out there. That dude is a savage, just destroying people sideline to sideline right now.
Yeah, I told you during the preseason, prior to the preseason, I didn't think that there was, for me, much concern of whether he could play. I never thought that this kid couldn't play. It's, can he stay on the field? I mean, he's had trouble staying on the field. When he's been in, though, he's been great. I mean, and you know what? We've seen it in kind of both levels. He can really get sideline to sideline and track down running backs, but we saw it in coverage, too, last Sunday. I mean, at that back of the corner in the end zone there, I think it was DeMercado. I mean, that was a great play. He saved a touchdown there and, did the whole fasten the safety belt to celebration afterward. And it's just good to see a guy step into that spot who's so rangy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, because that's what Fred Warner's so great at. I mean, his coverage for a linebacker is just incredible. But then he puts the pop on people.
We don't talk about the coverage that much because, again, we look at Fred as being a guy who can light people up. D. Winters is a guy who can light people up. Fred has been batting down passes. He had a couple batted passes against Kyler Murray. Granted, it helps that Kyler Murray is my height. But he's been all over the place. He has been all pro Fred so far this year. And him and D. Winters, again, they're going to start bringing the pressure. And that's what I like about this defense is the ways they're able to find that pressure. Robert Saleh dialing up the blitzes in a way that Nick Sorensen was just incapable of doing. He's gotten Upton Stout in on a couple of blitzes so far this year. Upton Stout, by the way, I'm curious where you're at on him. I think he has been learning a lot. I think there's a lot to like about Stout. There's been some mistakes in there too. He had a very up and down game, I thought, this last weekend against the Cardinals. There's a play in the first quarter where, the receiver Wilson gets by him. Kyler ends up overthrowing him, so he got lucky there. He got turned around by Marvin Harrison on a play as well. But then in the fourth quarter, there's the pass to Zay Jones late in the game that he kind of knocks out of his hands. France helps prevent a score there.
It was huge.
That was an incredibly clutch play. Like, that is what, I love quoting the Santana Moss, big-time players make big-time plays in big-time games. That was a big-time play right there from the young Upton Stout. And I think teams are going to be picking on him at times this year because he is a rookie. I expect he's going to take some lumps. He will. He's going to get burned a couple times. He's a rookie. It happens. But I feel very good about what he looks like right now and the player he could become later on in his career.
So we talk about sticky man coverage, right? We heard that a lot last year, right? He's quite good at the sticky man coverage. My one concern with him, and you and I have also talked about this, is remember when the 49ers posted that clip of him where they were like,
I do.
Yeah.
Look at this great coverage. And it's just like there's at least 2 or 3 pass interferences in this play.
It's very obviously pass interference. And we've seen
I had a lot of people get angry with me about that one, actually.
Oh, I didn't even think it was close. I thought it was very clear pass interference.
Oh, no, I posted that clip. I'm like, this looks like pass interference. And like people would have thought I'd like punched their mother with the responses I was getting. You don't know ball. You're not a ref. Blah, blah, blah. You're stupid. You don't know what pass interference is. It's like, sorry for just being real.
When you're tugging the jersey when someone's coming out of their cut, I think that's
them.
Yeah, and then he falls. I think it's usually going to be pass interference. So that's my only thing with him. I think that he can really keep up with receivers. His aggression, you just definitely don't need to question. I think he's just amazing when it comes to that. It's just maybe let's temper that aggression a little bit.
Yeah,
I don't
love the spirit of it, though.
Yeah, I love the spirit of it, but if you're getting PI calls, like, you're not helping that much, right? So I think he is the guy. I actually think, I was talking with a friend this week about it, if anyone's taking a step back this year, it's probably Renardo Green compared to him, honestly.
Beat me to it. We'll get into that a little bit more on the other side. Jan, I see you. We'll get to you on the other side as well. Niner fans, I mean, is it okay to feel good about this 3-0 team? Granted, I think you can look ahead of the rest. I mean, obviously not going to go undefeated. They are going to lose games at some point. But I think right now, all things considered, you can legally feel very good about the direction of this team. And I still think playoffs are very much in the cards for this team. So we'll get into that a little bit more on the other side. Plus, the Kuminga crisis, media day is on Monday. Does that get resolved? And do we have a few minutes? Justin Verlander, he might be making his final start for the Giants today. Got some thoughts on that as well. Again, we're hitting all three of the sports today. 888-957-9570 is the number to call. Jan and Mountain View, we're going to use straight out of the break when we get back. All this brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
From Carriage House to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Here we go.
This week, it's a must-see matchup as Lamar and the Ravens visit Mahomes and the Chiefs.
Oh my goodness!
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Join Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale every red and gold home game this season for our special live pregame broadcast. Plus, we'll have tailgate games, prizes, great food, and drink specials. For more information, visit 957thegame.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tulsa is my home now. Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars in the Paramount Plus original series, Tulsa King.
This distillery is a very interesting business. And we gotta know the enemy.
From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Landman.
What are you saying? If you think you're gonna take me out, it's gonna be really difficult.
Tulsa King. New season now streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Oh, heck yes.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
We have Jan on the line, don't we? That's pretty cool.
I know. We're just going to go right to it. It is the 95.7 The Game weekend wrap. I'm Sam Lubman. That's Carter Chickering. First things first, though. We're going to go to Jan in a second. Got to pay some bills first. Shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed. Right here in San Francisco. 888-957-9570 is the number to call. You can also text us on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Let's go to Mountain View, talk to one of our greats. Jan, how are you this morning?
I'm great, the two of you. How are you two doing? You're doing a great job.
We're great, Jan. I'm so happy to hear from you on this side of the glass.
Most of it's just Carter. Carter's just killing it today. I'm just here.
Well, I just have one message to send to that Harry, if that's the name. I've been very impressed about this team, and they're 3-0. So what? There are other teams that are 3-0, and we've had a lot of serious injuries on our team, including our Hall of Famer Kittle, and Purdy is not 100%, but he's starting tomorrow, and we've now lost Bosa for the year, and for heaven's sakes, I don't know where this guy is coming from, but if he's listened over the time, he'll know that we, callers as well as hosts will give the players their flowers when they deserve them, and they will criticize them when they don't. And I don't know what his argument is, but I'll praise him, but I'll also criticize him, and I'll point it out specifically. So, and another thing is that I'm gonna go back to what Shasky said maybe a week or two ago, and that there's no such thing as a soft or an easy schedule, because all those other teams are getting stronger as well. Like Jacksonville, they've got a new head coach who seems to be a lot better and helping out that quarterback. And I'm not taking anything for granted. And every week is a new week, and we have to, the team has to come together as a whole. And offense has got to start protecting Purdy better and working together, but I'm sure Sola, with the loss of Bosa, will come, will get those rookies and the others to help out as well. Thank you.
Well said, Jan. That's just how she does it. And she really went at Harry there.
Great call.
No, I mean, she's absolutely right. I love how angry she got at Harry.
I'm angry at Harry too, Sam.
Yeah.
I really am. It's just like, What more do you want? I mean, I get it.
You have to win each game 43-0.
Look, I get it. You don't
Brock
want
has
the
to be
injuries,
40
right?
for 35 passing the ball.
We don't want the injuries. I get it, Harry. There's bad stuff. But, Sam, to me, this season, it feels like the 49ers, and this is just my feel on it, they've looked at this and been like, you know what? Screw this. We are hurt every year. If we're going to let injuries take our year down, we're not going to go very far ever.
No.
And it feels like this year they've really had the wherewithal to just say, we got to keep going. Like,
yep.
That's the way it is now. I mean, and I feel like morale's still semi where it was. I mean, and that's hard to do when a guy like Nick Bosa goes down.
Again, you look at I feel like just most of the consternation comes from the fact that the way they have won games does not look like how a Super Bowl team would win. To which my question is, listen, we all want to see the Niners win the Super Bowl, but coming into this year, if I told you that a Super Bowl just really isn't in the cards for this team, is that an insulting thing to say, or am I just being too real when I say that?
Well, didn't Kyle Shanahan kind of say that to us?
He kind of downplayed the expectations going into this year. He talked about how we were talking about, building block seasons earlier in the week, and the comp I've always had for this team is, the 2021 team, which, they got off to a solid start. They were 3-5 midway through the year. Everyone was panicking. I'll never forget the Sunday night loss to the Colts in the bomb cyclone. Jimmy threw that ugly interception the next night in the fourth quarter. And I remember I was filling in for then producer John Curley on the Morning Roast with then Bonte and Shasky. And I remember Shasky coming in, red-faced at 5:15 in the morning, just being like, can you believe, Jimmy? Can you believe this? We can't do this. We can't do that. Blah, 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 blah. You know how it is. And he was going absolutely nuts on that team in that game. These things happen. And then that team ended up pulling it together in the second half of the year and making a run to the NFC title game. I still think this team, they're going to go through growing pains at point this year. I pointed out October as a month to keep an eye on. But I still think this team is talented enough, even without Nick Bosa, to make the playoffs. Now, can they navigate through the NFC playoff field and make the Super Bowl? I'll be honest. Right now, I don't feel very confident on that. I don't need to feel confident about playoff run right now because it's September 27th. The playoffs start in January. Let's worry about our confidence about a playoff run in late December and early January and just enjoy what's working well right now, because right now, even without all without a full deck of cards right now, the Niners still find a way to win games. And that's all you can really ask for right now until you get this squad fully up and going again, which will be probably in a couple weeks in Tampa.
Well, Sam, it's funny you bring up that because, the 2021 season, that is, because they were 3-5. Everyone's clamoring next year, too, or following 2022 then, the next season where, the Eagles game for the NFC Championship, yada, yada. Everyone's clamoring after that Eagles game. Well, we wouldn't be playing away had they have not started so slowly during the year. Those 2 years, they both started slowly. What do they do in 23? They start well. They get the first seed. They go to the Super Bowl, right? This year, they finally start well, and people are still clamoring. And, I don't know what people expect. Do you expect a perfect season? Well, what are you expecting out of Kyle Shanahan? Because right now, from where I sit, with what they have dealt with injury-wise, you just can't do better than this.
No, you can't. I think that's probably why maybe that's kind of part of some of the frustration too, is you can't really do better than this. You're winning ugly.
So they think it's headed downhill from here is what you mean?
Yeah, ugly wins still count, and I don't think it's going to go downhill. Let me check that. I do think there is going to be some turbulence coming. I truly do believe that. I still stand by the fact that I think October is going to be a rough month for this team.
Yeah, you're worried about October, right?
Yeah, we're going to be in shambles throughout much of October. If we're pissed off right now about a 3-0 start, just wait till Kirk Cousins comes in relief from Michael Penix on Sunday Night Football and leads a game-winning drive at Levi's. That is a thing that could very much happen.
Well, Sam,
I'm going to put that evil out there.
Sorry to interrupt you, Sam, but we also talked about is if you lose this Jaguars game, that could be an ugly start. I mean, you're headed then down to a tough one against L.A., and what's the game after that?
Tampa,
right?
Then Atlanta, then Houston.
I mean, that could be a slide. You lose this one. This is, and I'm not going to say it's a must-win because you're on week 4, but, I mean, morale-wise for the fans, you better win this one.
You know what? I will say this is a must-win because when you're playing a team that is worse than you, you should win that game. Simply put, when they went into Seattle week 1, that was a tough matchup. I don't care that Seattle has struggled at home of late. It's still a divisional matchup against a quarterback in Sam Darnold that he wants to beat you.
An incredible defense.
And a very, very good defense. There's a lot of talent on that Seattle team, and the Niners gutted out a great win there. And I know you'd say, Brock looked really bad for 3.5 quarters. I have seen lots of great quarterbacks just go and be absolute booty for 3.5 quarters, and then they put it together for one drive, and no one cares. Eli Manning made a career out of playing like absolute crap for 3.5 quarters and then leading a game-winning drive, and he's going to be in the Hall of Fame someday in part because of that. It's just, what do you care about more? The fact that the quarterback was struggling or the fact that the quarterback put it together? Now, of course, then Brock gets hurt, and they go into New Orleans, and we don't know what we're going to see from Mac Jones. And to be honest, you could have started Curtis Rourke on one knee against New Orleans. I still would have expected the Niners to beat what I consider to be a bad New Orleans team. And you know what? It was close, but again, backup quarterback, missing a lot of weapons to throw to, and a defense full of young guys still trying to find themselves.
Spencer Rattler is 0-9 to start his career. Has not won once.
Yeah. And again, you're going against a bad quarterback there. I fully expect the Niners to win that one, and they did. Again, it was ugly, but the Niners are not. If the Niners, how about this? If Brock, George Kittle, Brandon Ayuk, Juwan Jennings had a full training camp, and everyone was healthy, and the Niners, beat the Saints 26-21, yeah, then I think you could shake a stick at how they won that game because you have the full complement of guys ready to go, and it's still you needed the Saints to not execute in order to win.
Regardless of Sam, right, there is something to it is really hard to play in that stadium.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it is. The Superdome is not easy to play in, and we've seen it over the years. I mean, one of the best Niners games in recent memory was in the Superdome with Jimmy G. I mean, when they scored 50 points and walked out of there with a win. It's one of the best games I've ever watched, as a Niners fan. And, this Saints team is nothing compared to that Drew Brees-led Saints team, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, there are
the Superdome is the Superdome.
Right. There are venues that are harder to play in, and that's one of them. And they dug out a win. I mean, got to applaud them for that.
Yeah, and they dug out a win last week against the Cardinals. Granted, that's the one where I think you could say, the Niners caught some breaks there. I think James Conner going down like he did absolutely changed that game. But then again, if Nick Bosa doesn't go down, how's that game different in the second half there? And the fact of the matter is, Kyler Murray, I think he's 8-21 against the NFC West in his career. That was a stat I saw on Thursday Night Football. I got to imagine 5 or 6 of those wins are against the Niners. He has been a thorn in the Niners' side ever since he arrived. And I thought they did overall a pretty solid job containing Kyler, especially when Bosa went down. I mean, he's going to have those outside runs. It's important to keep contained against a quarterback like Kyler Murray. I didn't see a whole lot of instances on Sunday where Kyler was just making a mockery of the 49ers defensive line.
Well, last year, the Seahawks game where Geno did the night was truly the nail in the coffin. But I actually looked at the nail in the coffin as that Cardinals game.
Well, yeah, it was a Jordan Mason fumble.
I mean, that was after we got the first scare that we brought up earlier with Ronnie Bell, in LA, losing that game. That was, brutal loss, right? Then to do it again at home to not the Rams, the Cardinals, that was really to me something is really wrong here this year. And this divisional opponent, hello.
How many people were saying on Sunday last year the Niners lose that game?
So few. I don't know any, that's for sure. I was shocked.
Again, it's just you have to take what this team throws at you right now, the Niners. And the Niners, they don't have the best lemons in the world to work with, but they're still making lemonade with it.
Right.
And that's what you got to like. Now, again, it comes back to just what does it mean for the rest of the year? It means you have to take it week by week. And at the end of the day, right now, when I look at the Niners, I still see a playoff team. Now, can they go deep in the playoffs? I don't know. I don't know right now. I don't think they do. They're probably, depending on the first round matchup, I think they're good enough to win the division. I'll say that. I think they're better than the Seahawks and the Cardinals, not just because they beat those two teams, but because I just think they're better just when you look at their rosters. The Rams going to be an interesting one. That will be an interesting matchup there. I think it's going to be one of those teams who are winning this division. But whoever finishes in second in the NFC West, they'll probably have one of the wild card spots. And
100%.
I think this Niners defense, there's one thing the Niners defense can do is they can take their performance on the road. And I would feel confident about the Niners going on the road in the playoffs with this defense. Now, will they make it to the NFC title game? I don't know. They might be a one and done. I don't know. But even so, when coming into the season, when I don't think anybody was really saying Super Bowl like we were a couple years ago, if you made the playoffs and maybe win in the wild card round and get knocked out in the divisional round, I'd check that off as a passable season.
For sure. I think that the divisional round is what it looks like you're going to end up in. As far as where the season will end, that would be my guess.
I think it's a very fair prediction.
And my other guess has been 10 wins exactly, not the over. It would be the under then. But I just think, I was going back to the Cardinals thing is you look at those other two teams in the division, the Seahawks and the Rams. You've always kind of respected those two teams, right? You've always looked at the Cardinals as kind of the doormat. Like, we got to get 2 wins against these guys, And the bottom line is that you can't look at anyone in your own division that way, no matter what division you're in, And look, I'm not going to say that this game on Sunday doesn't matter because I really am a strong believer in every game matters. And at the end of the season, we see this, how one win, can either get you in or it can get you out. And but there is something about divisional games that needs to be respected. And the Niners have 2 already in their pocket, and they're as injured as you would think they're going to be all year.
Yeah. Again, when we're talking about right now why people feel like they need to doubt this Niners team despite their 3-0 start, 888-957-9570 is the number. Niner fans, I'm curious where you're all feeling about that. Couple guys on Good Morning Football earlier this week were talking about why people are doubting the Niners. And Monte Te'o, former Notre Dame linebacker, played for the Chargers for a second, too. He's been in the news for other reasons in the past as well. Here's what he had to say about why people are overlooking the 49ers.
Do you think we kind of pass over them because we're used to them being good for so long? Do we know that for the past 15 years, 12 of those years, the NFC West was represented in the NFC Championship. Out of 7 of those 15 years, they've been in the Super Bowl. So could it be that we're so used to these teams out of this one division being so good for so long? I also think that talking about the LOB, talking about the defenses and the offenses, all those highlight plays from the 49ers, could it be that they're not as fancy now? And because they're not as fancy and vocal, people don't really talk about them. I think when you look at this division, it's a division that's going to continue to be playing in the Januaries. They're going to be playing late into the playoffs. I just think that from a media standpoint, we see shinier objects right now. We don't really look at the record. We see things and topics to talk about. So I think it's multifaceted where they've been good for so long, and I think there's just shinier objects elsewhere.
I do agree with what he's saying. I think the Niners have set a standard for how they win football games the last few years that we've become very accustomed to, and it's a very good standard that you set. You want to set a standard for how you win games. Carter, this year, they are throwing the ball on average 38 times per game. That is 4th in the league. A couple years ago when they were going to the Super Bowl, they threw the ball 29 times per game. That was 32nd in the league. I think part of it is that the Niners are winning in a way that is different than what we expect. They're running the ball about 27 times per game. That's 12th in the league, which ironically is the same as they had last year, 27 times per game, when they were 14th in the league. But again, they were chasing a lot of games last year. Remember, 6 games last year where Kyle had to throw the ball 35 or more times. You go back to the Super Bowl year, 2023, they ran the ball 29 times per game. Remember, Kyle Shanahan likes to hit that 30 number. That was 8th in the league. The way the Niners have won these 3 games to start the season is a way that the Niners have not really been winning games in the past. How much is that? Is that a product of the Niners are winning games in a different way? How much of that is that, obviously, just with personnel situations being what they are right now, the Niners have to win in a different way. And winning in different ways is kind of unsettling in that, like, the Niners had a tried and true method they could win games with. And you trusted, you believed in that method. Now they're winning in a way that you haven't really seen them win before. Is there a hesitation to trust this new way that they're winning football games?
Not at all. I think that we've seen over Kyle's career here that he has to create a team that plays to that team's strengths. And what I mean by that is the defense wasn't that great in 2023 by any means with Wilkes, right? We were all clamoring and complaining. But they had one of the highest scoring offenses because they had literally weapons all over the field. And they were extremely, I think that was, and I've said this before, I think that was the best offense I've seen in my lifetime, at least since being a 49ers fan. And I became one in like 2004. So, I mean, in the last 20 2 years, that's still the best offense I've seen them have. Really,
getting about 30 points per game. They
were over 30 points a game. So Kyle had a dynamic offense. That's how they won, is through a dynamic offense that year. In 19, we saw this team have one of the best defenses in football. I mean, just one of absolute stud football, defensive team. So I think Kyle really just has to work with what he has and then design the team around that. I think we're seeing a lot of that this year. And I think I really like what Robert Saleh has done as far as if you watch the defensive line this year, they're doing a lot more stunts. There's a lot more drawn up. It's not just this bull rush up the middle that we saw last year.
Creativity in it.
Yeah, and I think that, look, I'm not trying to, kick Sorensen on the way out or anything.
Oh, go ahead and do it. Give him a good old kick.
But, he was a defensive back coach prior. And I think that, this team we have loved and felt so proud of, these strong defensive lines over the years. And yeah, that's tapered off a bit, sure. But it's definitely something that we as fans have always wanted to get back to. And I think that if that means that the coaching is going to make up for the personnel, then thank God Saleh's back.
And I'll say this, I am a Kyle Shanahan skeptic. I'm very skeptical about his ability to get this team to a Super Bowl victory. We've seen it twice where he just fell apart on the biggest stage. I am one of those people who doubt Kyle Shanahan.
But Sam, next time he gets there, he can't get any closer to losing, right?
I think you came about. They lost in the last play of overtime.
Yeah, so
I don't think you can get closer to a Super Bowl without winning.
So if he gets there, I feel pretty good about it.
We'll see. Hopefully it's against the not Chiefs. But this year, I feel like this is the best I've felt about Kyle Shanahan, like maybe ever in his tenure, because of just how well he is cooking with this team despite not having a full kitchen to work with. The fact that without a passing game, I feel like it would be so easy to think, well, if I don't have a passing game, I guess we're just going to run the ball. But he's like, no, we don't have a passing game. I'm going to make a passing game. And that's what he's done this year. And it's been incredible to watch so far, the way he's just basically piecemealing these wins together without a full roster. And so that is why, like, my confidence on him is as high as it's been. I do think, again, there's been a lot of frustration about the running game for the 49ers and how it's just been non-existent. I think I said earlier in the show, when the full receiving core is back, I do expect the Niners to return to the ground and pound running game that we are accustomed to them doing over the last few years. I think it's just out of necessity that the running game has had to take a back seat to the passing game. I just think it's incredible that with a broken down passing game and a backup quarterback, Kyle Shanahan has somehow found a way to make the passing game a strength when by all accounts it should be a weakness.
Are you a little disappointed in the amount he's used Brian Robinson so far?
A little bit.
I kind of am too. And, we'll go over some CMC stuff after the break here, but I would really like to see him use Brian Robinson a little more. I mean, he hasn't stunned by the eye test by any means. But when he's gotten the ball, he's gotten 2 or 3 yards if he's gotten past the line of scrimmage. And I think, why don't you lean on that a little more, And look, you and I went over the numbers prior to the show of what CMC's touches are for the year.
Oh, it's insane.
I mean,
what's he on pace for again?
436 touches.
Which would be, I believe, the 12th most all-time in a single season.
Yes, it would be. And to give you an idea, in 2023, he had 339 for the whole year. He's on pace for 436 this year.
That's actually insane.
So the year that he was injured after because he had too many touches, he's on pace to break by 100 touches.
And I know a lot of people are probably frustrated with Kyle Shanahan in terms of the usage of Christian McCaffrey, which is why we're talking about Brian Robinson Jr. Really quick, one note on Brian Robinson Jr. He's got 17 carries in 3 games, 2 last week. Part of that might be the fact that he showed up the last week of training camp. So I don't know how familiar he is with the playbook. Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. I don't know. With Washington, though, he averaged about 14 carries a game. I would not mind seeing a split of like 18 to 20 carries for McCaffrey and 10 to 12 for Robinson. Like, I'm fine with seeing that split because then you still get your 30 rushes a game if you can make that happen. And so I would like to see that. Regarding Christian McCaffrey, though, and the concerns that Niner fans might have over Kyle overusing him, I honestly, at this point, Christian McCaffrey's at a point in his career where he is at peace with the reality that anytime he takes the ball, that play could end with him on an injury cart. Which is a morbid thing to say. I'm not saying he wants to get injured. I think he's just fully at peace with, it's football. Any play can be your last. It's one of the first things they teach you in freshman football in high school. That's why you always got to go all out each play because you never know when it can end. I think Christian McCaffrey is just fully at peace and just fully bought in on the reality that any play can truly be his last. So he's just going to go balls to the wall every snap because if he's going to go down, he's going to go down hitting you hard.
So my only problem with that, Sammy, is I just don't think the Niners can be okay with that. And I'll tell you why, is because you gave him that 2-year extension last year, okay? You owe him, regardless if he goes down, $24 million in guarantees, okay? The extension was for $38 million, okay? He makes about $19 a year. That's a pretty penny when you think of what you could do with that money on your team.
I agree with you. Would the Niners be okay with it? Probably not, but Kyle Shanahan, clearly it's not bothering him.
No.
Because it's not stopping him at all. And maybe Christian and Kyle are just like, hey, you know what, Kyle? Whatever happens, happens. And maybe Kyle has a level of security that losing McCaffrey wouldn't hurt his job status. So that is what's going on there with the Niners and Christian McCaffrey. It is media day for the Warriors on Monday. And the big story isn't who is going to be there, but it's who is not going to be there. We will get into that on the other side. Yes, it is
Coming Up Crisis!
Brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Ready for the ultimate red and gold game day? Laughing Monk Brewing is the place to park, party, and ride. Skip the traffic. Forget the expensive parking. Park for free and dive into an epic tailgate with mouth-watering food, ice-cold Laughing Monk beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. Then hop on the free shuttle minutes away from the stadium. Shuttles are first come, first served. So head to 957thegame.com to sign up and join the party.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond is worthy of a Shane Company engagement ring. Our team travels the world to see diamonds in person and handpick each one. That type of dedication only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. No matter your budget, your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Sean Aries has arrived.
Hostiles. Repeat, we have hostiles. Mayday. Oh my God, there's hundreds of them.
On October 10th,
we came here from the digital world.
the war for our world begins.
What in God's name is that?
In IMAX.
This is the end for this world.
No, it's not. But I can help you.
Tron Ares, rated PG-13, may be inappropriate for children under 13. Only in theaters October 10th. Get tickets now.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more for members. Pepsi, 7-Up, Polar Seltzer, or Pure Leaf Tea, various sizes and varieties. Buy 2, get 2 free. When you buy 4 with digital coupon plus CRV, limit 2 free items. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
All right, team, it's game time. Blue 42, California East, scratch right on 1.
Wait, what play is that? Keep up, man. He said play scratchers for the California Lottery. Oh. With the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams scratchers, it's always a great call. For sure.
On 1. Ready, set,
Play the new Game Day Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
You're on the list for Macy's Fall VIP Sale. That means you're invited to save big on this season's top designer looks at prices you'll love. Like an extra 30% off Calvin Klein, Steve Madden, Hugo Boss, and more. Plus, get 15% off beauty and fragrance from Estee Lauder, Lancome, and so many others. This only happens a few times a year. Don't miss the Fall VIP Sale. Today, only at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Are high-interest credit cards or personal loans weighing you down? Unlock gives homeowners a smarter option. With a home equity agreement, you can tap into your home's equity for cash today. There are no monthly payments and no added debt. Here's how it works. Unlock provides funds upfront and in exchange shares in a portion of your home's future value. That means you keep control with the flexibility to use your equity your way. pay off bills, invest in home improvements, or set aside savings for peace of mind. For thousands of homeowners, Unlock has been the key to moving forward without the pressure of another payment. Put your equity to work for you. Visit unlock.com to learn more about a home equity agreement. That's unlock.com to learn more.
Terms and conditions apply. Not all homeowners will qualify. Not available in all states. Actor Portrayal. Home equity agreements are offered by Unlock Home Equity Solutions, Inc. In certain states, NMLS number 2657081. Visit www.consumeraccess.org for more info.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Another teenager, victim to fake pills bought from social media. This doesn't seem like a drug deal, but it definitely is. Should buying prescription pills be that easy? Many fake pills contain fentanyl, and an amount small enough to fit on the tip of a pencil can be lethal. So listen, before buying pills from social media, think again. Learn more at mcgruffpsa.org and go for real. Brought to you by USPTO and the National Crime Prevention Council.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Join 95.7 The Game at Pier 39 for a special live broadcast from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturday, October 4th. Meet Zaza Pachulia, Festus Ezeli, Kalina Azabuki, Tim Roy, and Bonte Hill. Plus, enter to win Warriors tickets. For more info, visit 957thegame.com.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Final stretch here on 95.7 The Game weekend wrap. We are about 26 minutes actually, and some change away from Evan Giddings and Mark Grandy at the Friedman's Red Tag Sale, Fall Red Tag Clearance Sale event. Friedman's Appliance, man, I'm kind of jealous that they get to do that show. The amount of free food that they're probably chomping down on right now is insane. And I think they have Steiny joining their show.
Well, are they going to get Shasky an air fryer while they're out there, or no?
Oh, if they should get anything, they should get that green egg. They got the green eggs out there. Oh, the eggs are so awesome.
The smoker.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that.
That's right. Yeah, Shasky doesn't know what an air fryer is or something.
Yeah, he doesn't know what an air fryer is.
Yeah, third generation San Franciscan doesn't know what an air fryer is.
As Priest would say, he's too old.
Oh, God. Oh, my God. When I texted the chat the other day about the latest on the Kuminga crisis, I threw that Sam Amick thing in there, and I just summarized it. It's like, there's your TLDR. He's like, what does TLDR mean? I'm like, bro, you literally, coach kids. You don't know that?
Yeah, it's getting trendy out there these days, Sammy.
I mean, I don't want to come at Shasky too much, but when he calls it grammar school.
You know what's funny is I had really old parents, so
they call it grammar school too.
Grammar school too because of that.
You're too old.
Yeah, I know.
Oh man,
he's too old.
You had a Christian McCaffrey fact that you wanted to share before we get into this Jonathan Kuminga crisis.
So we had to go to break, but I just think this is an incredible stat by McCaffrey. Obviously, we've told you that his carries for the year, his touches, are extremely concerning. He's on pace for 436 so far through 3 games. 2023, he had 339. And here's the stat. He currently leads the NFL with 77 touches and is the first player with 50-plus carries and 25-plus receptions in weeks 1 through 3 since Thurman Thomas in 1991 when he won the NFL MVP award. Unbelievable.
So what you're saying is Christian McCaffrey is going to win the MVP this year?
Well, for my fantasy team, I sure hope so, Sam.
Oh, man. The emotional swing you have gone through at that, from taking McCaffrey and then in the middle of the summit, that breaking news questionable for week 1. I'll never forget, I'm watching the stream, and you're just sitting behind the panel. The camera can see you, and you're just sitting there just like questioning every choice you've ever made in your life.
Too, yeah.
In the CMC jersey.
Yeah.
Oh, man. No, well, of course, I had CMC in our league last year, and I made that pick because the year before, I had the number 1 pick in a different league, and I didn't pick CMC because I was afraid of him getting run into the ground. So last year, I'm like, I'm not going to overthink it. I'm going to pick him. And Allie, who you've met, she's like, you should go with Jordan Jefferson. I'm like, no, I'm going to keep it simple. I'm going to go with Christian McCaffrey. And, well, she was right. I was wrong. That's usually how it ends up working out there.
I left Justin Jefferson on the board for Goo. And instead of, because I have him in another league, I didn't want to pick two of the same guy in the first round because then if you lose him, you're done in both leagues, right?
And then here I am with Jamar Chase, who, he's healthy, but he's got Jake Browning throwing to him. So I hate fantasy football so much.
Well, it's so dependent on injuries, right?
There's no skill in it. I refuse to believe there is any skill. It is all the fact that Steiny auto-drafted the team last year and, was in the, semifinals or something. No, there is absolutely no skill involved in fantasy football.
The one skill involved in fantasy football is drafting who you think won't get hurt. It really has nothing to do with drafting who you think is going to be great.
My philosophy with fantasy football is simple. Pick guys who are going to be good this year, not guys who were good last year.
That's a really
now,
good
executing that strategy is really difficult to do, but, that's why I hated getting the number one pick. As Spinelli's drawing the names out of a hat and getting closer and closer and closer, I'm like, no, don't do this to me, but... Here we are.
And you're waiting a half hour to then pick your second pick. It's
that's the other thing. Yeah, I went and did a little walk around the neighborhood in between every pick. And then, of course, there's all the stops that Lucas puts on it. Man. 16 teams. It's nuts.
It's just, it's crazy.
It's really crazy. I don't have it up on my board. Hold up. There it is.
Kaminga Crisis!
I sure don't want him to leave, so we never have to stop playing.
No, I want him to say, I want to be a career warrior. So again, Media Day is on Monday, and still no resolution. And Sam Amick wrote a piece for The Athletic last week, basically saying that this standoff is about to go nuclear, as in the nuclear option in terms of the qualifying offer. And, we got a few minutes left here, so just now it's at the point where it's starting to have a significant impact on how this season's going to go for the Warriors. I am of the belief, and Spinoni said yesterday, I absolutely echo it, if the Warriors want to have a successful season this year, they need Jonathan Kuminga to be part of this team. The Warriors are an old team. Steph Curry, now he has a hamstring issue now. That's not going to just go away. Jimmy Butler's 36 years old, and you're hoping that the honeymoon Jimmy Butler is going to be what shows up this year, not the post-honeymoon Jimmy Butler. Draymond Green, he's going to show up, and he's going to do what he does every night. He's also 36 years old, but the way he uses his body, he might as well be 46 years old. And now you're waiting on Al Horford, who I think the Warriors have, 18 back-to-backs this year. Is that correct?
Sounds right.
So that's 18 games that you're not going to see Al Horford in. This could be a very old team. And you need youth, athleticism, and a little bit of size to compete with the teams you're going to be competing against in the Western Conference this year. And Jonathan Kuminga has all three of those things. And I know fans love to feel a certain way about Kuminga, about his IQ, about looking off Steph, about this, about that. At the end of the day, we play this game. Who needs who more? Jonathan Kuminga needing the Warriors needing Jonathan Kuminga. I think Kuminga could go to a different team. And I don't know if he'll have success, team success. If he goes to the Kings, I don't know if the Kings are a playoff team. He could go to the Hornets and just waste away in purgatory. Maybe he goes to the Pelicans and joins Kevon Looney and Jordan Poole.
You just named the three worst possible teams.
Yeah, or again, I'm just there. You go.
Got to throw the Nets in there.
Yeah, throw the Nets in there. The Nets were interested in him, or maybe he ends up on the Bucks. I don't know. I'm just saying, I think Jonathan Kuminga can go to a different team, and the team might have success. They might not. He'll play well. He'll be a good player on a bad team. I don't know. I do think Jonathan Kuminga not being on the Warriors, though, hurts the Warriors more than it would hurt Jonathan Kuminga to not be on the Warriors.
Yeah.
Did I say that in a sensible way?
Yeah, you did.
Basically, I'm going with I think the Warriors need Kuminga more than Kuminga needs the Warriors.
Yeah, I know what you mean by that. I kind of sit on the fence on the whole issue of who needs who there. And I frankly sit on the fence of the whole Kuminga issue, too. I think that people get really in the weeds of, I hate Kuminga, or he's going to be a superstar, And what if it's just in the middle, I think that the kid is clearly very talented, right? He has a lot of intangibles you can't teach, which is just pure freakish athleticism. And on top of that, it looks like he seems to have a good work ethic. I think there was questions surrounding that, but every time we see Aaron Turner, he's, in the gym with him. So, look, I think that there's the reason I sit on the fence is because of this. I think the kid brings things that the Warriors don't have to the team. And I think that we really underappreciate that. They don't have people who can get to the rim very well.
No.
Jimmy Butler can do it inside the three-point line, like a 3-step, 2-dribble, get to the rim, either dish it or go up. And Jonathan Kuminga is really the one who can get ahead of steam and get to the rim, right? Problem is the way Jimmy does it takes up less space on the floor. And I think Steve Kerr knows that. But regardless, you need a guy who can break down the defense and go downhill like that. And outside of those two, you could run through the roster right now. I'd love to know. There's no one else that can do it except for Kuminga. Now,
well, some people say the Pods can do it, but
I'd
rather a guy score than get a charge.
If you watch the games, every time Pods gets there and does break down the defense, he gets blocked at the rim. I mean, that's just a fact. And the other thing is, I can hear the other side of the mouth too, where other people talk and say, well, then why doesn't he rebound? Why doesn't he do these things if he wants to be on the floor that Kerr needs him to do? And the answer is that if you're not going to do what the coach is asking you to do and says that the team needs you to do, you're not going to play. And I think people are on Kerr or whatnot, but the message was never very skewed. The message was always clear of how you get on the floor. You got to rebound and don't stop this motion offense, basically. And I think that Kuminga's had trouble doing that when he's out there.
Yeah. Again, you're absolutely spot on with that, and I do think that kind of gets into the tug and pull of, is it on Kerr to kind of figure out ways to get Kuminga into better situations where he does feel like he wants to rebound more, where you talk about empowering Kuminga, finding ways to utilize him more on offense there, and just by getting him on the court more, does that give him more opportunities to rebound? And that's where I get the frustration with Kuminga there, because there is a level of yes, I do think the team needs to do, enough to put him in situations where he feels he's being utilized correctly. And this is the NBA. Guys are going to get pissy about their roles. That's just how this league works. Because you look at Kuminga last year, he had 4.6 rebounds per game is what he averaged. That was 6th best on the team. And you look at the guys who led this team in rebounds, Draymond Green, about 6.1 rebounds a game, played about 5 minutes more per game. Now, of course, maybe comparing Draymond's rebounding to Kuminga's rebounding, maybe that's unfair. Maybe it's not, because honestly, I think Kuminga can be able to rebound at that level like Draymond can. If you play Kuminga more minutes, does that give him more opportunities to rebound? If Kuminga was playing 30 minutes a night, is that enough to get an extra 2 rebounds per game? That's kind of the question I have when I look at it, and I think there's a little bit of yes and no in that answer.
I think when you see a guy whose Pods' size being clearly more effective on the glass than Kuminga, and I think it's hard to look at the actual numbers because the minutes is obviously really different with the two players.
Pod's about 26 minutes per game, so about 2 minutes more per game than.
So it's not too bad. So what's the rebounding stats then between the two?
So Pod's had 5.1 rebounds per game last year to JK's 4.6, despite the fact that Pod's average roughly 2-ish more minutes per game.
And Pods is about 5 inches shorter than Kuminga and cannot jump nearly as high.
And this is where I get, and I think Pods is a bench player. I think he's a 6th man at most.
I do too.
Which is, again, you get to be very useful in that role. One thing I do give Pods a massive tip of my cap to over Kuminga, I love effort guys. I love guys who go out there. It's like, my football coach in high school, he said, if you're going to make a mistake at 110%. That's what I want to see. Go full speed, full tilt boogie, as we like to say. I'll say it's Pods. He's got a motor. He's going 110% every play. Even when he screws up, he's going 110%. And I admire that. When he's cheering on the sideline of the Valkyrie games and talking that ish in Caitlin Clark's face, he's doing that at 110%. I respect that about him. Jonathan Kuminga, there are times where it's just like, yeah, dude, you're not going at 110%. And that is going to piss a coach off more than anything. And that's where I can't defend Kuminga on that one. I really can't. And that's where I do understand the frustration there of, just go. And that's honestly kind of where I'm getting at with Kuminga now. I think he's better off trying to find his path elsewhere. I think it's burnt here with the Warriors. I think the connection, the bridge, the whatever you want to call it, the trust between Kerr and Kuminga, it's burnt. It's done. And I don't know if it's ever going to come back. And I think the Warriors want to bring Kuminga back because the skill sets that he brings are necessary. But I honestly think if you were to truth serum Steve Kerr and say, like, do you want Jonathan Kuminga on this team this year, or would you rather figure it out without him? My hunch, my guess, I don't want to put words in Steve Kerr's mouth, so this is my personal read on it, is that I think Kerr would rather not have to deal with a Kuminga headache rather than try and force it to work.
I think there's no doubt about that. And I really hear Steve Kerr when he brings up, the all the criticism he took for not giving the Butler and Kuminga relationship a chance last year. I really do hear it. I mean, he went out, the team gets Jimmy Butler, and they're immediately hugely successful. If you're a coach, your job, and we were talking about this with Kyle Shanahan last segment, your job is to win games. Kyle Shanahan's not looking at CMC's touches when they're 3-0 and saying, well, I better limit his touches. If that's the formula they're using to win games, he has to continue doing that because that's his job. That's Steve Kerr's job too. And if he thinks throwing Kuminga in there is going to mess up what looks to be a winning serum right now, you can't do it, especially when, as he stated, every game they were playing for the last half of the season basically was like a playoff game last year.
So obviously a big part of it is just how Steph plays with Jonathan Kuminga. That is, everything revolves around Steph because Steph is the guy here in the Bay Area. He is our number one athlete here in this region. All roads lead through him. In 27 games last year that Steph and JK played together, Steph averaged about 22 points per game, shot 41% from three, had a plus 166. In the games where Steph had no JK and no Jimmy, he shot a little bit better, 23 points per game, shot worse from three, though, 34%, and was a minus 97. When Steph was playing with Jimmy, this was over 14 games, Steph balled out with Jimmy. 29.9 points per game, 42% from three, was a plus 146. So the plus minus a little bit lower than with JK. And then with Steph with JK and Jimmy, Steph got about 24 points per game, 39% from three, plus 84. So Steph found ways to be successful with Jimmy, and he found ways to be successful with JK. And he also found ways, now again, this is just when all three of those guys were active. I didn't break it down as to when all three were on the court. But this goes to show that Steph can find success with both these guys on this team together. And I do think there were times last year where Steph did find a way to make it work when him and JK were on the floor. I do believe there is a way. You got to believe in it, though. And when Steve Kerr said, that I promise I'm going to do what I can to make it work with these three, I don't believe him. Simply put, I do think, and I am going to hold Kerr to his word on that. Now, I'm not going to, be anti-Kerr when he doesn't come through on that. I still hold Steve Kerr in a very high regard. But it's going to be a loss on Kerr's ledger as a head coach to not make this work with Jonathan Kuminga.
Well, when he said that, Sam, the first thing that went to my mind is, what do you mean by that? Do you mean that you're going to let them figure it out in games, or that they're going to have all of training camp to figure this out now together, right?
I mean, the training camp aspect, I'm willing to see if they can make it work in training camp, but he's not showing up to training camp, so...
See, I think my point is I think that Kerr can come back at the beginning of the season, not play them together, and be like, I saw it. I gave him a chance in training camp. Yeah, you guys just didn't see it because it wasn't a game.
Yeah.
And, we have plenty of data. We've had 3 weeks of training camp.
He's going to be like, guys, it didn't work. Source, trust me, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to get this call in before we head out of here. Daryl in Alameda, what do you have on the Kuminga crisis?
Hey, good morning, guys. Good topic. Hey, okay, so in regards to Kerr and what he's promised about getting Kuminga through training camp more involved, miss me with that. He had 4 years to do that, and he didn't do it. Period.
Good point.
The coaching literally falls on him and his staff. If there were deficiencies in his game, you had 4 years to improve it, and apparently you didn't. The other thing is, I got a trade for you guys. And I'll admit it.
Ooh,
I am a diehard Laker fan. I will trade straight up LeBron for Kuminga in a heart. No, actually, LeBron, and you could take Bronny with you for Kuminga.
Where do we sign?
Kuminga.
Sorry, hold on. Let me get this straight, Daryl. Let me get this straight. You, Daryl in Alameda, of sound body and mind, are calling in and saying LeBron and Bronny for JK straight up.
I I don't trade drugs, nothing. I'm telling you, straight up, Jonathan Kuminga for LeBron and Bronny in a heartbeat. And let me tell you why. You put Kuminga with a guy that is a basketball savant, that knows how to run the point, that will get everybody involved and keep his own stats going. Put him with Luka and see how that guy will flourish.
We might have to discuss this trade next week on the Morning Roast.
You don't want anything more than just Kuminga for
LeBron and Bronny James for Kuminga, straight up.
No picks?
YouTube chat. I want to hear some thoughts on this. We got a minute left before the show here. You know what? Daryl came in with the take. He stood by that take. He explained his take. I don't know. I don't think that would ever happen.
I don't either, Seth.
You know what? I think I would go with that. Why not?
Oh, come on. Give me the paper. I'll sign it first, Mike Dunleavy.
Let's do that. Me? Let's bring LeBron to the Warriors for Jonathan Kuminga. There's no way that it wouldn't be that simple. You need to add other nonsense onto it. But I would totally take LeBron on this team just because, why not? Well, nothing matters anymore.
The other part of this Kuminga thing, Sam, is he also offers, I said that he gets downhill to the rim, but just point blank, broader picture, he offers a real scoring option besides Steph Curry as far as being able to create your own shot. They don't have many players like that. It's Steph, it's Jimmy, then who? And
again, a lot of people like to criticize Kuminga as a scorer. He did take more threes last year. He did make more threes last year. Last year was one of it, but again, 45% from the field. First year that he was below 50%. Again, missing all that time probably did not help either.
Look, I love rebounding. I love defense. I'm with Steve Kerr. That stuff is completely necessary. I played this game my whole life, okay, even through college a little bit. And I think at the end of the day, you got to score the basketball. And Bonte and I have talked about this endlessly with the Warriors, is that this notion that, you can just defend your way all the way to a championship. They've had scorers in the past. They don't have that right now. And I think, you got to figure out a way to nurture this kid if you're going to keep him to become that, because he's all you got.
Kuminga is buns.
You know what wasn't buns? The show that you and I just did, man. This 3 hours flew by. I feel like we can do another 3 hours.
Same, Sammy.
But we're not. We're gonna let Evan and Mark. We're gonna let them take it over. Evan Giddings, Mark Grandy. They are coming up next, live from Friedman's Appliances out in Pleasant Hill. Oh man, they're just stuffed full of free food right now. So they're gonna have a great show. They're gonna probably talk a little bit about the Kuminga crisis. I'm sure they'll get into some Niners stuff as well. Carter, great debut, man. Absolutely phenomenal debut.
Well, there's no one I would have rather done it with than you. You know that.
Oh, that's a kind lie to give. Cam, Zach, great job in the back as well. And for everyone else, thanks for tuning in. And don't forget, Dodgers suck.
Later, dudes. Let her rip. Hang 10.
On Saturday, October 4th, Pier 39 is throwing a party right on the waterfront. Now our iconic views and bay breezes come with drinks to go. Grab a cocktail, mocktail, beer, or wine from one of our restaurants and take it with you as you explore the pier. Plus, live music, party games, sea lions. Fun for the whole family. What more could you ask for? Enjoy dancing, street performers, special deals, and that one-of-a-kind Pier 39 flavor. We're bringing the atmosphere, you bring the crew. Pier 39, Pier for the fun. Learn more at pier39.com/entertainment zone.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
I knew that I was not living the life that I wanted to live. Buprenorphine, it gave me the time and space to take life one step at a time. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. Learn more. Visit livingproofsf.org.
1877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Live from downtown San Francisco, this is 95.7 The Game.
Oh, what is going on, everyone? We are live and local here in Pleasant Hill, live from Friedman's Appliance, the place for just about, Granny, everything that you need. They got live working vignettes, they got fridges, they got laundry, they got a lot of very helpful people, mind you, for all of your needs in and out of your house. So Steiny's going to stop by in just a little bit. He's putzing around looking for a new appliance for him. Evan Giddings, Mark Grandy. And I'm just happy to be back out here. We're here every single year. We do this annually, and it's one of the most fun live events that we have been able to be a part of now. And this is, what, the second or third time we've been out here?
Yeah.
I love doing shows, and I love being on the radio. I would be out here even if I wasn't doing a show with you on the radio.
I'm not going to lie. I almost didn't catch the time we were supposed to come on because I was outside looking at everything that I got going on.
I mean, literally everything you could dream of in terms of an appliance in your home, or, if you're fancy, you get like an outdoor bar or an outdoor grill or something like that. They got that for you here, like in your backyard. Maybe you got a nice patio or a deck and you've got it covered with a canopy or whatever. They got you covered with everything you could possibly dream of. And the best thing about this event is not only do you get to see the appliances and, you can like touch them and turn the knobs and all that, but they are, as you just said, and as you hear Steiny talk about all week leading up to this, live working vignettes. What the hell does that mean? They just have like real kitchens that are using these appliances that they're selling, and they're showing them off by giving you free food in the process.
Yeah, Steiny,
that those kitchens made.
He is a live working vignette walking around this place. Now, before we get to the 49ers, we got Warriors Media Day coming up on Monday. A lot to get to, obviously, from now until 3 o'clock live here at Friedman's Appliance. You and I live together. Do we have a plug-in? Like, if we wanted a laundry or dryer, would we be able to put that in our apartment?
Oh, I don't know if we have plugins.
Okay, because I saw one out there that was literally like $700 off. And I'm not going to lie.
That's a hell of a deal.
I thought about pulling the trigger.
That's a hell of a deal. If we had plugins, we would go have
I'm texting our landlord right now if we can find, again, they got a ton of appliances, Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, Maytag. We saw our guy from Link's Grill outside provide us with some absolutely fabulous ribeye. We got some chocolate chip cookies here that he said there's cherries in them.
And was it bourbon too?
Don't tell me that. That'll be for during the commercial breaks. Yeah, that'll be during the commercial breaks. But look, it's good to see you, man. I've been off for a little bit. The last time we had a chance to talk some sports, you and I, was pretty much around the San Francisco 49ers' latest victory. And I feel like a lot has changed in both good and bad ways for the Niners since last weekend. The loss of Nick Bosa, the return of Brock Purdy, which officially became, I think public yesterday. But I don't know about you. I felt like he was always on track to return this week. I just don't think it made sense. Didn't make sense to try and bring him back on a short week next week. It was either going to be this weekend or you sit him through the Rams game. But either way you slice it, they're getting one guy back who's a game changer, and, of course, they're losing one as well.
Yeah, you can't replace Nick Bosa with just one guy. It's going to have to be a number of guys on the defensive side of the ball. And obviously, I think a lot of it's going to come down to the offense. The offense just has to be better because you can't expect the defense to be as good as they have been through 3 weeks doing it without Nick Bosa. On Brock Purdy, I'm with you. The fact that he was like a question mark last week, not that he was immediately out and we weren't sure if he was going to play or not. The fact that that was even a possibility, that was the reality the Niners were dealing with last week. It always felt to me like he was going to play in this one. It gets a little muddied because now Mac Jones is also dealing with a re-aggravation to that PCL injury that he suffered in the preseason. So if there's some Niners doubters out there, and I know there's a lot of people out there who are unconvinced that the Niners medical staff is maybe best in the league considering all the injuries that they have, maybe a pessimist would think, well, is Brock just playing because Mac can't? But no, I always felt that Brock was going to play in this game because it felt like he had a chance last week, which honestly surprised me. But if that was the reality for last week, then I find it hard to believe that he wouldn't be able to play on Sunday.
And the original report from Ian Rappaport when he got his turf toe after the Seahawks game was 2 to 5 weeks.
He's missed 2.
He's missed 2 weeks. Yeah. And, the 2 to 5, the to 5 part to me was
scary.
Well, it's scary, but I think it's just leaving yourself journalistically for some room. Like, I think that they always had targeted this week, week 4, Jacksonville, as the return week for Purdy because obviously week 5 is only 4 days away for them. So I think it's so condensed that you really just had to make the choice of, well, is he going to be back for week 4 or will he be back for week 6? And I think, though, the Niners have shown they can obviously win games without him. Whether Mac Jones is 100% less, I still, like their chances, obviously, in most situations with him at quarterback. But to me, this is the kind of game in really 2-week stretch in which I wanted to see the 49ers with Brock Purdy because I think Jacksonville is much improved. Liam Cohen apparently has extracted a different level of offense from Trevor Lawrence, from this running game than they have in years past. But then also with the Rams following right after, that's another massive test and cleans up the first half of your NFC division matchups. So to me, this was always a 2-week stretch that I was hoping that Brock Purdy would be back for, because I don't know about you, Grandy, for me it's been difficult to assess, though they're 3-0, just how good this Niners team is, especially because they have another quarterback.
Yeah, and that's been a lot of the talk about this Niner team is, yeah, okay, 3-0, great. You held serve against 3 teams that you should beat. And while I hear what people are talking about specifically about the Saints, I suppose you could throw the Cardinals in there as well, specifically when you have the Cardinals at home. Like, I get it. The Niners don't have a win over a team like the Bills or the Ravens or the Eagles or the Lions or one of those kinds of teams. But you're telling me that the win in Seattle is not impressive? I mean, Seattle's also, now they're 3-1. They have a road win in Pittsburgh. Like, this is a team that was dominating Arizona for 3 quarters. I know what happened in the 4th. Then it got really ugly. They ultimately hold on, and they win that game. Seattle's a quality team, and you beat them in Seattle week 1 in a game where you lose George Kittle very early, and at some point Brock Purdy got his toe injury, played the rest of that game. But I think this is a Niner team, you're right, that hasn't been totally tested by a really, really good team. But I disagree with the people who just say, well, you haven't beaten anybody yet. I mean, you've beaten who you're supposed to beat, and you beat a pretty good Seattle team on the road. Now, you were close to losing all 3 of the games. That's true. But when you consider the injuries that they're dealing with, I don't think this is like a fake 3-0. A lot of people have been talking about, are they real 3-0? Are they a fake 3-0, right? Like, okay, the Bills, that's a real 3-0. They've beaten the Ravens. The Chargers, that's a real 3-0. They've beaten the Chiefs and 2 other division opponents. I get that. Those are more impressive considering who they've beaten than the Niners, but I don't buy into the idea that the Niners haven't beaten anybody. That they beat who's on their schedule, including a good Seattle team on the road.
No, and I know that they played 1 extra game, but it was a close game, so it doesn't factor into this category. If you're looking at scoring differential, which is a number that people will throw in the 49ers' face because
only by 10.
They're plus 10.
Yep.
That's the second worst of the 6 undefeateds right now. I think Tampa Bay is the only one that has less, and they're plus 6. But
Crazy.
You look at Seattle, they're plus 44, which is the second best scoring differential in the league. So they've had 2 lopsided victories. I agree. Like coming into the year, I thought that Seattle was going to be a good football team. They missed the playoffs last year just because of a tiebreaker, and they had a top 5 defense the second half of last season. I also think the fact that the Niners were able to muster enough offense against that group that now, again, through 4 weeks, looks like a pretty formidable team. To me, that's impressive, and that's, again, why Brock Purdy to me is so important to this equation, because I don't think Mac Jones, God love him, wins that football game.
In Seattle, you're talking about.
I do not think he wins that football game. I think that Brock Purdy is someone that, because he was in that position, because he's willing to take risks, because he is willing to put the ball in harm's way, is also the reason why they were able to win that football game. Combined, of course, with how good this defense has been, I think that's probably been the shining night for this 49ers team so far, which does scare me a little bit considering Nick Bosa is effectively the Brock Purdy, the quarterback, the most talented player, I think, on that defense. Warner's the captain, but Nick Bosa is your highest paid defensive player. So, I'm curious to see how the defense looks, but I think the offense, this is where I think they need to really reestablish themselves, especially against a Jacksonville defense that has shown itself to be leaky so far.
Yeah, I mean, Jacksonville, they've been really good against the run, and honestly, they've been. You can get them through the air via the pass. They've been really good against the run, but it's kind of strange because this is a Niner offense who, if you ask at any point over the last really the whole Shanahan era, maybe you take away the Purdy year a couple of years ago when he was an MVP finalist and probably would have won it if it wasn't for a really, really poor Christmas night performance against the Ravens when Lamar outperformed him and therefore won the MVP. This has been a Niner team that always banks on their ability to run the ball. And even that year, when Purdy was so good through the air, they also had McCaffrey, who was unstoppable on the ground. So you could argue still the run game was their bread and butter that year. It hasn't been the case this year. You look at pass attempts, the Niners are up around 35-40 every single game so far this year. Mac Jones in his 2 starts threw the ball 80 times. 80 times in 2 games that were close. Like, it's one thing if they get behind by 20 in the first half and they're forced to throw. That's what happened a lot last year. But you're talking about, for the most part, positive or neutral game scripts where you're either winning or it's very close, and you just call whatever you think is going to get you a first down. And they are going pass, 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 pass. It's interesting that has been the way this Niner offense has worked, because if you asked me coming into the year, even if Brock Purdy was healthy, I would have said they were going to rely on the run game, because generally their offensive line is better on the ground than protecting the pass, protecting the quarterback, and that has not been the case. So I've been pleasantly surprised. The Niners are 3-0 despite not being able to run the ball, but I'm also equally concerned because I don't think they can keep winning games like that. They're going to need to run the ball better.
Well, and I think that's one of the reasons why in a lot of these situations the defense has had to play the role of closer, because your offense has not been able to stay on the field. You think about Seattle. They had a chance offensively, late to put some points up, couldn't do it. You think about Arizona. I think the Saints game, and I know it's Mac Jones at quarterback, but the Saints game is probably the one that stands out to me the most. The inability to run the football meant that you had 2 possessions in under 5 minutes, and you couldn't score. Now, you didn't allow any points.
Yeah, there was the Nick Bosa sack that forced the Saints punt. Shanahan on the sideline thinking, all right, we can just kill the clock now. They don't get a first down. They got to punt back, and then Huff strip sack to end the game.
Exactly. So, your offense has had opportunities to close out games. And that's I think, the difference to me between last year and this year, where the offense couldn't, in some situations last season, specifically the tail half, couldn't close games. Their defense wasn't able to make a play to save them, essentially.
Yeah.
The first 3 games of this year, it feels like, and it's as much of a tip of the cap to Robert Saleh as I think an improved roster on that side of the ball, but they've made the plays to win games. And so now you think about, what's going on, fellas? You think about not having Nick Bosa. Okay, so that's one of your closers. Robert Saleh has described him as being like a Mariano Rivera. Him, Huff, Warner. Okay, you're down one of those guys. So who's going to be the player this upcoming week against Jacksonville if you can't run the football as, in the way you'd like to, if you can't, get your offense, a sizable lead, who's going to be the guy to step up and make a play? That number now dwindles with the loss of 97.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think he was talking specifically about, when Robert Saleh talked about closers, I think it was specifically Bosa and Huff. Warner's obviously amazing, but he's talking about a guy on a big third down, get to the quarterback and sack him and end the game, which is what happened to win week 1 and to win week 2. You had Bosa week 1 and then Huff week 2 to close the game with a big strip sack. So that's a huge part of the Niner defense, because we know what Robert Saleh's tendency is. We know what he likes to do. He likes to rush 4 and drop 7 back into coverage. And Nick Bosa kind of affords you the ability to do that. You don't have Nick Bosa anymore, who's either going to win a one-on-one matchup and get to the quarterback, or who's going to take on a double team and allow Bryce Huff or Mykel Williams or whoever else, Kalia Davis, who's been pretty good on the interior so far this year, to get to the quarterback. So without Nick Bosa, I'm curious if this means Robert Saleh's got to be a little bit more creative, and maybe he brings a 5th, a 6th more often than he has in the past, because the Niners have a pretty weak is not the right word, but an untested and vulnerable secondary. And if you're asking that group of young defensive backs to defend a receiver like Brian Thomas Jr. or Travis Hunter whenever he's out there for an extra second and a half.
If he's out there at all.
If he's out there at all.
He's in play. It feels like they don't have him on the field.
Then you're asking to get hurt, to get beat over the top, in my opinion. So I think it's on Robert Saleh as much as maybe any individual player to scheme this up a little bit more. He's obviously been amazing. I think his impact has more so been just in the mindset and the tenacity, like what Upton Stout did on Sunday, fighting through the whistle, through the ground, and ripping the ball away from Zay Jones after he's basically kind of already completed the catch. That doesn't happen last year. I think that's Robert Saleh's impact. Now I think we need to see Robert Saleh take the extra step, which is scheme this bad boy up and really dominate the opposing play caller in Liam Cohen.
All right, Evan Giddings, Mark Graney, live here at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. You got to come in today and tomorrow. They have their fall clearance sales event. You can take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. So visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. It's right off the freeway, extremely easy to get to. Even if you're in San Francisco, literally took me 30 minutes to get here, no traffic whatsoever. Pop in today, tomorrow, their fall clearance, Lord have mercy. Fall clearance sales event today and tomorrow for their best time to save on new appliances for your home. All right, so, kind of with that said, does this feel like it has to be the game, Grandy, where the offense wins you the game? I do feel like there's no doubt they've made plays. They've done enough. But there hasn't been that one game, even against the Saints when you're scoring, in the mid-20s. Yeah. It doesn't feel like there's been a game where the offense has felt like it's in control. Maybe Seattle. That probably would be the game where I think the offense, like time of possession, they had it plus 15 minutes. I think they outgained them by 150 yards. Like that game, it felt like the offense was in control. Your special teams just let you down by missing a couple of kicks. You didn't have enough points on the board, that kind of thing. But it does feel like, and not just because Brock Purdy's back, but because Nick Bosa is now out for the season, I would like to see the offense control a football game. I'm not sure if they can do it on a short week on Thursday against the Rams. I do think that they can do it against a team like Jacksonville.
I think you're right. Like, you score 17 points or 16 points, I don't think you're going to win this football game. Jacksonville isn't an amazing offense. I think, though, they're going to be able to put up an okay amount of points. I would not be shocked if they get into the 20s because the Niners are doing this without Nick Bosa. So the offense has to score more. I don't think we're looking at something that has to feel drastically different, though, because this is a Niner team. You look at a lot of the numbers, they're still outgaining their opponent. And in most of these games by a pretty wide margin. It's going to be the small things, right? Like in week 1, it was special teams that cost you a bunch of points because you missed 2 field goals, and one of them wasn't on your kicker. It was on the coverage team. It was on the blockers who allowed Seattle to come through and block that kick. But there's 6 points right there. You're talking about maybe scoring 23 instead of scoring 17. That feels a little bit different. And New Orleans, you scored 26. That's a pretty decent amount. You'll take that. But Arizona, you score 16 points. There was a rough interception by Mac Jones. And you also could not get anything done in the red zone. You got all the way down to the 1-yard line and came away with 0 points because you went for it on 4th and goal and didn't score. I don't think this is a Niner offense that has to drastically change and what we're doing isn't working. The run game isn't working very well, but largely the offense is still moving the ball pretty well. You get the run game going a little bit better. I think it will open other things up, but I think largely for the offense, you're right, you have to score more. I think it almost comes down to just as simple as being better in the red zone. It's kind of the same story of last year when they could not get it done in the red zone. You have McCaffrey back. He's been inefficient on the ground anywhere on the field, but specifically in the red zone and specifically inside the 10-yard line. They got to find a way to punch it in once they get down there. They haven't really done that at all this year. If they do that this week, they get into the 20s and they probably win this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think if they hold Jacksonville to under 20, that this is a game that they're going to win. The one thing that I think could determine this game is going to be how well they run the ball and how well Jacksonville runs the ball, because Jacksonville's been much improved on the ground. Meanwhile, the Niners have been I don't know about you, Granny. I think it's not that Christian McCaffrey is – I think he looks a step slower, but I also think because he's so impactful when they throw the ball that there's just more of a reason to use him as a receiver, especially with Juwan Jennings being out. He looks less likely to play this week, according to Kyle Shanahan, than someone like Ricky Pearsall, who also did not practice this week. They've had less options through the air. Now, the one boost that they do get is Demarcus Robinson coming back this week, and I wonder how much that impacts if they're using McCaffrey through the air. But he's their most elusive guy, and it just feels like every time there's a third down, whether it's 3rd and long, 3rd and short, they've done a pretty good job of playing ahead of the sticks and staying on schedule. But I just don't know if running the ball is going to be the option especially if McCaffrey is such a weapon on third down. You go back to the Seattle game, and it felt like every single time he gets a one-on-one cover, it doesn't matter. It could be a DB, it could be a cornerback, safety, it could be a linebacker. He's going to win that matchup. And so it's not necessarily that I'm worried about him as a running back, but I just feel like he's almost he's more of a threat, to be honest, in the passing game at this point in his career.
He has the 4th most receptions in the NFL, and he's behind someone who's played an extra game in Jackson Smith-Njigba.
How many of those are first downs?
I don't know that off the top of my head. I'd have to dive in.
Right over there.
Oh, right over there. It is. 8 of his 25 receptions are for first down.
It's a quarter of his catches are for first downs.
And we're talking about most of his catches being at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
So it's him still having the burst and the wiggle to get the first down, or it's also the Niners going to him through the air on 3rd and manageables. But he's 4th in the NFL in receptions and really 3rd because one of the guys ahead of him has played an extra game. And in receiving yards, we're talking about him being 16th. And there's 2 guys that are ahead of him that have played an extra game. So by the end of this week, he might move into the top 15 in terms of receiving yards. And that's your running back. I think the Niners would prefer them to be able to get like 4, 5, 6 yards on the ground more consistently. But the reality is a lot of the catches that you're talking about, whether it's not a designed play and it's just a dump off because Pearsall and whoever else is covered, there are times where they design it for the pass to go to McCaffrey, but a lot of those are just extensions of the run game. It's a quick swing out to McCaffrey on the right flat, and he runs for 6 yards. That is part, really, of the Niners' run game. So I don't think the run game has been quite as bad as the numbers would suggest. They're the only team in the NFL without a rushing touchdown this season, which is absurd given what this team has been in years past and given how efficient McCaffrey has been in the red zone. But they are finding ways to get those chunks via McCaffrey that they would get on the ground. They just happen to be doing it through the air on those dump-offs to either flat or maybe a quick route over the middle part of the field. But I think they would like to be able to just have their quarterback turn and hand it off and pick up 6 yards instead of 2.
No, yeah, of course. And I think it's kind of weird that in the past, their offensive lines have typically been really good, as you mentioned, at running the football, less so against the pass or keeping their quarterback upright. Yeah. This year, it feels like through 3 games,
it's the opposite.
They have not been very good at running the ball or creating lanes. But weirdly, especially because with Mac Jones, who's kind of a statue, like they've kept him upright. And they've done a really good job in pass protection, whether it's been guys filling in with the likes of Ben Barch going down. Colby, obviously, behind him has gotten hurt. But,
he's questionable.
They've
done
a pretty good job at patchworking this O-line and keeping their quarterbacks upright.
Yeah, no, they have been. There's been a couple of high-profile mistakes. Pooney, the hold, I don't know if you believe it was a hold or not. It seemed kind of ticky-tack, and if it was, it probably wasn't in the end zone, but called for a hold in the end zone against the Cardinals, which results in a safety. Thought like that was going to cost the Niners that game. It ultimately didn't. So there's been some high-profile mistakes, but when you have an offensive line that has, at left guard, they're starting a 7th-round rookie, and at the right guard, they're starting a second-year player who's already been banged up this year, and he was very good last year, but is, I still think, adjusting to life in the NFL. You have a center that Shanahan loves, that everybody else feels so-so about, and maybe the same for the right tackle, and you got a 37-year-old at left tackle who's already kind of limped off the field a couple of times as well. Despite all of that, I could argue you've got an issue at every single offensive line position. Despite that, they have been pretty good at protecting their quarterback. And the fact that Mac Jones, who isn't very mobile, especially in the second half against Arizona when he was hobbling all over the place, hasn't had to run for his life more often on his 80 dropbacks through his 2 starts, yeah, pretty impressive. And I got to give it up to the offensive line specifically for their pass blocking. The run blocking hasn't been good.
No, and I don't know if it's because of the offensive line. I don't know if it's because maybe of the lack of a presence like Jawan Jennings, who's really good again in the run game as a wide receiver. The lack of George Kittle, who obviously provides such a massive boost to the run game. But what do you give me for this? Okay. So you know how Deebo Samuel was a wide receiver who evolved effectively into a running back?
Uh-huh.
What if Christian McCaffrey is a running back evolving into a wide receiver? And that's kind of how his career is aging. Now, I think he's clearly proven himself to be more impactful in either role than Debo was in his last season with the Niners. But because Samuel wasn't able to create as much separation as he did early in his career, wasn't as elusive, wasn't as quick, was a little heavier. I feel like Debo was not effectively a running back, but that was his best role. Christian McCaffrey is someone that, again, I don't know if it's because of the blocking or maybe he's a year older, the injuries have taken their toll on him, but it just feels like, Grandy, he is already, it's only been 3 games, but he is more impactful as a wide receiver than he is as a running back.
You're absolutely right. Through 3 games he has been. I would say part of the reason, at least the majority of the reason why he hasn't been effective on the ground isn't because of him. I think it's because of the offensive line. I also think it's because defenses have a say in this. And if you're Arizona or if you're New Orleans or, hell, even if you're Seattle, Seattle probably has the ability to play it a little bit more straight up because that's just a really good defense in general. But say you're Arizona, you're Jonathan Gannon preparing for this Niner offense without George Kittle, without Brock Purdy, and also happen to be without Juwan Jennings. What are you going to do? I'm going to stack the box, and I'm going to dare you to throw to anybody other than Ricky Pearsall. I'm going to cover Ricky with my best guy. Ricky was good enough and still beat Arizona pretty consistently. He's 3rd in the NFL in receiving yards, up near 300 through 3 games, averaging nearly 100 per game. And I'm going to dare you to beat us with Christian McCaffrey on the ground. And the Niners said, okay, we see you. We're just not going to run the ball. 5 rushing attempts in the first half. So I think some of it is related to injury to your receivers, causing the defense to really focus on one part of the Niners offense. And then some of it is the offensive line struggling with a stacked box. So I hear you, and you're absolutely right. McCaffrey has been more effective as a pass catcher. It hasn't been close, but I don't think it's because his skill set is necessarily diminishing as a runner.
We'll see. I mean, I just feel like, look, in 2023, they faced a lot of stacked boxes as well. Like, that was the guy you were trying to stop. Every single one, I know they had a much better team, but the offensive line was not that much better. They had more options. They had more weapons. But it wasn't as if he didn't stare across the other side and see 8 guys in the box in 2023 when he led the league in rushing. Not to say he isn't still damn good.
And as a result, Purdy was an MVP finalist.
Exactly. But it just feels like to me that the way that they've at least shown us to use McCaffrey so far, and it's not a knock on him. In fact, he's one of the biggest reasons offensively why they're 3-0.
Yep.
But it just feels like to me, maybe more as a wide receiver. I'll run this by Steiny in a bit. I'm sure he'll be on my side. All right, tomorrow, we're going back to Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale for the kickoff show. We got great food, great drinks. The first week was awesome. Had way more of a setup than I thought. They had cornhole, football toss. You can go inside, grab pops, bring them out, bring the family, and also a shuttle to and from the game that is free to the stadium tomorrow. Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale, and that's going to be at 1235 Oak Mead in Sunnyvale. Laughing Monk Brewing, they got a free shuttle to and from the stadium. The first one sold out. A lot of great people there, and they've arranged 2 buses. That's right. So park at Laughing Monk for free, join the party, then take the shuttle back and forth to the game. All you have to do is sign up and reserve a spot, but do it now because space is limited. It's filling up quickly. You go to 957thegame.com, click on the kickoff show graphic, and then click on the Eventbrite link to sign up. I'll be there. Lorenzo Neal will be there. I haven't heard Lucas Alexander's going to be there. Not that anybody cares, but everyone will be out there tomorrow. Danae, we got Kalia. Our entire promo staff made it a great vibe for the first time, and shout out to everyone at Laughing Monk Brewing. We'll be back there tomorrow before, of course, the Niners take on the Jacksonville Jaguars. Mark Grandy, Evan Giddings, we are live here today at Friedman's Appliance. We're going to take a break. Be back after this on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky here for Ceremony Ford, and let me keep it real with you. If you've been thinking about making the switch to an electric ride, now is the time to pull the trigger because Ceremony Ford in Colma is ending the summer with some heat. So check this out. Slide into a brand new 2025 Mustang Mach-E for just $225 a month on a lease. That's right, $225 a month for 36 months. Or if you're ready to buy, lock in 0% APR financing for 72 months and grab a $2,000 rebate. appreciate. Who else is giving you that? Only Ford. But here's the kicker. The federal EV tax credits on Mach-E and the F-150 Lightning are about to expire September 30th. You wait, you lose. Don't let Uncle Sam keep your money. Ceremony Ford has one of the biggest inventories in Northern California, and they're ready to hook you up. Find them right off at 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. That's Ceremony Ford, the Bay Area's Mach-E superstore. Tell them Butcher sent you.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's, but that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with a toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge.
Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
The Oakland Roots return to the Coliseum Tuesday, October 7th to take on Hartford Athletic. Be part of the movement. Get your tickets now at oaklandrootssc.com. You can also catch all the action live on ESPN Plus and KTVU Plus. That's oaklandrootssc.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With great deals coming this Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th, greatness is a deal away. So if you love baking, you can get a deal on a new mixer, transforming you into the Lord of the Loaves.
Hear ye, hear ye! Make way for the baron of brioche, the sultan of sourdough, the Lord of the Loaves, Prime Member Dave!
Yeah, hi?
Get up to 40% off with Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th.
Join Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale every red and gold home game this season for our special live pregame broadcast. Plus, we'll have tailgate games, prizes, great food, and drink specials. For more information, visit 957thegame.com.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
All All right, what's going on, everyone? Evan Giddings, Mark Randy, live here at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. We are live for today, beginning the fall clearance sales event. It also goes on tomorrow, so get on down to Pleasant Hill. Come to Friedman's Appliance. It's right off the freeway. They got a massive amount of sales. They got a massive amount of people here to help you with whatever you need, your kitchen, your laundry room, I already said your kitchen. Gosh, they got so much stuff. It's kind of unreal.
Anything you could think of.
Anything you can think of. They also got a lot of hors d'oeuvres set out. Just had some caprese. We had our boy from Link's Grill bring us some ribeye earlier. That was fantastic. I know Steiny is sniffing around somewhere in the back, probably looking for a libation or two, and we hope that he brings one over at some point.
They're selling, like, if you want to have your own beer on tap in your bar or your kitchen, you can do that. They have that. It is flowing here at Friedman's.
Now, I do know that one of our good friends, Ken Luttrell, his setup in his backyard, he does have his own tap. I know for a fact that he came to Friedman's Appliance. I'm not sure if it was for that specifically, but he himself has bought stuff from Friedman's Appliance. A lot of people at 95.7 The Game have come to Friedman's Appliance, and not just on this weekend, but obviously this is the chance to sort of capitalize.
Yep.
And the moment you roll through, you're going to see a lot of friendly faces, lots of smiles.
And before you see anything, you will smell it. Because they got all the barbecues going on outside.
Yeah, it's kind of a medley at this point. There's like an oven-roasted pizza. There's barbecue chicken out there. Our guy with the
chicken
ribeye,
wings.
Chicken wings.
Yep.
They had over here inside, if you just walk right in, we were talking about the bourbon cookie, but then they've just put out some baked shrimp. It's just this, I don't know, I don't know if it's that aioli or chipotle sauce. Anyways, it's utterly fantastic. We're talking about the San Francisco 49ers, though. We are going to get into some of the Warriors stuff with Steiny coming up at 1 o'clock, so he's going to hop on live and do a segment with us here. He, of course, is already out here at Friedman's Appliance, so if you come by, say hello to us, stop by. We're right inside the door. Steiny is around here somewhere as well. He's going to join us at 1. But one thing I did want to ask you, Granny, is this week it felt like a large portion of the conversation revolved on, all right, how for real this team is. Is that an exercise that at 3-0 you're even doing yet? Because there's 6 unbeaten teams, and the Niners are certainly a team that has, been tested by one, not tested by 2, you could say. Are you even doing that exercise at this point?
No, I'm not, honestly. And I've had, people come up to me and say something along the lines of, the Niners are 3-0, but you're kidding yourself if you think they can compete with the Ravens, who are 1-2, by the way, or the Bills,
who, by the way, could be 1-3 because they
might
play the Chiefs.
One of those teams will be 1-3 when that game concludes tomorrow. But you can't possibly think the Niners can compete with the Bills or the Lions or the Eagles or hell, maybe even the Packers and the Ravens, and maybe even the Chiefs, who are 1-2, as you mentioned as well. And I'm not saying the Niners are one of the 3 or 4 best teams in the NFL. To answer your question, no, I don't really think about that, at least not a team in the position of the 49ers. The way I view it is the 49ers, even if they were fully healthy, I wouldn't think that this is a stretch of the schedule that would really prove that much to me. They're fully healthy with Brock Purdy. And even if they had, say, beat the Saints by 15 and beaten the Cardinals by 14, I wouldn't be thinking, well, this is a team that can win the Super Bowl. That's not how I view just this stretch of the schedule, regardless of how healthy the 49ers are. They weren't healthy. Down their starting quarterback for 2 of those games. Down their all-pro tight end for essentially all 3 of those games. Down Juwan Jennings for a game and now maybe a second game. And he was also in and out of both of those games that he did play in. So it becomes more impressive to me. But my mind stops far, far before I get to, well, are they Super Bowl contenders? The way I view it is they held serve. And they did it at a disadvantage because they were down a number of key guys. They're 3-0, 2 division wins, up top their division. They are in very good position to just make the playoffs. And who knows what this team is like 10 weeks from now when maybe Micah Williams transforms before our very eyes and becomes one of the better players on this defense. You get Malik Mustafa back, and maybe the secondary feels a little different. Renardo Green continues to develop. I am thinking so just week at a time that I don't even have any space in my head to think about, well, is this team really on par with the Lions? That's not on my mind given who I thought this team was coming into the year.
No, I'm not going there yet as far as where they stack among the elite, because I don't think they belong in that conversation from either what we've seen or what we believe. But I do think it's fair to ask, do you think this team can win the division? I don't know how
I think they can.
But I don't know how you thought about them coming into the year. But to me, the conversation becomes more now, well, do you think that they're on par with the Rams? Like, they can win the division because they only have to play the Rams twice. Yep. They'll do it on a short week next Thursday.
Yep.
But they are playing a significantly different schedule. In a way, it sort of sets up for – I think that this team can win the division, and I'm still not sure I'll believe they're better than Los Angeles.
Yeah. I mean, I see what you're saying, because the Rams have a more difficult schedule, and that played out last week, right? Rams go into Philadelphia. Niners got to – I mean, I think the difference is Niners play a team like Jacksonville, and the Rams play a team like the Eagles. That's one of the differences in this schedule. So the 49ers do have that advantage, and the Rams, because they lost that game, gave the Niners that leg up. So, yeah, that is part of it. I do think the 49ers have every right to win this division. I hear what you're saying. Maybe the Rams are overall a better team currently. I wouldn't necessarily argue with you there. They've beaten, a couple of, all right teams. The Texans are 0-3. I don't think they are one of the worst teams in football, and the Rams won that game. They beat the Titans. Titans aren't anything amazing. With a rookie quarterback making his second career start at the time when the Rams beat him, and they went toe-to-toe, probably should have beaten the defending champion Eagles in Philadelphia. That's a, quote-unquote, more impressive start, I guess, if you want to consider opponent than the 49ers. But the reality is this NFL season and who wins divisions and who goes to the playoffs isn't based on like the college football idea of standings go out the wazoo, and it's all about expectations and how pretty your wins were or how close your losses were. It's just, did you get the win? Yes, check that off. Okay, move on. You're atop your division. Even if you win each of your games by 1, your opponent wins all their games by 20, but they lost one game by 1. Like, you win, they didn't, you're ahead. That's how I view it.
Yeah, but I think we have that conversation every year about teams that are, I don't want to say like fraudulent, and we're not. I don't think we're there yet with the Niners. I don't think we know enough about this team.
Like Minnesota last year, for example.
Yeah, Minnesota last year. Minnesota from 2022, when they went 13-3 with Kirk Cousins and lost in the first round to Daniel Jones, who oddly enough looks pretty damn good with Indianapolis.
He does. MVP candidate right now.
Yeah. So like there are those teams every year that you want to play when you get to the playoffs, and I don't think that. I think it's going to be hard to figure out if the Niners are one of those teams just because of how many injuries they've had. But that's, to me, why you have to approach it week to week, because their schedule is never going to allow them, to your point, to dominate the power rankings. They're never each and every week, I think, unless, of course, they, go 10-0 or something. No one is going to sit up there as, a talking head, or even on our station sometimes, and say, well, the Niners are a top 3 or top 5 team, like we've accustomed to seeing them when they've made their runs deep in the playoffs. I think they can win a playoff game if they get there, but I think the point of this season for me, Grandy, was can they get back to the postseason, and can they prove, more importantly, that last year was a blip on the radar, much in the way that 2020 was. And I think it's going to be significantly more difficult to prove now that Nick Bosa is out. And I think this defense is going to take a step back as a result of his absence. But if they can still somehow make the postseason, if they can continue to stack wins and win these football games, even if it's in the fashion that they have, it's just so much about this year, Granny, that for me is not even about how good they can be. It's really just about resetting things and figuring out if this franchise is moving in a positive or negative direction. And so far, I have nothing to believe that they're not going up.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, injuries are one thing, and we could have conspiracy theory conversation if you want about why that is the case. I think the majority of the reason is probably just bad luck, as much as that, might frustrate Niner fans. I don't really know exactly what else to point to. I've heard some talk about how, Niners medical staff isn't very good, so they should hold Brock Purdy out because maybe they're not identifying what really might be wrong with his toe, and he's going to injure it further, and he's going to be out for the year. Like, I don't buy into that talk. You know, are they going too hard in practices? That could be a conversation. Are they too aggressive in their preseason and training camp practices and two-a-days and all that? Yeah, maybe. And that should be something that they dive into and take a look at. Other than that, I can't find the negative about the way that this season has gone. Now, that does not mean that they're going to win a Super Bowl or even going to win the division, but early returns on the draft class look pretty darn good to me. Micah Williams, the 11th overall pick, hasn't been a game wrecker, but has been a positive influence when he's been out there. And I think game 1, game 2, game 3, you've seen him get better in all of those instances. Marquise Siegel as a starting safety as a rookie hasn't been amazing, but I don't think he's been so bad that you feel like you can't win with him in the future. Upton Stout gave your team a chance to win that football game on Sunday against Arizona with his play against a veteran receiver in Zay Jones. So I'm with you. There has been a lot of positive developments. I think in relation to that, I would ask you this. The way you feel about Niners versus Rams right now, I would imagine you lean Rams better football team in this instance, right, in this moment?
And to be honest, the only reason I wouldn't lean Seahawks over Niners is because they beat them.
In Seattle.
Yeah, but the Seahawks' first 3 games, if you're going to play the power rankings game, to me has been more impressive.
But, Niners have the head-to-head win in Seattle on the road. But I think when we compare specifically the Rams to the Niners, there is a ton more room for growth from the Niners' perspective than the Rams. Like, we're giving the Niners current day, as we currently stand, how do they look, what's going to happen when they play on Thursday. And it's in L.A. on a short week. Maybe the Rams win that football game. All right, totally fair. It's going to be a really close – the spread's going to be really close, maybe Rams by 1.5, 2 points. I'm not sure exactly. I think with Brock Purdy back, assuming he gets through this week healthy, I would think it would be pretty close. Maybe Rams by 2.5, 3 points. I think it would be relatively close.
In L.A.?
In L.A., yeah,
wow.
I think so. But I'm saying I think as the season moves along, which team do you feel like has more room to grow and become better than what they currently are? The Rams have some young pieces, specifically on defense, but this is kind of what the Rams went through last year. Beginning of the year, no one was really sure exactly what that Rams team was. And then they made a great pick in Jared Verse out of Florida State, and he became the Defensive Rookie of the Year and helped propel that defense, who was missing Aaron Donald for the first time in a really long time, to become, okay again. And then they were the team that gave the Eagles, who dominated the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, the Eagles' biggest test in the postseason was this Rams team last year. The way we felt about the Rams beginning of last year versus how we felt about them in the postseason was entirely different. Not saying it's going to follow that same kind of script for the Niners, but of those two teams, as we try to figure out where they are now and where they might be, the Niners, in my opinion, have by far the more room for growth, say 10, 12 weeks from now.
I mean, that's because I think they also have far more unproven talent.
Yeah, that's the point.
But
it might not work out that way.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
I mean, sure, that's very, glass half full. I mean, to me, though, that's not really the point. Like, in a way, I'm going to look at them as being a better team just because of what I believe they are, as opposed to what the Niners. Like, it's just going to be difficult for me to, I think, for a lot of the Niners pieces to take those steps. But I think that something like on defense, ironically, that was the group that hadn't been hit by injury through the first 3 weeks up until Bosa. But, I think it's not a coincidence to me that they were the better group, the better side of the ball, because you're looking around at the offense and guys are just dropping like flies. Also building the fact that, of course, you didn't have your number one wide receiver even coming into the season and are probably not going to see him at least until week 6 and perhaps even after that, of course, being Brandon Ayuk.
Shanahan earlier this week made it seem like, and I think also John Lynch made it seem like it's not close. It might be more like week 9 or week 10 when we see Ayuk come back.
And to be honest, I really didn't know how it was going to be week 6. I just felt like that was an optimistic view of an injury. Look, when you wreck multiple parts in your knee, I mean, an ACL tear is a full year anyways, which would have put him at week 6. But then you factor in the MCL and all the different stuff, and it's like, plus you also need him to be good. It's not like he just is getting on the field. So, if you're getting anything from Brandon Ayuk this season, to me that's sort of gravy at this point. Now, the one positive for them has been, I don't necessarily, now they do miss him on the field, but they haven't missed his production because of how damn good Ricky Pearsall's been. And We're going to talk to him about 12 minutes. Something that someone sent me. What did Steiny say yesterday? He said Ricky Pearsall is better than Brandon Ayuk.
He said that, yeah.
Now, he might be on a better track than Brandon Ayuk, but I do think that
we're talking about an all-pro receiver.
You
Brandon
can't throw
Ayuk.
out 1,300 yards and 7 touchdowns. I mean, that's just – now, I think that at this stages in their careers, Pearsall is further ahead of Ayuk from where he was his rookie season.
It's also probably –
or second season.
Also probably, like, because based on necessity, right? Like, Ayuk's second year, you had a stacked offense that had Deebo Samuel and George Kittle and all that.
That was 2021 or 22?
Ayuk's rookie year was the COVID year.
So
2021
would have
was
been
Ayuk's
his
second year.
And I'm pretty sure at this point, in his second season, he was in the doghouse still, was he not? Wasn't that the season where Kyle Shanahan was
pretty sure
not very happy with
He
Brandon
had
Ayuk?
multiple stints in the doghouse. His second year, he had 826 yards and 5 touchdowns.
Yeah, so I think Ricky
Pearsall's
Pearsall
on pace for like 1,400 if he plays all the games.
has a chance certainly to eclipse that. I do think it's going to change a bit when Robinson comes back because unlike, God love, Jennings wasn't there a ton during preseason just because of his pseudo-calf injury. And then you also look at the guys that were unavailable that are now on the team. Kendrick Bourne was not there. I just feel like Robinson might take a little bit of the share from Pearsall. But you're right that I think some of the production for Ricky, and it's a credit to him because he's been ready for that workload. It's also been a result of the lack of options around him.
Yeah, now just not having options doesn't mean somebody is going to be, a 1,300-yard receiver. Like, you have to be pretty good. And it's also what we were talking about earlier when we were discussing McCaffrey's lack of success on the ground. I think a big part of it is because, one, the Niners don't have a lot of threats through the air, and the one main threat currently, especially, say, last week when Juwan wasn't in and Demarcus Robinson was still serving that 3-game suspension, really the only threat beyond the line of scrimmage, and maybe like 10 yards down the field or more, the only real threat the Cardinals had to pay attention to was Ricky Pearsall. Like, honestly, that might be about it, because who else are they throwing to? Not really anybody beyond, like, 10 yards down the field. And what did he end up doing? Facing number one coverage every single route that he ran, targeted 11 times, caught 8 of those passes for 117 yards, including one of the clutchest 4th and 2 34-yard catches that I can remember. So credit to Ricky Pearsall for doing that when you're going up against the toughest defense that he's probably ever faced. I mean, we're talking about a guy who was at Arizona State with Brandon Ayuk for a short time, and then at Florida, and they got dudes running around all over the place on that offense, maybe not as much as in years past, but now you fast forward to his second year in the league, and really kind of his first year in the league because he hardly played as a rookie. He's immediately being the guy that defenses are keying on in the passing game, and he's able to do that. So on one hand, it is necessity. You got nobody else out there. Go do your thing, Ricky. But on the other hand, it's the defense knows that, and you're going to have to beat their best coverage corner, and he did that pretty consistently.
See, that's why, and I'll run this by Steiny and get his thoughts on it. I'm not sure how he felt about Ricky versus Brandon, but to me, that's why I do give more credit to Pearsall. I think that the defense that they've played, specifically Seattle, which he had over 100 yards against, and Arizona, who he had over 100 yards against, those are two better defenses than the Saints.
Yeah,
and,
absolutely.
I mean, I think the Cardinals were down at least one of their top corners, but they're a better defense certainly than New Orleans. I do give him more credit for that. Well, I don't know if it's fair to say that Ricky Pearsall is better than Brandon Ayuk because his knee is completely shattered at this point, and is working his way back from a catastrophic injury. I do think it's fair to say that Ricky Pearsall is on a better track than Brandon Ayuk, but at this stage in his career. I also think it's interesting that, I don't know how you feel when you watch him play. Maybe it's just because of how they kind of use him, and if it's out of necessity, I'm not sure, but he does kind of feel like a Brandon Ayuk with a lot of the routes that he runs, a lot of the catches that he makes. I know people always, a couple of years ago, would say Brock Purdy can't throw deep. The Niners don't air the ball out. But Brandon Ayuk was their deep threat. And while he doesn't have blazing speed, and neither does Ricky Pearsall, it's interesting to me that he's the guy who's taking most of the downfield catches outside of course, the Juwan Jennings 40-yard touchdown.
Yeah, neither of them are the guys that physically will dominate just in terms of strength or quickness or just straight line speed and running past the defender, running past a corner and getting past the safety before he can come over for help, or it's just being physical like an A.J. Brown and high pointing a ball amidst a double team like Ayuk nor Ricky Pearsall or that. I think where they are elite, and it's where they make their money and why they've been good when they've both been healthy. I'm talking about Ayuk and Pearsall. It's great route runners. They have great feet. And as opposed to straight line speed and just blazing past people, like say Jamar Chase can do that, and a Justin Jefferson can do that. They can just run past defenders, and they're obviously great all around. But I think where Ricky and Ayuk are very, very good, it's the quick, short area quickness, right? Whether it's getting in and out of a cut, or it is making a cut and really cutting hard one way, but then rapidly cutting the other way and leaving a defensive back, or maybe it was a linebacker who was checking him in the dust. That's where they are really good. And to Mac Jones's credit, and Purdy is also very good at this, you give those guys, within 20 yards of the line of scrimmage, you give them a yard of space, your receiver creates a yard of separation from whoever's guarding them, they're gonna put the ball in there. They've both been very good at that. So I think it's also a good connection, a good relationship. Those kinds of receivers and what Purdy is, and even what Mac is, the anticipation, the timing, and you don't need to be 5 yards free in order for those guys to hit you 20 yards down the field, specifically over the middle part of the field where they are both very, very good. So I think also that their skill sets fit well with what Shanahan likes out of his quarterbacks, and he has two guys that do very, very, very much what he likes.
All right, here's what we got going on today. That's Mark Grandy. I'm Evan Giddings. Make sure to come in to Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today and tomorrow for their fall clearance sales event. They got factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. So visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, right off the freeway, for their fall clearance sales event today and tomorrow for the best time to save on new appliances for your home. Right here inside of Friedman's Appliance. Coming up next, Matt Steinmetz is going to join us, or sometime in the next hour he's going to join us.
Walking around somewhere.
Yeah, we're here from now until 3, 3-hour live show. If you're hopping on by, if you're in your car, stop by, say hello. You can't miss us right when you walk through the door. And, of course, you go through an aroma of amazing foods. You walk inside, get yourself set up with something nice, and say what's up to us. Also, we're going back tomorrow to Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale for the kickoff show. We got great food, great drinks, great games in the parking lot, and also a free shuttle back and forth to the stadium. We start at 10 o'clock, so a 3-hour pregame show. Evan Giddings, that's myself, along with Lorenzo Neal, and all the early games will be on for you to watch. If you're going to the game, we got a free shuttle to and from the stadium, but you have to sign up for it and reserve a spot. Do it now, because it's filling up fast, and it's going to go. We got 2 buses. Your place could be there. Go to 957thegame.com, click on the kickoff show graphic, and then click on the Eventbrite link and sign up. Again, coming up next, Matt Steinmetz. We got 2 more hours left live at Friedman's Appliance. Mark Randy, Evan Giddings back after this.
On Saturday, October 4th, Pier 39 is throwing a party right on the waterfront. Now our iconic views and bay breezes come with drinks to go. Grab a cocktail, mocktail, beer, or wine from one of our restaurants and take it with you as you explore the pier. Plus, live music, party games, sea lions, fun for the whole family. What more could you ask for? Enjoy dancing, street performers, special deals, and that one-of-a-kind Pier 39 flavor. We're bringing the atmosphere, you bring the crew. Pier 39, Pier for the fun. Learn more at pier39.com/entertainment zone.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Ready for the ultimate red and gold game day? Laughing Monk Brewing is the place to park, party, and ride. Skip the traffic. Forget the expensive parking. Park for free and dive into an epic tailgate with mouth-watering food, ice-cold Laughing Monk beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. Then hop on the free shuttle minutes away from the stadium. Shuttles are first come, first served. So head to 957thegame.com to sign up and join the party.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
You're on the list for Macy's Fall VIP Sale. That means you're invited to save big on this season's top designer looks at prices you'll love. Like an extra 30% off Calvin Klein, Steve Madden, Hugo Boss, and more. Plus, get 15% off beauty and fragrance from Estee Lauder, Lancome, and so many others. This only happens a few times a year. Don't miss the Fall VIP Sale. Today, only at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Join 95.7 The Game at Pier 39 for a special live broadcast from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturday, October 4th. Meet Zaza Pachulia, Festus Ezeli, Kalina Azabuki, Tim Roy, and Bonte Hill. Plus, enter to win Warriors tickets. For more info, visit 957thegame.com.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Tulsa is my home now.
Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars in the Paramount Plus original series, Tulsa King.
This distillery is a very interesting business, and we gotta know the enemy.
From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Landman.
What are you saying? I'm all right. If you think you're gonna take me on, it's gonna be really difficult.
Tulsa King, new season now streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now back to 95.7 The Game.
All right, what's going on, everyone? Evan Giddings, Mark Granny, live here at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, here for their fall clearance sales event. Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, Maytag. You can visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill right off the freeway. Get yourself something nice for the kitchen, the laundry room. Stop by. You got great food, great company. And speaking of, well, I don't know about great company, but speaking of company, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop, none other than Matt Steinmetz, fresh off a birthday. He's in his new Birkenstocks. He's got the Harry Carey glasses he's about to throw on with us here. What's up, man?
He's got an empty Stein.
How are you guys doing?
We're doing good.
One of my favorite places in the Bay Area, Friedman's Appliance.
You're looking quite fly.
Thank you.
A little bougie, I might say.
Now, did you go back? I got to show you guys something before you leave today. Have you seen the walk-in refrigerator?
I have
in
not.
the back. It's unbelievable. It's like a walk-in closet, only better.
So I didn't even know those existed. A walk-in refrigerator?
I didn't either.
You gotta have a lot of space for
Signature, Fisher and Paykel. They got all the big boys here.
What'd you find in there?
Everything.
Is it stocked? They got a bunch of white wine and beer in there, or what?
Well, Grandy, that's the beauty of the live working vignette. They're all stocked. They're all working. People are manning the kitchens and laundry rooms. It's always a fun weekend here.
I mean, they rolled out the red carpet. What more
They
do
do
you
it
need?
twice a year, fall and spring.
Well, this is the fall clearance sales event, obviously. No, we were just looking at because I wasn't sure since we lived together if we were allowed to get like an in-unit, laundry
washer and dryer.
Yeah, washer and dryer.
I don't think we have the hookups.
I don't think we have them either. But I was just looking out there. I was like,
they have really
honestly,
good.
You want to go in on one?
They have really good ones for apartments that are really small and compact.
Yeah, we can put it in Jack's room. We can put it in the master.
And plus, you guys, I know you guys. You guys don't do a lot of laundry anyway, so.
What are you talking about?
It's not like It's not like you're gonna need a heavy-duty machine.
Well, see, this is the thing. As you well know, it's been a while, obviously, since you slummed in a place like ours. But you kind of save up laundry, so you do it maybe once a month. But when you do it, it's just pounds and pounds of laundry. I mean, you really need a good unit.
Yeah, you do. You do. And
they got that here.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Ordinary pair of jeans.
Sure.
How many times you wear them before you wash them?
You don't want to know the answer to that question.
Well, if you don't spill anything on it.
About a week?
I'll wear it
go a week.
I'll wear it 5 times.
Yeah,
and then
exactly.
Not 5 times in a row. You got to mix it up so people don't think
5
that
and
you're
7 would be fine.
People don't think you're classless.
I don't wear it every day, but number of times that I wear it before I wash it. Yeah, like 5 times.
Yeah, like this. Grady's worn this shirt 3 times this week, probably.
A shirt's probably 2 at the most. For me.
I'm just
for
kidding.
me. I'm a little older. I'm a little swarthy. I got to wash after each.
Well,
use
you
if
probably
it's a
also
shirt.
got a couple nice shirts yesterday for your birthday, right?
It was a little slim pickings. Birkenstocks and a Canada T-shirt. That was it.
Oh, no, of course. Team Canada?
Yeah, of course.
Now, is that something that you usually ask for? Or it's just given that anything American's going to be burnt?
Yeah, somebody had a nice shirt on, and I was like, that's a cool shirt. And then she got it for me for my birthday.
No
That's
Tulane?
the way it works.
No Tulane in advance of the big game?
Tulane is it's swag that I can – it better not be a gift because I've deserved that because I pay the tuition. So Tulane stuff should never be a gift. That should be what you're able to wear when you send a kid there. See what I'm saying?
Well, we got you.
No, actually, I don't. I don't have a kid at Tulane as far as I know.
Yeah, you're not going to want to either.
They got a big game today, right? Kicking off right now.
Tulsa. Yeah, we're all right. We'll beat Tulsa.
Wait, all right. There's something I wanted to ask you about. So, I'm kind of keeping track of the show through social media and through, our friends, so to speak, of the program. And I saw something yesterday that. Did you say Ricky Pearsall's better than Brandon Ayuk?
I think he's going to be better than
Pearsall. Now, gonna be is better than
he is better
right
than
now.
him right now. I mean, there's no doubt
he's better.
He's
got cartilage.
As you know, I'm a very literal person. I mean, he's better than Ayuk right now. No, I think Pearsall's really good. I do. I'm starting to think, do you know he does not have one drop yet in his career?
Really?
Not one.
Even last year?
Do you think Pearsall can be as good as Ayuk was when he was at his best? An all-pro,
well,
1,300 yards.
He might be this
year. I think it's within the realm of possibility. I think the best news for the Niners, if Ayuk can come back and be himself, although I'm starting to think that might not happen this year, but
I agree.
If ideally next year, because they say that thing may take 2 years, And ideally, if he comes back next year, it's like, who cares if he's a 1, a 1.5, or a 2? It's like if you have Pearsall and Ayuk, that's pretty good, I think. And if Kittle's still playing at a high level, and obviously they'll have to make a decision on Jennings, but they got Watkins. Robinson is under contract. It's funny, their receiver group can go from lean to loaded pretty quickly if they get healthy. But I don't know when Ayuk's going to be healthy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we're going to see their full room at full strength the entire season.
Well, so the week that was talked about for Ayuk was week 6, right?
Yeah.
So this week, week 4, heading into week 4, John Lynch said he's not close.
Sounded like more like maybe week 10 or something like that.
But then expecting him to get to 100% is just, it's going to be tough. I mean, I think that you just project, all right, can we get 100% of Brandon Ayuk with an emerging Pearsall next season? You know, I don't know if it's one's the 1, one's the 2, but I think you're right. You're looking at a future, hopefully in the near future, where you have co-number 1s. And I think that's honestly the kind of strategy that a lot of the best teams have used. You know, you think of Philadelphia. Yes, A.J. Brown is a better receiver than Devontae Smith, but that guy won the Heisman. It's not like he can't go out and have a big game. I mean, even Cincinnati, yes, there's a hierarchy of Chase is the best receiver being in football, but T. Higgins is a pretty damn good receiver who they just paid big money to. Like, you kind of do need 2 options on the outside, and the fact that Ricky Pearsall is going to get the opportunity to lead this room at such an early age, it can only help him.
Let me ask you guys this. How similar of receivers are Ayuk and Pearsall?
We were actually just talking about that earlier. I think they
look exactly alike.
I kind of think they have a lot of similarities too, and I wonder if that matters at all.
I mean, I don't know if it matters, but I think it. You know, one thing that Kyle Shanahan, when this offense has been humming throughout his time as a play caller, it's because they're able to do so many different things out of the same look, and I almost feel like it helps someone like Shanahan more to have a receiver, multiple receivers with the same skill set, because it makes their offense chameleon-like. It makes them difficult to adjust to, and the fact that Shanahan is also, of course, one of the best play callers in the land, you give him 2 guys with the same skill set that are both high-level receivers, I'm pretty excited to see what he could do with that.
I also think, Steiny, that those 2 guys, we were talking about this earlier as well, Pearsall and Ayuk, also fit with the quarterback that Purdy is and what Mac is.
Yeah.
You just give them a yard of space, and they'll time it up, and they'll put it on him. You don't need to run past a dude and give him 5 yards of space 30 yards down the field. But you just give them a small window within 15 yards of the line of scrimmage, and those guys are great at getting them the ball there.
Yeah, I do feel like if they may be similar, but they each have a few attributes that they can do. So, like, for example, if they're both really good route runners and maybe not one's a burner, well, you can send one out, 10, 15 yards and the other out 20 to 25 yards, and it can be either one because they both do that well. But it does look like both these guys are going to be good route runners. They have good hands. I feel like they're pretty smart. And, they're not Jamar Chase, but they're that next level down. And if you have 2 of them, and I get it, Pearsall, I'm being a little hyperbolic, but
see if you can stay healthy.
Yeah, that's the other thing,
that's
too.
The biggest
that is the
other
thing.
Yeah, can they stay on the field? And it feels like it's a question you have to ask about every San Francisco 49er at this point. Can you stay on the field? I don't know, like, it's kind of chicken or the egg, but I'll throw it at you guys. I think one of the reasons why they are so good is because of the callus that they build. And I think how hard they practice is one of the reasons why they're also built to play in the postseason. A lot of Shanahan teams are typically physical, smash-mouth teams, and they win whenever they get to the playoffs. Like, they just do. When they get to the postseason, they get to the NFC Championship game. And I don't think it's a coincidence that their brand of football is more suited for late, maybe it's cold weather. Well, maybe not Purdy. He's had some trouble in rain and snow. But you know what I'm saying? Like, those football teams that Shanahan has coached here are typically teams that are going to perform well late in the season and also trend up. So while I know that they've been hurt a lot, and it's been catastrophic at some points, especially last year, I think that's also a reason why they're so good late in the year.
Well, and really quick, Steiny, the only injury that is season-ending is Bosa. Everyone else you expect is going to be back soon or within, 6 weeks from now. So maybe they're fully healthy minus Bosa come the playoffs.
I'm starting to come to the conclusion that, yes, there's something about the way Shanahan coaches that's a part of the injury thing. Not the whole injury thing, but it's a part of it. But I just think that's like part of what comes with the territory. He has to, in his mind, establish a level of physicality and intimidation and effort, and they're going to do it, and it's going to pay off, but there's going to be casualties probably on the way there. But I do kind of think that this may be just, part of who they are and what they're going to have to overcome if this is who Shanahan is as a coach.
Well, how do you, toe the line between, we use the McCaffrey touches as an example. He's healthy. He's ready to go. This is when you use him, and you've had 3 close games. If you don't use him as much as you did, do you lose any of these games? Probably. But is he healthier to help you come week 12? Does that matter if it costs you a win now? Shanahan's trying to find, the line where it's not malpractice, the number of touches you're giving him, but he's your most important player on offense. You got to take advantage when he's there, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the other thing I think Shanahan maybe makes a differentiation about is if anybody's playing for him on a given Sunday, he does not make any sacrifice or allowance for if they're not 100%. He'd rather have them not play. And I think every 49er player kind of knows that if they step on the field, they're not just out there as window dressing, that he may use them in any way he can to win a game, even if it's, giving them the ball a ton of time. And then we'll get through that game and we'll see where we are the next game.
Make sure to come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today and tomorrow, their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele. Bosch apparently has walk-in refrigerators, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. So visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event today and tomorrow for the best time to save on new appliances for your home. Evan Giddings, Mark Graney, Matt Steinmetz. What are you looking forward to on Monday, Steiny?
What am I looking forward to on Monday?
You guys had a great conversation yesterday about what would lead, right? What would you guys talk about on Monday?
What would the lead be?
Well, it depends on what happens. I think if Melvin doesn't get fired.
We know what Bob Myers thinks.
Yes. If Bob Melvin doesn't get fired, the Giants are out of the discussion.
Absolutely. I'm with you.
And even if he is.
If he does get fired, then he gets to just go on the board and we'll figure it out. We'll push him aside.
Then it depends if anything happens with Kuminga or not.
The problem with Kuminga is going to be is if he signs the qualifying offer, we're going to talk about it, but it's going to be hard to talk about what to make of it other than it's not good.
Do you think he's there?
He's
last year Kuminga was at media day, but I don't know if he talked.
Well, that's the whole other thing with the timing of this. If Wednesday's the deadline and it goes through Wednesday, then he can't be at media day because he's not under contract, and neither can Horford and Melton if they're on the team. And they won't be able to practice Tuesday. Not that that's a huge deal because they're veteran guys, but that's what also makes the timing of this kind of weird. And the other thing I saw is both sides could agree to push the deadline back, but I have no clue why they would, because it's just going to push practice with the whole team back another couple days.
I think both sides, even if Kuminga sides ends up losing it in their eyes, I think they want the deadline just to get something done.
I would think so.
Yeah.
I would think so. As for the Niners, I mean, if they win and they're 4-0, and then the part of the Niners that's got to be talked about too is that they're going to be playing the Rams then.
Yeah, Thursday.
Right after. So we're going to
yep.
spend Sunday talking about the Jaguars game, and right away we're going to start talking about the Rams, and that could be a 4-0 team against the 3-1 team. So I still think it's going to be the Niners.
Really?
on Sunday.
So you don't think
10
we're going to
a.m.
get major Warriors development this weekend?
Well,
I
didn't say that. I just said that.
Who you been talking to, Steiny?
You would put Kuminga ahead of the Warriors, ahead of the 49ers.
If something happens with Kuminga,
really?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think there's a chance that maybe there's no Kuminga resolution yet, but the Warriors say, screw it, we're signing Horford, Melton, Seth Curry, GP2. Like, I would not be, or at least one or two of those
Well, that's
guys.
the other thing. If he signs, then we probably will. Okay, now the Warriors have Kuminga, Melton, Horford. There'll be more than just Kuminga at
But
that
the Warriors
point.
could also do, all right, Al, here's the mid-level exception. By the way, JK, this now means we can't offer you that contract anymore. You better sign this now, otherwise it's off the table. I don't know.
I think the issue for me with the Kuminga saga is it feels like we have every piece of information along the way. And so unless something happens that it doesn't feel like we already know, I don't know if it's going to be a major development. Like, if he signs the qualifying offer, we understand the ramifications of that.
We've already talked it out.
Exactly. If he signs the 3 for $75, okay, well, we kind of know what the intention of that is. It's just he got a better offer from the Warriors and he made himself more money. I think the only way that we lead, it could be just me, but like if they trade him this weekend. I mean, and then in that case, which I also don't think is going to happen, but if it did, that to me is something that while we've discussed, okay, there's possible machinations and trades and whatnot, like, but that's more of an unlikely. So it's got to be something from left field for me.
I get that, and now I'm starting to think about what Grandy said. If he takes that qualifying offer, and we know that on Monday at 10 o'clock, that is going to be big because that's bad. I mean, it's just bad all the way around, and like I do think from like a sports media standpoint, we will have talked about him possibly signing that for 3 or 4 months, and it was always followed by, there's no way he's going to do that. There's no way. But then if it happens, then we got to start talking about, okay, he's got a no-trade clause. He's going to be at camp. His agent already said he's not going to be happy.
And on a one-year deal, do you have any interest in really trying or pushing yourself physically? Why would you?
I don't know.
I think it also it signals that the second timeline is over. Like, because you're going to lose him for nothing.
Right.
And it means that he's the last possible piece.
Moody and Pajemski.
Well, he's the last asset that you could use to get something or turn into something from your top 2 picks. You whiffed on Wiseman, and if he leaves for nothing, it means you officially whiffed on Kuminga. How we doing? So that to me is kind of my broader like look at things, is that your plan to set up whatever was going to happen after the Curry Drake, like that's done. Sorry, you failed.
Yeah, I'm starting to maybe rethink this whole thing. Good thing we don't have to make a decision until Monday. Because if Purdy plays and the Niners win 27-13, okay. They should have won that game, and they
game
did.
Coming up Thursday. We'll talk about you on Friday.
You're not scared of Jacksonville? Duval County coming to Santa Clara?
Who was I talking to saying
Boy.
Jacksonville's not bad?
That was me at the bar yesterday.
Yeah, that may have been.
Steiny, Bob Myers called in for your birthday.
He does it every
year. A true friend.
Exactly.
What he said about Kuminga, though, I found super interesting. I don't know if you caught it when I think you asked him what should lead Monday, right?
Yeah.
And he was like, I mean, frankly, guys, I'm amazed by all the attention Kuminga's getting. You have to explain that to me. I mean, the way I took it was Bob and a lot of people around the NBA feeling like he's not worth all this trouble, or was that just me interpreting Bob the wrong way?
No, I think that's a fair way to interpret it.
That's what I heard
there's,
too.
There's like every time we talk about it, we spend a lot of time on it. Sometimes I do think we were talking about a sixth man.
Yeah, at best.
Which sounds like an insult to Kuminga. In fairness to him, but he's come off the bench. I think Bob, it's just that I think the discrepancy of opinion about Kuminga is so wide that that's what makes it more of a hot topic. There are a lot of people that think he can be a superstar. And I think there are a lot of people that now, after watching him for 4 years, saying, I just don't get it. And we can't cater to this guy because he's not a great fit. And, he's still got he's got a lot of growth yet to to undergo. And it's always been the timeline doesn't work great with this team, and with Curry and the stars and Kuminga and the young guys.
It's also the difference of opinion inside and outside the organization. Like, you heard Bob Myers talk about why is this getting so much attention, yada yada. He's the guy that drafted him.
Yeah, he said that.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, that's a pretty glaring thing to say about someone as someone who was paid to make that choice. So it feels like it's not just, all right, the NBA community has varying opinions on Kuminga. It's people inside the Warriors don't know what to make of him.
I also think what happens with players a lot in the NBA is they get talked about so much, and then you start talking about them as, you know what, they're not really that good. And then you keep talking about them like they're really not that good. And then you have to look at it from the other perspective where it's like there's not – and this is the way I think of Sabonis. I don't like Sabonis, the guy for the Kings.
Yeah, we know.
But at some point, you badmouth him so much and you think he's so not good that you realize, wait a minute, he is a good player. And if you put him somewhere, like that's kind of where I think teams are with Kuminga. It's like they might not think he's a superstar, but they're wondering, wait a minute, what's going – like he can't be that – like he's not a terrible player. We've seen him 4 years. He's got a lot of talent. It's all it's going to take is, it could take one other team to just see it from that point of view.
He's not DNP worthy.
Right. Like look at him from the other point of view that he's a what's it called? Like a compressed asset that once he leaves, he's going to be better than he was when he was here.
Kind of like the opposite of the running commentary on Draymond is always he's more valuable to the Warriors than he would be anywhere else. Kind of the opposite of that.
Kind of. More important, we're going to beat Penn State today.
We?
Yes.
No.
Any team that plays Penn State is a we for me.
We are going to beat Penn State.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
All right.
Randy, you want to tell him so you don't want to tell him your nervousness level on a 1 to 10 scale.
This is probably, I bet it's a lot.
And it's Oregon at Penn State.
Right now?
Yes.
Right now it's a 1, but the time it kicks off, it's a 17. It's
I walk
breaking
in
the
today,
scale.
I say, how you feeling? He goes, well, I'm not very nervous. So I ask him, where are you watching the game? Because I'm going to go out and meet Big Carter, who, by the way, did an awesome job this morning with
Shout
Sam
out
from
Carter.
9 to noon. And I go, we're going to watch the game somewhere. You want to come? And he goes, oh, no. Oh, no.
He already told me that yesterday.
This is a solo at home on the couch game.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that means it's a
biggest
big
game
one.
of the year.
Yes, biggest game of the year. Until we meet Ohio State in the Big Ten title game. Yeah.
Oh, and you're pretty confident about that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think they're down 3-0 to Washington right now.
They are.
Upset alert. I mean, Steiny.
Tulane score yet?
No one cares.
I'll check for you before you head out.
Oh, this was a game that, what were we talking about yesterday? This is a game that will decide if Tulane is for real or not.
Oh, that's right.
Because if they're for
They're
real,
gonna win by 3 touchdowns.
they will pummel Tulsa.
They will.
But if they're not, and we're going to –
let me tell you what's going to happen.
You might be checked out for more than 3 weeks.
They're going to pummel Tulsa, but that doesn't mean they're for real.
7-7, 7.5 in the
See,
first.
we've already given up too many points. to that freaking team.
Tulane's no, Tulsa's punting. You're good, Steiny.
Yeah, I think you're fine.
All right.
You're also good here, too. I know you got a lot of schmoozing and kissing babies to do.
Go
so.
fill her up again, Steiny.
We
All right.
appreciate you stopping by, Steiny.
All right, gents. Have a great one, and go Ducks.
Go Ducks, indeed. We'll see you Monday.
Live here from Friedman's. Big thank you to Matt Steinmetz, Evan Giddings, Mark Graney. We'll be back with more now until 3 o'clock, live at Friedman's Appliance in celebration of their fall clearance sales event. Get on down here today, tomorrow. We'll have a lot more to talk about. It's all great. 95.7 The Game.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Getting engaged? So friends in the Bay, listen up. Shane Company engagement rings are protected with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We stand behind the same quality we've offered since 1929. Our rings are crafted to last. It's why our warranty is the only one that protects your center stone. We also cover repairs, resizings, cleanings, and so much more. That's money you keep for you and your family. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Coach, the energy out there felt different. What changed for the team today?
It was the new game day scratchers from the California Lottery. Players, everything. Those games sent the team's energy through the roof.
Are you saying it was the off-field play that made the difference on the field?
Hey, a little play makes your day, and today, it made the game. That's all for now.
Coach, one more question.
Play the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
I knew that I was not living the life that I wanted to live, but I didn't know how to get back on track. It gave me the time and space to take life one step at a time. I have a life beyond what I could ever dream. I know that anyone can recover. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. Learn more. Visit livingproofsf.org.
Coming to Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Another teenager, victim to fake pills bought from social media. This doesn't seem like a drug deal, but it definitely is. Should buying prescription pills be that easy? Many fake pills contain fentanyl, and an amount small enough to fit on the tip of a pencil can be lethal. So listen, before buying pills from social media, think again. Learn more at mcgruffpsa.org and go for real. Brought to you by USPTO and the National Crime Prevention Council.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Sorry, I just got the coolest gift I've received in quite some time. Sorry, Mom and Dad, but move over. We're live at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today for the fall clearance sales event. Also happening tomorrow, you got trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. So visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event today and tomorrow. We're going to talk to Jim Kozimor, about Friedman's Appliance and much more going on at 2 o'clock. Big thank you to Matt Steinmetz, who joined us for the last segment. Yeah, Grandy, so I guess one of our callers, Rich, heard me speaking about Bill King.
The great Bill King.
The great Bill King, yes. So he's one of the first voices that I ever heard in radio. And, yeah. So Rich was kind enough to bring a transcript of Super Bowl 15 when the Oakland Raiders played the Philadelphia Eagles.
That's cool.
And this is a transcript of Bill King's call
game.
and Monty Stickles on KGO. This is so cool, Rich. Thank you. You're welcome. Wait, would you like to hop on the headset for a second? Okay, I got you. little stage fright. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate this. I'm going to go home and read this as much and often as I can. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, so literally from beginning to end. Now, I don't think people understand how difficult it is to find broadcasts of old games, because I've looked for Bill King many, many a time, and and I have not been able to find audio. But this obviously is an audio, but it is a transcript of that 27-10 Super Bowl 15 victory for the Raiders. So it's pretty dope.
Shout out Rich.
Shout out Rich.
Very thoughtful gift.
Well, I was going to go back to the Warriors, but I'm not sure really where to go now, Granny. So, of the things that we've sort of talked about today, and I'm not sure if you want to continue down the path of Media Day, but I think the question is a fair one, what's going to happen on Monday. And for you, where do you feel like things are at now, and do you think they're going to change as far as what our station will be talking about on Monday come Media Day?
I think that any developments in the Kuminga situation will be topic number one come Monday. I mean, you just think about what the Kuminga situation has been all offseason, and literally nothing has happened. Nothing has happened. The Warriors have made no official signings. The offers to Kuminga have changed. We've seen like 20 different iterations of a potential sign and trade, whether it's with the Kings or the Suns or maybe the Bulls or whatever it is. But nothing official has happened, and it has still eaten up the entire offseason. And you have major talking heads throughout the country, not just here in the Bay, that are updating us every single week on the situation, despite the fact that nothing has changed.
Yeah.
So I find it really hard to believe that the second that something changes, that it's not going to become story number one, because nothing has changed, and it's still kind of been story number one overall over the last 3 months. Now, that means that something would have to change between now and Monday for that to be the way that it goes, of course. I think there's a chance that we see at least the Warriors say, you know what, JK, we're done with this. Al Horford, here's your contract. Anthony Melton, here's your contract. And we'll go from there. Maybe that puts a little extra pressure on Kuminga or whatever. The deadline for them is coming up on Wednesday. But I think whenever, it doesn't matter what day it happens, whenever it happens, that immediately, to me, becomes story number one here in the Bay.
I mean, I hear you. I think if the Niners lose, I do think that it changes things a little bit. Because if they do lose and Brock is back, I think there's going to be some discussion about how healthy was he? Should you have stayed with Mac? Is this season looking a little fool's goldish now after the first 3 wins, where you started to realize, oh my gosh, we won 3 games by 10 points. I do think that if the Niners lose to Jacksonville, they'll be the top story. But you're right that any form of conclusion to this Kuminga story is going to be noteworthy. I guess I just don't believe it's going to end on by Monday. I don't think something's going to happen one way or another before Media Day, because I think this thing is going to drag out until the last possible second, which would be Wednesday.
Yeah, maybe. I also think, like, in terms of things that could happen on the 49ers that maybe would, like, jump them to the forefront, I just want everybody to be prepared for the discourse on Brock Purdy. No.
Oh.
I'm picking the Niners to win this game. I think it'll be competitive. I want everyone to be prepared for the potential ugly Brock Purdy discourse, because Mac Jones has thrown the ball 80 times in his 2 starts.
Sure.
And let's just say that the 49ers run the ball a little bit better. and as a result, they don't have to throw as much.
I can't run it any worse.
But maybe they lose this game. But it's not because Brock throws 3 interceptions and only throws for 113 yards and the Niners lose because Brock Purdy failed offensively. It's, a decent Brock Purdy game. By no means was he the reason that they lost. But you see the run game perform better, thereby limiting Brock Purdy's throwing numbers and his pure passing attempts. I guarantee you there will be those Brock Purdy detractors. I'm not talking necessarily about Niner fans, although I think there is a portion of the Niner fan base that feels like the Mac to Brock conversation is a fair one. But I'm talking about people outside the fan base as well who may say something along the lines of, wow, well, Shanahan with Mac allowed him to throw 40 times a game. Now Brock comes back. They only throw the ball 24 times. I mean, to me, this is screaming Shanahan doesn't trust Brock. I'm just telling you to be prepared for that discourse, because if we don't see a crazy passing game from Brock, I guarantee you will hear some of that.
Well, I'm just looking at it right now. Brock Purdy has not been asked many times in his career to throw it more than 30 times. And when they have thrown it 30 or more times, the team has not been very good. So he's thrown it 16 times. So before this year, it was only 15 because he did it week 1 against Seattle.
Yep.
But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They were 5 and 10 in those 15 games that he threw 30 or more times.
Yeah.
Now, I think that is also a product of the teams that he was on, because if he was throwing it 30-plus times, it probably meant McCaffrey was not having a good game, in which the Niners were not going to be successful because
they just got down big or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I can't remember how many games they were down large outside of Baltimore. I guess there's one Cincinnati game and then obviously the Chiefs. But, yeah, typically you have to throw it more when you're down. Yeah. The Niners did not play from behind, I would say, for 90% of Brock Purdy's first 2.5 years. Or really 1.5 years. Last year they did quite a bit. But I don't know. Do you really think that people are going to make a big deal out of that?
Yes.
The fact that Mac Jones is throwing a lot and Brock Purdy's not?
Yes. Yeah, I do.
What are you trying to say about the 49ers fan base?
Well, it's not all just the 49er fan base. It's other people outside of the fan base, and it's talking heads, and it's media members who, for the life of me, I can't fully understand the level of, I don't think hatred's the right word, but lack of belief that Brock is a quality quarterback. Brock Purdy is miles better than Mac Jones. Doesn't mean Mac Jones is a bad backup, but Brock Purdy is way, way, way better than Mac Jones has ever been in the NFL. And I think the reason why the pass attempts for Mac are so high, and maybe while they won't be as high for Brock Purdy, is a direct result of the factors around the quarterbacks and what Brock Purdy, even if he's not throwing, forces defenses into. A part of the reason why Mac has been throwing the ball so much, it's partly because of the wide receiver core that he's throwing to, but I think also some of it is because defenses are saying, okay, Mac, we don't believe in you. We're going to make you beat us through the air. We're not going to let Christian McCaffrey beat us on the ground. When Brock Purdy's in there, I think defenses have to play the Niners a little bit more honest.
I mean, I think Seattle played to stop McCaffrey in that football game. He did not run it very well. But I also think the major difference is Brock Purdy can move. So it's been...
See how the toe is.
Well, yeah, exactly. But he is going to take off a few more times than Mac as opposed to throwing it. So, let's look at week 1. And again, it's just... I think it's really hard to take a look at years past and say, well, Purdy didn't throw a lot, especially when they were good, because, again, they were always on script. And when Shanahan is on script, I don't think Shanahan wants to throw the ball 35 or 40 times in a football game. I just don't think he does. He would rather run it 35 or 40 times, yes. 100%. So, if we're looking at this year, Brock Purdy threw it 35 times against Seattle, and he ran it 6. So, if you convert those 6 rushing attempts into passes because Mac Jones cannot run, maybe it was 5, but, sorry, the point is, let me see here. Looking at the wrong Seattle game.
Oh, right here. This one.
Yeah, so he ran it 5. He ran it 5 times. So if you convert those 5 attempts into passes, which would be for Mac Jones because he's not going to run, that's 40 passing attempts, which is the exact same amount that Mac Jones has averaged through 2 games. Like, I just think it's that simple, that this is a completely different team. And I do think tomorrow, because of their lack of the ability to run the ball, I would not be shocked to see Brock Purdy throw it 35 to 40 times again, because I think they're going to have to win the game.
And they might have more success at it tomorrow because you get Demarcus Robinson back. There's a chance that we get Juwan Jennings back. The Niners do. We'll see. He's questionable. Seems like Ricky Pearsall is going to be good to go, although that's not official and 100% either. But I also do think there is, and you're right about week 1, I would also say the Seattle defense better than the Jacksonville defense. Mike McDonald, head coach of Seattle, defensive guy, was previously the defensive coordinator of the Ravens, now second year in Seattle. He's one of the best younger defensive minds in the NFL and has that defense playing at a really high level. I mean, what they did to Kyler Murray through 3+ quarters, really 3.5 quarters, was amazing. They got some help from Marvin Harrison Jr., who dropped a couple of passes again. He got himself back into it a bit in that fourth quarter with a big touchdown catch and a couple of other bigger catches. But Seattle's defense is legitimately a top 10 unit in the NFL, in my mind. Jacksonville's no slouch defensively. Josh Hines-Allen is really good as kind of the main guy that makes that defense go. They have Eric Armstead, former Niner, who's on that defense as well, trying to plug up the run game. So not to say that Jacksonville is bad defensively. They're not as good as Arizona. And all I will say is Ricky Pearsall is healthy, assuming that he plays. Demarcus Robinson is good to go. And Christian McCaffrey is healthy. I do think there is a little bit more in front of Jacksonville telling them we got to play this a little bit more honestly than maybe Seattle had to. And Seattle also has the ability, because they're just a better unit defensively and have better players who can say, you know what, maybe we're going to stack the box and dare Brock Purdy to beat us, but they've also got some pretty good defensive backs back there who can hold their own even if they don't have as many bodies back there covering defensively as maybe Jacksonville would. So we'll see how it all plays out. You are right that week 1 was a very pass-heavy attack as well. I think Kittle going out also impacted that. Niners now have time to plan for life without George Kittle. I'll be interested to see, though. I'm just saying, if for whatever reason we see 25 pass attempts for Brock, whether it's because the run game worked or not, the default answer is going to be, well, that's because Brock isn't as trustworthy to Kyle as Mac might be.
Oh, baby.
Steiny's got filled up again. He's got a Stein going around.
We're loving Friedman's Appliance here. We are absolutely loving it. I really got to go check out this walk-in fridge. You know, it's kind of like the Niners offense in 2023. You know, you think it's going to be a run, and then it's a pass. And when you think it's a pass, it's going to be a run. I think the Niners, and a lot of it is having Kittle out, is like this year they just kind of have to tip their hand a lot more.
How much of the Kittle injury do you think is the reason why the run game has struggled? Like, how important do you think he is to the run game?
You don't want my answer to that. I think it's important, but I don't think it's like – I mean, you still have Trent Williams you can run behind.
Why wouldn't I want your answer to that?
Because I feel like I'm on a freaking island.
What?
Shout out Gilligan.
You don't think Kittle impacts the run game?
I think McCaffrey's lost a step, and that everybody else is trying to make excuses for him. We're going to put the rat on the table.
Going to put the rat on the table.
Tilsner, please. Yeah, rat on the table, brought to you by Adco Pest Control. I don't think it's a knock either. Like, he's 29, and I think he's still a really good football player. I just think we will never see 2023 McCaffrey again.
Well, okay, that's one thing, but that's also like one of the best seasons a running back has ever had.
Yeah, but that's all I'm saying, though, and it's like people are just afraid to say that he's a step slower, like that he's a little worse.
You could be 5 clicks below what McCaffrey was 2 years ago and still be a really, really good running back.
No, I agree with that, and I think this year he could still eclipse 1,000 yards. I think he could still have
he got 1,000.
He has before. I don't think he did with the Niners, though.
Probably. If he's healthy, he's going to do it this year.
1,000?
Yeah. You consider what he's doing through the air right now. He's top 15 in receiving yards.
Yeah, but that's also assuming he's going to play 17 games. That's just me. I also don't think he's on pace for 1,000 rushing yards.
I'm gonna do the math.
Okay.
For you.
Yes. Actually, look. How about we make a bet on that? If you think if he's going to go for that, that's awesome. I do not think he's going to come close to 2,000 scrimmage yards, personally. But that doesn't mean that he's not still damn good and he's not one of the best running backs in football. I just think the days of him being the best running back is over. And I just don't know why people are so afraid to say that. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. He's older. He's still impactful. But this idea to me that coming into the season, well, the offense was going to be determined on how good McCaffrey could be. McCaffrey's got to be back to 2023. Like, I'm operating under the premise that those days are done.
Christian McCaffrey, through 3 games, is on pace for 997 rushing yards
that's
through
not
17 games and 1,207 receiving yards.
It's pretty good.
Again, that's if he plays the full 17 games. I would, and that's a big if, obviously. I would venture.
Thank you.
I would venture that
I think that that's actually a problem, to be honest.
You would believe that he's probably going to average more than 58.7 rushing yards per game the rest of the year. Like, this has been subpar on the ground for McCaffrey.
I also don't think he's going to have, let's see, on pace for 110 receptions.
He's got
25 right now through 3 games. So
I can't do that math in my head.
Well, if you could just, like, you multiply it by, 6?
It's on pace for 141. Is that math right?
141 catches? 3 games. Times 5.
17. Yeah, 141 catches.
Yeah, I don't believe he'll catch 140 balls this year.
Probably not. But you convert those receptions into rushes, and you would believe that I would venture to guess if he's somewhat healthy, even if he plays 14 or 15 games, he will be a 1,000-yard rusher, in my opinion.
Fair, but again, like the year that he led the league in rushing, I think he was closer to 1,500.
Yeah.
He also, I don't know. I think that he is slowed down. That's all I'm trying to say. And I feel like people are afraid to say it because they've won 3 games. That's the reason why. He's better as a receiver as he is as a running back. That to me is a signal that he's slowing down.
I think there's a lot of factors that go into that, and a handful of them are out of his control. I also think, your opinion is a totally fair one, but I think most people hear that and think, oh, my God, he's washed. But
that's not what I'm saying.
I know that's not what you're saying. There are people who hear what you say and think, oh, my God, he's washed. How is the offense going to work if he can't be 2023 McCaffrey again? He's still an amazing football player. I think you can still be one of the best, if not the best, running back in the NFL, even if he's not up to his standards at 2023. And I don't know how you could be, given what he's gone through. But it doesn't mean that he suddenly isn't going to be a focal point and still can't be the driving force behind your offense, because I still think he's both those things.
I actually think that one of the reasons they've used him more as a receiver is to preserve him. Like, not all touches are created equal, and I think a lot of the damage that gets done is typically when he's running between the tackles.
Yeah.
And so they've used him less as just a traditional downhill back the way that they used him in 2023. And though he's still touching the ball quite a bit, a lot of it is in positions where he doesn't have to take massive hits or he's not being gang tackled. And I think that, honestly, using him as a receiver is going to help keep him upright as opposed to, well, let's run McCaffrey. I would rather McCaffrey catch 10 balls than run it 20 times because I think he's going to take less damage.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, that's a difference in 10 touches, too.
Yeah, but I think he's clearly more effective with his 10 touches through the air than 20 on the ground.
You would say 10 carries, 10 catches is less physically demanding than 20 carries.
Yes.
Both are 20 touches, but half catches, half rushes, less physically demanding than 20 carries.
Yes. I just think that the way that they're using him right now, to me, is smart. I think it's intelligent, and it's impactful because it's helping to preserve him, keep him on the field. Why I think also, to me, and it could be because of the offensive line, you could say because of Kittle, you could say whatever reason, they're utilizing his most impactful skill set right now, which is as a pass catcher.
You want to know what's crazy is, do you know the number of catches that Christian McCaffrey had in 2023 when he was the MVP finalist and the best offensive player in the NFL?
85.
He had 67 catches in 2023.
Wow.
67 in 16 games played. He's already more than a third of the way there in 3 games.
I'm just saying, man, I don't think that's a coincidence. I don't.
Oh, man.
Because if he was If he was gashing people, what, he averaged like 5.2 yards a carry that year?
Yards per 5.4.
5.4. Okay,
Yeah.
if he was averaging 5.4 yards per carry this season, he would not be getting the ball out of the backfield. He just wouldn't.
As often, you're right. Yeah.
Well, he wouldn't be on pace for 140 catches. That's freaking ridiculous.
Obviously, he's not going to stay at that pace. I'm surprised he did not have more catches than that in 2023.
Because he was a running back in 2023.
You're right.
In 2025, he's a wide receiver.
He's always been dual threat. You mentioned, I mean, we brought up the 1,000 receiving, 1,000 rushing yard season he had in 2019 with the Panthers. He had 741 receiving yards in 2022, split between 6 games in Carolina and 11 with the 49ers. Like he consistently is putting up good amounts of catches and receiving yards. 2023, because he was just so dominant on the ground with 1,400 rushing yards on 5.4 per carry, that kind of changed up the scheme for the 49ers. But yeah, I mean, 25 catches through 3 games.
When Christian McCaffrey has had more receiving yards, like higher receiving yard seasons, I think, what was the one in 2018?
2019, he had 1,000 for Carolina.
That team stunk. Like, I just think that now the team this year does not stink, but I am always hesitant when quarterbacks are just willy-nilly dumping it off to their running backs. I think in this case it's because a lot of their guys are hurt and the 49ers don't have a ton of options. But typically when you see running backs that are are leading teams in receptions and receiving yards, that's generally not good.
It generally
those teams aren't great.
It generally speaks to lack of other weapons.
Yeah, and the fact that your offense cannot move the ball through the air, because you have to. Typically, the running back's getting it within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, and there are obviously designed plays that McCaffrey gets, and Shanahan has talked about that. Like, we scheme it up for this play through the air to go to McCaffrey, whether it's in the slot or it's a screen or he's running a quick little over crossing route across the middle of the formation. There are times where they scheme it up, but I think this also goes to your point. If a team breaks down or the receiver doesn't win or the quarterback doesn't trust himself to rip it, and those tend to all be characteristics of bad football teams or at least bad offenses, right? If you have a bad quarterback, bad receivers, bad protection on the offensive line that does not allow the play to develop, what is your final solution? You just, all right, dump it off to the running back. And even a bad running back can rack up 80 catches in a year just because they're on a bad offense that has nowhere else to give the football to.
Yeah, Danny Woodhead on line 1. Like that guy
Yeah.
played for a ton of bad football teams. Sometimes during, but mostly after he played for New England. And that guy was just a third down pass catching back. But I believe there was one year where he led the Chargers in receiving, and that team stunk.
And no one cares about our fantasy football teams, but those kinds of receiver or running
people
backs
love them in fantasy.
become fantasy gods because they're just not very good football players, generally speaking, but they can dominate the fantasy game, and that's where McCaffrey is a great player. And the way that the Niners are currently giving him the ball makes him one of the most valuable assets in fantasy football.
I was going to say, I think our own Carter Chickering, who again was on this morning with Sam Lubman, did a great job. I believe he was hesitant on McCaffrey because he wasn't sure how much we were talking about he was going to be used as a pass catcher.
Yes,
and he's getting 15 targets a game.
25 catches, 32 targets through 3 games. It's absurd.
And honestly, it is impressive considering his age, and honestly impressive considering the Niners are 3-0. Okay, hey, we're going back to Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale tomorrow for the kickoff show. We got great food, drinks, games in the parking lot, and also a free shuttle back and forth to the stadium. The show begins at 10 o'clock with myself along with Lorenzo Neal, and all the early games are on for you to watch. We had a bunch of people come by last week, go and grab a beer, hang out outside, play games, watch football, and then, of course, they took a shuttle from Laughing Monk Brewing to the stadium and back. The difference this week, it's free, but the first one has already filled out. Bus number 2 is filling up fast, so you got to go right now to 957thegame.com, click on the kickoff show graphic, and click on the Eventbrite link to sign up. Space is limited. Again, we start at 10 o'clock. Myself, Lorenzo Neal, got you for the kickoff show at Laughing Monk Brewing tomorrow in Sunnyvale. Coming up next, Jim Kozamore is going to join us to talk about Friedman's Appliances and, of course, all the great things happening in various sports. Curious to get Koza's opinion on the 49ers start, maybe what's happening with the Giants, and, of course, the Golden State Warriors as well. So he's going to join us live here at Friedman's Appliance today, tomorrow. They're fall clearance sales event. Again, Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, Maytag, a ton of great trusted brands. So make sure to come on down today and tomorrow for that. Evan Giddings, Mark Granny. We'll be back with Jim Cosmore after this on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for Safeway members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers with For You on the Safeway app. Here we go. Winner, chicken dinner. This week's signature: select chicken, split breasts, boneless, skinless thighs, wings, value pack, or Foster Farms fresh and natural whole chicken. Buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy two.
Add some healthy sides with Hass avocados or green bell peppers. 4 for $5 or just $1.25 each, and wash it all down with Mix and Match Pepsi, 7-Up, Polar Seltzer, or Pure Leaf Tea. Various sizes and varieties. Buy 2, get 2 free when you buy 4 with your digital coupon plus CRV. Limit 2 free items.
As we say on the show, great, let's drink. All right, these and other great digital deals are available in the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details. And as always, we will see you in the aisles.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
On Saturday, October 4th, Pier 39 is throwing a party on the waterfront. Enjoy drinks to go and activities for the whole family. From live music to special deals, it's all here at Pier 39. Learn more at pier39.com/entertainment zone.
Looking to get out there and feel the in your hair? Chevy EVs have you covered. Like the Blazer EV, with bold style that's sure to you away. And with Silverado EV, towing is a breeze, with the capability to hitch up and tow with ease. And Equinox EV helps you keep moving along like with confidence. See your Bay Area Chevy dealer today.
My mom, my papa, my daddy. Where's the cow change? On the freeway, right next to speeding cars.
Please be careful.
Be alert. Be work zone alert. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24-monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1/8/2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Join 95.7 The Game at Pier 39 for a special live broadcast from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturday, October 4th. Meet Zaza Pachulia, Festus Ezeli, Kalina Azabuki, Tim Roy, and Bonte Hill. Plus, enter to win Warriors tickets. For more info, visit 957thegame.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now back to 95.7 The Game.
All right, we are live here in Pleasant Hill at Friedman's Appliance. Evan Giddings, Mark Grandy, live for their fall clearance sales event. Get on down today, tomorrow, all day. We got walk-in refrigerators. We got live working vignettes. We got the red carpet rolled out here in Pleasant Hill. Matt Steinmetz just showed up. And now, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? It is none other than Jim Kozimor. Koz, what's going on, man? You're with Evan and Mark. How you doing?
Mark, Evan, what's going on, boys? How's the crowd today at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill?
Amazing. Pretty lively, I got to tell you.
I'll tell you this. If you guys aren't taking advantage of just going in there and getting some of the grub, then you're missing out on a great day. I heard you talking about the live vignettes. Who doesn't love a live vignette when you're out in an appliance store?
I mean, that's exactly when you got all these fantastic brands. I mean, we're talking about, gosh, Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG. So one of the guys from was it Lynx that came in to provide us with this
Lynx Grill.
I mean, just some succulent ribeye, Coz. And even if you're coming down just to take a look at the hors d'oeuvres, it makes it worth your while.
Yeah, you're right. Just get on out there. You're driving down 680. Let's say you're heading in the direction of Sacramento. Just pull over on the right side. You'll see it there in Pleasant Hill, and people are going to be having a great time. And they show you how you can use all of the different elements there. When we talk about live vignettes, I know a lot of people joke with me about that even to this day, but it's because you can get in there and see how these appliances work. And you know what, guys? I'm actually standing in my kitchen. I've got the Miele built-in coffee maker. I've got the LG refrigerator. I've got the LG washer and dryer over here. That's because I would go to Friedman's Appliance and you could see these things live in person and how they work, and you could take advantage of them, and you're going to get the best deals of the year because the fall clearance sale is the best time to get something at Friedman's Appliance. But, man, you guys got a busy weekend this weekend. You've got 49er football coming up. We've got a lot of fun stuff coming up this weekend.
I was going to say, Coz, right before Fisher and Paykel, very nice enough to drop us off. It looks like some Cajun shrimp with a chipotle sauce.
Yeah.
I'm going to dig into this in just a moment. But before I do that, I'll let you answer this. Coz, are the 49ers for real?
Boy, that's a great question. And I was trying to figure that out. You can say they escaped with a couple of wins because when you win with your backup quarterback, you do escape. Maybe the schedule played into their favor early on in the season. I know that if you're a doubter, you can say they could easily be 0-3 as opposed to 3-0. But I think the game coming up against the Jaguars is it's a must-win trap game. is the way I look at it, because the stakes go up the following 2 weeks after when you have to go on the road and play the Rams on the short week, and then you have to go on the road to play a red-hot Baker Mayfield. So the game tomorrow to me is a must-win trap game. I wonder if the 49ers are going to be looking beyond an average to below average Jacksonville Jaguars team. But boy, are they for real? You know what? You are aren't you? Isn't the saying, you are what your record says? They're 3-0. So right now they're the cream of their division. So I've got to say they're for real at 3-0.
Concerned at all? We just spent a lot of time talking about Christian McCaffrey's touches. He's been targeted over 30 times in the passing game, Coach, through 3 games. The running game hasn't worked. Doesn't matter really who's carrying the football. You concerned that Shanahan and the Niners are overusing McCaffrey through 3 weeks, given what last year was?
You know what? It's pro football, guys. Guys are going to get hit, and you've got to use them to the best of their ability. If they realize the run game isn't working, which, quite frankly, for Kyle Shanahan, that's got to be, death by 1,000 paper cuts, because that's really what he lives on. I know we all think about him scheming guys wide open and Brock Purdy gets to play pitch and catch, but it's the run game that sets everything up. The run game had better get better for this 49ers team to be truly for real and be a serious contender in the NFC. I'm not concerned about Christian McCaffrey and the number of touches. I might be concerned with how they're getting him those touches. If they're not able to run the ball with Christian McCaffrey, sure, they want to get him his touches because he's such an effective player with the football. But to do it more and more through the air means they're going to be an unbalanced offense. So I'd like for them to get the running game going with Christian McCaffrey. But if Kyle Shanahan realizes it's not working, we're not able to get him in positions to do damage with the football, we're going to find ways to do that. And those ways might mean getting him the ball in space on a pass.
Yeah, it is kind of weird. We're talking with Jim Cozumore, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. We're live here at Friedman's Appliance fall clearance sales event all weekend long. It's interesting you mentioned that, Coz, because in past Kyle Shanahan has been a guy that I feel like would far rather run it 40 times than throw it 40 times. But
Agreed.
through 3 games, and granted 2 of which have been with a backup quarterback, they have thrown it at least 35 times each of the first 3 weeks. And so I'm starting to wonder, all right, is it McCaffrey? Is it the O-line? Is it teams effectively looking at a backup quarterback and saying, you're going to have to beat us through the air? I'm not so sure. But it is interesting that they've won these 3 games, and they've been a team that has relied on the likes of Ricky Pearsall. They've done it without George Kittle. But they've been a team that has been, I think, far more dominant through the air than any of Kyle Shanahan's previous teams.
I think that it might be that next box after what you just listed, and that's check all of the above. I think it's a little bit of offensive line. I think it's a little bit of what are we doing with Christian McCaffrey now that we've got him, and we hope that he is that weapon that we all know he can be. But I also think that it's that other piece to the puzzle of if you have a backup quarterback, you make him beat you. Mac Jones, for people who liked him, you could say, all right, fine, I'm happy with him throwing the ball 35 times in a game. Well, you got yourself a couple of wins with him, so that's a good sign. But let's see if they go with the same tact when they have their starter back, and just how healthy is Brock Purdy when they're ready to put him in under center and ready to see what he truly can do. So I do think it's a little bit of all of the above, which would lead me to, if I want to extrapolate and go a little further, to say maybe there are a couple of questions with this team, but you can't argue with 3-0 right now. And you can't argue with the fact that the division, you tell me, is it the 49ers and Rams and everybody else? Or, what does it really look like in the NFC West? I saw the Rams play in person earlier this year. They looked good, but they didn't look like they scared me as a team. So you tell me what the view is out there in the Bay Area.
I think Niner fans here in the Bay think they have it right in front of them to win the division. I don't think Niner fans think the Rams are bad by any stretch.
Appropriate fear,
but I think most Niner fans feel like they should win this division, they being the Niners. But also don't forget about Seattle, Coz. Seattle is sitting there at 3-1 as well, only loss in the division to the 49ers. I know it's football season. I know we've got Warriors Media Day coming up on Monday, Coz, and still the Jonathan Kuminga question hasn't been answered. We might ask you about that in a sec. Baseball season is coming to an end, and we're getting ready for what should be an awesome postseason. Unfortunately, it will not include the Giants. I know you're a big baseball guy. If you were Buster Posey, you bringing back Bob Melvin for another year?
Yes, I'm a big Bob Melvin guy, and I followed this all season long. There's a lot of dislike with Bo Mel, and I love the guy. I thought he was fantastic when he was with the Athletics, and he had to manage that situation there and manage the way they did things. I would say this, though. Bob Melvin was not hired by Buster Posey. Is that correct? Bob Melvin was not the guy hired by Buster. Buster took over in the midst of that. Because I was at the baseball meetings when the Giants had him there and had signed Bob Melvin. I talked to Bob a little bit there, and that's going back a few seasons. I've just always been a big believer in him. And as much as he took a lot of heat for some of his decisions in season, he also has to get some of the credit for the run they made late to get themselves within sniffing distance of maybe getting into a wild card seat. So, you can pick and choose what you like. Since I'm a Bob Melvin guy, I choose to be the Bob Melvin fan who says, yeah, he helped them get out of the crunch and get better. All right? Let's see what he'll do when he knows what his roster is. They added a bat. They had to add him to the locker room and figure out a position for the guy and all that business that went on when they made the big trade with the Boston Red Sox. But I think if I'm Buster Posey, I like Bob Melvin. And I'll tell you this. If they decide to make a change at manager, and that's all well and good. In fact, in a second when I finish the statement, I'm going to give you my dream scenario. If they choose to move on from Bob Melvin will have a job instantly this next season in Major League Baseball. But if they decide to make a change, I could see no better way of doing it and an easy way out than calling up the Texas Rangers and saying, hey, I think Bruce is pretty much done there, isn't he? And Chris Young's going to say, yeah, it's going to be an amicable parting of the ways. And Bruce Bochy's going to make one last ride back there at 3rd and Harrison.
His contract is up at the end of this season.
3rd and King. I used to work at 3rd and Harrison, 3rd and King, at Willie Mays Plaza.
We live on 24th and Harrison. Funny you mention it. We're batting around some names too. I mean, Bochy, that would just be, in a way, it would almost be too poetic for him to come back with a team that people feel like might have underachieved this year. I'm kind of with you. If they move on from Melvin, I would understand it. I kind of lean towards keeping him because the one thing that I always find difficult to assess is how much a manager has or hasn't lost the locker room. And I think that's the question that you have to answer when you're making those kinds of choices about firing a guy. I don't think that Melvin has lost the locker room, which is why I believe that he'll be back. But I think you're absolutely right, Coz, that if somehow, some way, Bruce Bochy could be wearing the orange and black again, that's not really anything you can say no to.
No. I'll be honest with you, and I would be stunned if they hadn't kicked the tires on that in some way, shape, or form. You answer me this. Who would have the most excitement around them as an organization if you found out Bruce Bochy was coming back to the Giants? Would it be the Warriors as they go into their swan song of seasons with their core group pretty much intact, the ones that made the great runs, and you can always have that remembrance? Will it be the 49ers who are always going to be the big dog? But you get me Bruce Bochy back with the San Francisco Giants for one last ride, I got to think that all the excitement in the Bay is going to be pointed right there at the Giants, right there at the orange and black, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it would definitely get them closer than they've been the last handful of years. There's no doubt. Simple question for you, Coz. Is Jonathan Kuminga worth all the trouble that the Warriors are putting themselves through this offseason?
Oh, boy, I'll tell you something. He sure thinks he's worth the trouble, doesn't he? I mean, if he's going to negotiate as hard as he is and he wants to have the player out and all this other business, he's certainly the one who's betting on himself. But that might tell you that, yes, he is worth that trouble. Yes, he is a guy that you need as that transit. Listen, you got to know that the wick is getting short, right? You've got to keep great players if you've got yourself a great player. So, yeah, it is worth the trouble. It might be worth buckling under and saying, hey, we got to give this guy what he wants right now because he's going to be the bridge is built, right? We see the future. and eventually he's going to have to end. Father Time is undefeated. So you need to have great players, and you've got one right there. You just can't afford to lose them. So I would say yes, it is worth the trouble. And yes, do what you can within reason to keep him under wraps so that he is going to be the next version of a face for your franchise.
And whether they keep him because they want him to transform him to that, whether they keep him because they eventually want to trade him to upgrade. And my last question for you, Coz, is simply this. Of the 3 Bay Area teams looking to the next year, so the Niners this year, the Warriors who start in a couple of weeks and go through 2026, and then the Giants 2026 season, the 3 Bay Area teams, the San Francisco squads, which team do you believe is closest to a championship?
Well, that's a really good question. I think that I'd like to say my San Jose Sharks are the closest to win a Stanley Cup championship.
Macklin.
Number 2 overall pick.
I know. Let me tell you, I'm a fan of what they're doing down there. In fact, I'm actually traveling to Minneapolis this year to St. Paul to go see the Sharks play this season. I'm so excited about
That's a great arena, by the way. The Stars do it right.
See, that's why I'm going. Yeah, that's why I'm going there, is because I have not been to that facility. I'll see them when they come to Nashville, but I want to go out and see them in St. Paul because I hear that's a great arena and the atmosphere is just crazy. But to get back to which is closest, I would say the San Francisco 49ers. I took a look at their schedule one more time, and you get past the next 2 weeks. It's must win. It sounds crazy, but in the NFL, you only get 17 tries. It's a must-win at the ball game coming up on Sunday. They've got to get that and go to 4-0. The next 2 weeks after that, stakes go up. But the rest of the season, you've got teams like the Browns who are beatable. I know the Packers would like to think otherwise, but the Browns are beatable. The Bears are beatable. I do think getting the Seahawks at home is a winnable game. I don't think the Cardinals are that good of a football team any longer. I do think that they can control their division. I know the games with the Rams are different, but I think they've got a very winnable schedule. And if you can do some damage in the regular season, get a home game or two in the playoffs, I would say of the 3 San Francisco-based teams, the 49ers, even though they're on the peninsula, the 49ers are the team closest to winning a championship of some sort for your Warriors, Giants, 49ers troika.
And they are hosting the Super Bowl, so geographically they are the closest to a Super Bowl.
And the last time they hosted a Super Bowl, did they host the Super Bowl in 80? Did they host the Super Bowl when they beat the Chargers? When Steve Young took where was that?
I think that was in Miami.
They hosted
Miami. Okay.
When Miami made the Super Bowl, that was at Stanford, but it was in the Bay Area.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Levi's hosted the Broncos Super Bowl when Peyton Manning's last year against the Panthers.
Yep, and the Carolina Panthers, right? That's the one where Cam Newton decided not to jump for the fumble, I believe, because he didn't want to hurt his arm. So, I don't want to take a shot at him. He's a great quarterback. I'm not taking a shot at him. He's a great quarterback.
It was only the last game of the season.
Evan talked about the shrimp from Fisher and Paykel that was brought to us. We also got some mac and cheese and looks like some pulled pork from another one of the live working vignettes here at Friedman's Appliance. Coach, I got to ask, I know your kitchen is all Friedman's Appliance. What is your favorite appliance in your kitchen?
My favorite appliance, and the one that I use the most, is the built-in Miele coffee maker. Because, guys, you come over, let's say, Evan, you got a favorite coffee drink. I can program it in so that every time you come to my house, you hit Evan's drink, and that thing's going to come out. You want a latte with 2 shots of espresso? I can make it for you. You want a cappuccino with 1 shot? You want a longo, whatever you want. I can make Evan's drink. I can make Mark's drink. I can make everybody's drink and put their name on it so that when you come over, you can just hit the button and boom, it's going to be made for you. So I would say that's my favorite appliance. That's the Miele brand. But you know what? Who doesn't love my LG refrigerator that makes 4 different types of ice, including the round balls of ice, which are great for cocktails. So it's Saturday night, so you know that I'm going to be imbibing and enjoying that as I watch my college football tonight. So those are my favorite appliances that I've got in the house. But listen, if you are anywhere near Pleasant Hill and you need something, whether it's a washer and dryer, something for your kitchen, make sure you get on out there. You can do it today. Also on Sunday, it's the fall clearance sale. You will not get better deals anywhere else. Plus, you'll get to see how the appliances work because they have the live working vignettes. These guys have been tasting it all day long. They've got the artery cloggers going, including the mac and cheese. So get on out there. Hey, spend some time in Pleasant Hill, but get on out to Friedman's Appliance because you are going to love seeing how the appliances work, because that way you're going to be able to know how it's going to work when you get home. So all great stuff there. And, boy, I'll tell you, it's one of the great weekends for any family that needs something for their home.
Well, Coach, thank you so much for your time. And obviously here at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, wouldn't rather catch up with anybody else. Hope you're doing well, and thank you so much for hopping on with us.
Guys, it's a pleasure. Always great being on with you guys. I'm a huge fan of 95.7 The Game. Keep up the great work, and thanks so much for having me on. Enjoy the weekend at Friedman's Appliance. And, guys, have a great rest of your day.
You right too, on, Coach. Take it easy. And that is Jim Kozimor, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. What is your coffee drink? You don't really drink coffee.
I'm not a big coffee guy.
You drink tea?
Sometimes.
If you have, if you have any caffeine, are you going to be like a 6-year-old off of Coca-Cola or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, see,
I'm not a caffeine guy.
What I didn't want to tell Coz was my coffee order would if I'm typing it into the Mila coffee maker, it's just number one. It's
black coffee.
It's black coffee. Yeah, just
the
just
Mila
depends on
coffee
the blend.
maker can do that for you. No
yeah,
problem.
but I don't want to have it. I don't want to make it out to be like, oh, it's Evan's special order. It's like, no, it's
just generic.
Although it does feel like more and more the places that I go, you walk into a coffee shop and everyone's got their specific drink that they like, and I walk up and I'll order, or I'll go to Mila's, fantastic coffee roasters, and I'll just go, hey, I want a black coffee, and they'll look at me and they'll say,
really?
That's it? Like that's all you want? I'm just like Kyle Shanahan.
Like caramel macchiato, two
just
pumps.
Run the damn ball.
Extra cream.
Yeah,
whatever.
I don't need a vanilla latte, two pumps with a twist, a little jig and a jog on the side. No, I don't need all that. Just give it to me straight. Just run the football, and we're going to win the game. That's my caffeine.
The rare occasion that I do have coffee, I'll go coffee with a cream. That's it.
Well, I think that's pretty common. Like, if you don't drink a lot of coffee, I think it's probably too bitter, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I'll be absolutely wired. Although I haven't had any coffee today. So that is one thing that I don't know whether I'm going to go off the ledge or if I'm going to crash between now and 3 o'clock when we wrap up this broadcast.
Yeah, no coffee, but we are filling up on the food here at Friedman's Appliance. We got some shrimp. We got some mac and cheese. We got some pulled pork. If you are in the area, as Coach said, stop by today and tomorrow. Live working vignettes where they show off their appliances in working order, in real working kitchens, and they're cooking all this food in those kitchens. So stop on by for great deals and for some great food too.
Yeah, there was a little kind of beef medley that someone was making by Bertazzoni is the brand, and this guy who, of course, their jobs, these are experts, was explaining to this young couple how and where this oven, an entire cooking table, was going to fit into their kitchen, what should go in the specific place, how the food that he was making was going to be packaged, was going to be wrapped up, stowed away, where the individual saucers and kitchen appliances were going to go. It was a really intricate explanation. He had everything but a PowerPoint presentation, essentially, and I was pretty impressed. So you get that in virtually every single room you walk into for every single brand.
Yeah, and they don't have note cards. These are expert salespeople that know this all off the top of their head. They'll tell you everything about all these appliances, and they are top of the line, and a lot of amazing deals today and tomorrow. So if you are in the market for a new appliance, this is the place to go, and it's also the weekend to do it, because as Coz said, you're not going to find a better deal on these kinds of appliances anywhere else, any other time of the year other than this sale this weekend.
And this is the fall clearance sales event today, tomorrow. Again, a lot of trusted brands, special pricing on floor models, convenient financing right here, Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. We're going to take one final break and come back. Gonna kind of get a smorgasbord of sports topics for you on the other side. But I want to ask Randy what I ran by Jim Kozimor about the future championship aspirations specific to the 3 Bay Area San Francisco-based teams. Of course, as Coz said, one's in Santa Clara. But the point being how close these teams are, and we're going to figure that out between now and 3 o'clock. Again, head on down to Friedman's Appliance today, tomorrow for the fall clearance sales event. Evan Giddings and Mark Randy on 95.7 The Game. We're back after this.
Hi, I'm Becca, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As an in-house designer, I can't wait for you to see our incredible selection of stylish and stackable rings. If you're shopping for your wedding bands, we have high-quality designs for every style and budget, from romantic to modern. If you're looking to add to a stack, your options are endless. Discover styles with clusters of gemstones, sleek all-metal designs, updated cigar bands, and signet rings perfect for an engraving. Because a friend knows you like options. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Tron Ares has arrived.
Hostiles. Repeat, we have hostiles. Mayday. Oh my God, there's hundreds of them.
On October 10th,
we came here from the digital world.
The war for our world begins.
What in God's name is that?
In IMAX.
This is the end for this world.
No, it's not. But I can help you.
Tron Ares, rated PG-13, may be inappropriate for children under 13. Only in theaters October 10th. Get tickets now.
I've used drugs from the age of 15 till 29. I had no friends. I had no family. I wanted to quit because I didn't want to die. Since I've been in recovery, I could write a novel of the good things that happened to me. I finished college. I've held great jobs. It's never too late to recover from addiction. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. To learn more, visit livingproofsf.org.
Hi, this is Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. The fall season is upon us. That means football, baseball playoffs, and kids back in school. At Stevens Creek Subaru, this is one of our favorite times of the year. Fall is also when we get our first rains of the year. And that means dangerous road conditions. That is, unless you drive a Subaru with symmetrical all-wheel drive. Subarus are built for any road condition or terrain, whether it's a drive to the coast or up to the snow. The safest pick is a Subaru.
This month, lease a new 25 Crosstrek for just $239 per month. Just $239 a month for a new Crosstrek from Stevens Creek Subaru in San Jose. 36-month lease, no security deposit needed. $24.95 due at signing, plus tax, license, and registration fees. Includes $85 dealer documentation fee and first month's payment. Acquisition fee $650. 15 cents per mile over 10,000 miles per year with Tier 1 approved credit. $300 disposition fee. One at this payment. VIN number JF2GU ABC 8SH271247. Stock number 1250885. Offer expires end of month. See Stevens Creek Subaru for details.
On Stevens Creek Boulevard or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. Buckle up and drive safely.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro. On them, it's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Join Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale every red and gold home game this season for our special live pregame broadcast. Plus, we'll have tailgate games, prizes, great food, and drink specials. For more information, visit 957thegame.com.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings, Mark Grandy, one last segment here live at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for the fall clearance sales event today and especially tomorrow. One-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing, trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. We talked to Jim Kozimor about his favorite brand. We talked to Matt Steinmetz, who is live here at Friedman's Appliance, about his favorite appliances. We've had food, we've had drinks, we've had great times, and, of course, a very courteous and welcoming staff here at Friedman's Appliance. So it's been an awesome, awesome day.
We got a wide range of answers because we asked Koz his favorite appliance, and he said his Miele coffee machine.
Yes.
And I don't know if we asked Steiny this question explicitly, but he was raving to us about a walk-in fridge.
Yeah.
So we have a coffee machine and we have a walk-in fridge and everything in between here at Friedman.
Yeah, I was going to say, it kind of just depends on what you got a hankering for.
Yeah.
You know, do you need stuff for the morning? Do you need to make a huge dinner meal for tons of people because they got tables set up for that as well, grills, stove tops. I mean, shoot, if you need a washer and a dryer, they got that as well. Yeah. The prices are pretty ridiculous because just like anybody, you know, I'm doing some window shopping. Not sure if I'll be able to pick up something today, but you know, if 95.7 The Game comes up a little bit in the next couple of years, maybe I might walk home with one of these one day. And the first thing that always pops off the page is the minus and then a number in red. And I got to tell you, some of these numbers are much larger than I would have thought. Not going to lie, Grandy.
Yeah.
So maybe one day.
Maybe one day. And you and I are, you know, obviously, you know, we're adults, but we're on the younger side of things.
Speak for yourself. Yeah.
But, you know, the true sign that you're becoming an adult is you show up in a place like this, and you're like, oh, my God, I want literally everything that's in here. Like, the moment when you're like, a new fridge would turn my life around. That's how you know when you're an adult, and that's how I feel when I walk into Friedman's Appliance.
Yeah, new kitchen sinks, new tiles, just new everything. Although I will say, it does have me kind of, even if it's just for inspiration, like they got something for everyone. So if I'm walking around thinking, all right, how do I want my kitchen to look? You know, kind of what are the things that I'm looking for? Am I feeling more of a wood tile? I'm looking for a tile top. You know, how do I want my kitchen or my home to be set up? Everyone here will give you an answer based on your specific needs, which is pretty cool. And they're also just down-to-earth, nice people. All right, Granny, well, we got some time here left between now and 3 o'clock. I do want to ask you what I asked Jim Kozimor at the tail end of our chat with him. Lovely man, as always. Between the 3 San Francisco-based Bay Area teams, and I'm kind of fast-forwarding because obviously the Giants season is coming to a close now, but if you were to take the 2025 Niners, so this year, the Warriors of 25-26, so beginning in a couple weeks until next year, and the San Francisco Giants, next year's team. Of those 3 groups, which one has the best chance, or is closest, I think I said to Jim, closest to a championship?
I'm going to give you the answer that Koz first gave you. It's a really good question. Because you can make a case for all 3.
Because there's no answer.
Because it's a hard one to answer.
Yeah.
And part of the reason is because you don't have a singular dominant team that you view as the favorite to win it all in their respective leagues. That's not like a major knock. Like it's difficult to be the best team in the league, like far and away. And to the credit of the Niners and the Warriors, they both have been that, you know, as recently as just a handful of years ago for both of them. So we're kind of spoiled in that regard. But it also, I think, is a compliment to each 3 because I don't know if I have a one that I immediately can like pull out of the conversation either.
I do.
Like, which team is that?
Yeah,
the Giants?
The Giants, yeah.
I mean, the Giants got quite a bit of talent. Well, we'll see what the pitching staff turns out to be next year.
Sure.
But I don't know.
Of the three, that would be the one that I would say is the furthest. But it's not like they couldn't do it.
It's tough because the regular season is such a grind, and making the postseason is difficult because it takes 162 games without going through a stretch like the Giants went through. But now you also have 3 wild card spots, and there's 7 teams that make the playoffs in a league that isn't that gigantic. 7 teams in each league make the playoffs. Flip of a coin, you're going to make it almost 50% of the time. Giants have only made it once in the last 9 years, I know.
Yeah.
And then baseball postseason is so fickle. If you're just hot at the right time, you catch fire. Like the Diamondbacks, you could go all the way to the World Series of a couple of years ago. So, there's kind of 2 sides to that coin. I think ultimately I'm going to agree with Coase. And I think it's because of the 49ers' schedule this year, and it's because of the fact that if you ride that schedule, and I know I'm talking about a lot of ifs here, you ride that schedule and you find a way to claim a 1 seed in the NFC. I'm not saying I'm expecting that to happen. We're talking about only having to win 1 game at home just to go to the NFC title game. And this is the 49er team, you talked about it earlier, that tends to be at their best when the postseason comes around. That should, assuming somewhat of a healthy year going forward, that should be the case again here in 2025, and maybe even more so this year than in years past because they're younger, and you think every game of experience for these youngsters on defense will only make them better. I think it's the 49ers. I don't think it's by a relatively wide margin because I also think a team with a full year of Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green, also assuming health there, is a pretty damn good basketball team, but I think it's the Niners for me.
If we were talking about the future, like which one of these franchises is closest to a title, I would agree with you. But I'm asking about just 1 year, and that's why I would say it's the Warriors. I think it is the Golden State Warriors because of the 3 teams this past year, they were literally the closest. Now, do I think they are a championship contender? No. But I feel like they're a group that has a high floor, and depending on what happens with Kuminga, I think that's also a key to this too, that if they can, and I'm assuming that they will trade him at some point during the year, if they can trade him for something of use, not to say they'd get someone like Jimmy Butler, who completely changed their fortunes, but if they can use him to acquire a quality piece, and of course, health assuming, I think this is a team that could be right back in the second round of the playoffs with a shot to get to the Western Conference Finals. And so if we're looking at, all right, the difference between football, so that'd be the divisional round, I think that the Warriors this year have a better chance to get to the Western Conference Finals than I believe the 49ers have to get to the NFC Championship game. That's the way I would look at it. I don't think either of them are good enough to win a Super Bowl or an NBA title, but if I'm looking at those 3 teams and saying which one is closest this year, I do think it's the Golden State Warriors.
I hear you. I also think the NBA playoffs is such a grind, and I think generally speaking, the best teams make it through. And this past year kind of showed that, specifically with the OKC side of things. I know Indiana.
In the West it did, yeah.
Indiana kind of came out of nowhere. There was also madness with injuries in the East that kind of changed the picture a little bit, although the Celtics were already in trouble even before Tatum went down. That series was just about over anyway. But generally, I think the NBA playoffs is so much more about who has been the best team, who's not the youngest, but who is able to put up with the grind of 4 postseason series. Each of those series maybe going 6 games or more. That seems really, really difficult for a team of the Warriors' stature who has guys that are 35, 35, and 37 years old, and by the time the postseason comes around, 36, 36, and 38 years old. That seems really difficult to me. Not that the NFL playoffs isn't a grind and the NFL season isn't a grind either, but when you consider the fact that the Niners, just to make the Super Bowl, would have to put up with just 2, potentially 3 or 2 playoff games just to make it, as opposed to the incredibly old Warriors having to do that for 3 postseason series to make the finals. I don't know. if we just said both teams advance to the playoffs, what's more likely? The Warriors get through that with their age, or the Niners can get through that and catch a little bit of luck here? I don't know. I think it's the Niners just because of the way the NFL playoffs tend to go, which is so much more danger to the top seeds. When the NBA, I feel like those older teams who might not have been a top seed in the regular season are tested so much more physically because of the nature of the NBA playoffs.
I mean, I also think that there's only been one time where the Niners have really made a run to an NFC title game where they haven't been favored. It's 2021. I mean, you look at the other teams that have gone deep in the postseason, those teams have been really good. I mean,
they were expected to at least go to the
2019 was a
title
1
game,
seed.
probably. Yeah.
2023 was a 1 seed. And then the team that lost to the Eagles, I believe, was the 2 seed.
Yes.
So all three of those groups were quality. I mean, to your point, I think the schedule might allow them to find a way towards, not being one of those lower wild card groups. And even if they win the division, like a higher division winner. But I guess I'm just under the assumption that something, and honestly, we don't know it yet, but it could be the Bosa injury. I just feel like at some point this team that has made a lot of plays late are not going to make as many, and that might hurt them. I also think that, when you look at the Warriors, they're not apples to apples, but Nick Bosa, his injury really does, I think, hurt their chances to do something this season, because he is just, I know he doesn't get a ton of credit, and he hasn't played very well since, at least by his standards, since he got his big money, but he's still a top 5 player at his position. To me, it would be like if the Warriors, I know it's different because there's 22 guys on the field, 11 at a time compared to 5, but like if they lost Draymond Green or Jimmy Butler, I think he's that impactful to what they're able to do on defense.
I was going to ask you, and maybe
I wouldn't say Steph Curry, but
maybe just what you said is leading you to the answer that I'm looking for. But do you think Nick Bosa is more impactful? Not saying who's a better player, because obviously Fred's the best at his position. I don't think Nick is that at the DN spot. There are so many other great pass rushers. Do you think Nick is more impactful on a game-in, game-out basis for the Niners defense than Fred Warner is? Like, who's the player that the Niners couldn't afford to lose? Is it Bosa or is it Warner?
I think it's equal. I just think that when you have someone on the D line that can make play, like they can just wreck games. Like Fred is the more steady player, and he's someone that you love to have. Like I think the impact of him being gone would also be different because he's frankly more of a leader than Bosa is. I think that he wears the green dot. He makes calls. His job between the snaps is more difficult than Bosa's, but they don't win the game against Seattle if Nick Bosa doesn't get to the quarterback and force that fumble. I just feel like edge rushers are in positions to make more game-changing plays because they can hit the quarterback and be around the football more than Fred Warner. Like Fred Warner is going to strip a couple like we saw against the Saints, obviously. He's going to make great plays. But I just think by virtue of the position, Nick Bosa is more impactful.
Yeah, it's a really hard question to answer for me because I think Fred is the best linebacker in the NFL. I don't think it's that close.
Yeah, he's better at his position, certainly, than
no
Bosa.
Doubt. But I also think when you think about the structure of the Niners' defense and the way it works and their strengths and their weaknesses and who the replacements are, and you take all of that into account, I think it's Nick Bosa's loss that hurts the Niners more. I don't think like losing either of them is terrible, and now the pressure shifts squarely to Robert Saleh. But this is a Niner team that does not have a ton of depth at pass rusher, at least proven depth. Like who knows, maybe Mykel Williams in 6 weeks' time looks like an All-Pro, and maybe he's in the running for Defensive Rookie of the Year. Like that's not out of the question. That is possible. But when you it's possible. When you consider who the replacement is, and you also consider what the Niners' defensive secondary is, and the way to help out a young secondary is to rush 4 dudes and still impact the quarterback on a regular basis, and how much more difficult it becomes for the Niners to do that without Nick Bosa, now you're asking your young secondary with Renardo Green and Marquise Siegel and Upton Stout to hold up even longer. I think Nick Bosa's impact is drastic because of what is behind him on that defensive line and what the Niners are in the secondary. Now you're going to have to hope that your young secondary is ready for the challenge, because they're going to be asked to do a tougher job now, because likely the Niners won't be able to get to the quarterback as quickly or as often.
It's interesting you say that his impact will be felt because of who's behind him. I actually think it's going to be felt by what's around him. Like, one of the reasons Mykel Williams might have looked really good the last 2 weeks is because he's rushing on the same side as Nick Bosa.
He moved to the inside on pass rushing downs, you're
right.
right.
So I think that there's going to be a bit of a domino effect there. You also think about some of the other members of their D-line, like at different points in week one, there were 2 and or 3 rookies in rotation on the D-line. And Nick Bosa he's the veteran of that group. You know, I'm not the biggest Nick Bosa supporter, but I do think that of all 3 levels, you know, you think about kind of the top heaviness, he stands out. I mean, the rest of the D-line, as far as we know, granted because they're very young, does not have a lot of talent on it around him. Fred Warner, D. Winters looks really, really good. I'm not saying you could lose him and be fine, although it's interesting because we've literally never seen the Niners without Fred Warner. Like, he's missed, 2 games in his career?
And last year playing with a fractured ankle, but still played.
He played 17 games last year. So, yeah, that's probably the closest we've seen to not having Fred Warner is him just playing injured.
And you could tell. He wasn't himself. But still,
exactly.
Fred's a warrior. Yeah.
You know, Nick Bosa is – I just think it's – even though he's probably overpaid, there's a reason why he makes $35 million a year. And God love him, Fred Warner makes 18 or 20.
Well, he might not be overpaid anymore, considering what Micah Parsons is getting from the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah, exactly. Or what Jamar Chase is making now with the Cincinnati Bengals.
If you're ever scared to sign your guys to contracts, just know that in 2 years it's going to feel all right.
Yeah, and I realize, DPOYs are kind of like, it's like the MVP in baseball. Like, you hit the most home runs, you get the most sacks, you're going to be in the running. It's
hard for a linebacker to win it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You got to be dominant in so many different ways. And I think Fred's got some votes for DPOY in the past, but there's a reason why he was the best in the league at one point, got paid the money that he did. And while I don't think he's necessarily yet, and actually it sucks because it's not his fault, but he still has yet to live up to his contract because he's going to miss the whole year.
Yeah.
It's not his fault and is a non-contact injury, but since Nick Bosa's been paid, he has not lived up to his contract. But it doesn't take away from the fact that you're right. I believe that his presence, or lack thereof, is going to be felt more than Fred.
Yeah, and to go back to your original question that opened this conversation, who do you think is closest to winning a championship out of the Warriors, Niners, and Giants for either the year that they're currently in or the year that's upcoming, and for the Giants next year? The Bosa injury, I'm factoring that in there. It definitely decreases the odds, there's no doubt. A single player in football, I think, unless it's the quarterback, has less of an impact than a single player in basketball. Like you compared the Bosa injury maybe to a Draymond or a Jimmy injury. I don't know what the right comparison is there, because I think a Jimmy Butler injury or a Draymond injury, obviously a Steph injury, but an injury that ends their season short for any of those 3 guys. The Warriors' season is over, in my opinion. I don't really know what they can do at that point. I can still find a way without Nick Bosa for the Niners to figure this thing out and at the very least make the playoffs and legitimately put a scare into some of the better teams in the league. And that's just the nature of football. One injury, unless it's your quarterback, doesn't really kill you. The Niners have been killed in the past.
Or in the
injuries.
case of the Vikings, you score 48 points.
Yeah.
You lose your starting quarterback, and maybe Carson Wentz is the answer.
Okay, you bring this up.
There's been a lot of backups that look good this year.
My conspiracy theory is that the Vikings benched J.J. McCarthy not because he got injured, but because they think Carson Wentz gives them a better chance to win.
I don't know if it's so. I'm actually with you. I think I was talking to Lo about this actually last week. You know, because we're looking at the games and some of the results, and I think a lot of it was just how bad Jake Browning was. I think they had 2 defensive touchdowns, the Vikings did.
They did, by the same guy.
Yeah, but Carson Wentz looked good. I mean, he threw 2 touchdowns. I think he had 200 yards. He was good. I just think that from what they've seen already and what they already know about J.J. McCarthy, that they were going to let him play until they started losing. And then you have someone like Carson Wentz who is, to be fair, he's kind of a gunslinger too. Like, I don't know how good he is, but I think there's a very real possibility that J.J. McCarthy is not the quarterback unless Carson Wentz loses games.
The timing just felt wonky to me because he was terrible through 3 quarters of his debut, week 1.
And Tebow
was amazing in the 4th quarter, and they won the game in Chicago, and was terrible week 2 versus the Vikings. Both those games were primetime games. And then, like, right after week 2, that loss against Atlanta, and by the way, he played through that entire game. I think one of his last snaps of the game, he was like rolling out to the right and was sprinting and was moving fine. And then very quickly after that game ends, they rule him out for the following week. No evidence of any injury impacting him in that game, whatever. And this is me going conspiracy mode. Rule him out for the next week's game. And then before that next week's game even begins, their head coach comes out and says, yeah, he's out next week as well. Or maybe 2 more weeks. And I don't know. It seems fishy to me.
I think the one game they saw from Carson Wentz, they're like, we don't need to rush this injury.
Probably. Carson Wentz will eventually be Carson Wentz, as you're talking about, but I don't know. It's interesting what's happening there. There is no doubt, though, that having a capable backup is very, very valuable, and there's no better example of that than the 49ers.
Yeah, you think that Brock Purdy's going to get Wally pipped?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't think that.
How much money do you think Mac Jones has made himself?
Well, he's on a 2-year deal with the 49ers, which is interesting.
Well, or
do you think the Niners will
trade
him?
I actually don't think they trade him. In a way, I think. Yeah,
maybe in the offseason.
I was talking about this with the boss. He was like, you could move him. Like, what if we get a 3rd-round pick for Mac Jones? I actually think the fact that his value is now high, his value is higher to the Niners too. Like, the fact that you know now that you can have a backup quarterback that can win you games. That, to me, is a commodity that is not proven around the NFL. Like, you can't just assume that your backup is going to step in and win you a football game, and he did it twice.
Well, yeah.
So I think the fact that Brock Purdy, who's dealt with some nicks and bruises, probably will in the future, especially next year, or maybe even later this year, God forbid. I don't think you even think about trading Mac Jones.
Let's say that Brandon Allen or Josh Dobbs, either, take your pick. It does not matter. Was still the Niners' backup quarterback. They're 1-2, right? The Niners?
With Brandon Allen, yes.
Yeah.
100%. I think Dobbs was – I can never honestly figure out why Dobbs wasn't the backup over Allen. But, yeah, I mean, they certainly – I think they lose one of those 2 games for sure.
At least one. Probably both. I mean, they both came down to the
They
fourth
definitely
quarter.
lose the Arizona game. And then the Saints won. I just honestly think the Saints are just pretty bad.
The Niners might have still found a way. You're right, maybe. But you're talking about instead of being 3-0, being 1-2 or 2-1.
And at that, and then, to be fair, we're having a completely different conversation.
Absolutely.
About how big the Bosa injury is. I do think that a lot of his, a lot of the kind of downplaying of his ACL tear is because they're 3-0. Like, the wins have really marred a lot of the injury talk and how much they're actually dealing with because they've won 3 games by 10 points.
Yeah, and the way that the NFL works, we were talking about it earlier. 1, it's the schedule, and 2, it's just it doesn't matter who your wins are against. You win against bad teams in your division, lose against good teams. You have a better record than them despite not being tested really. You win your division, you're in the playoffs, and hell, maybe you luck into a 1 seed and you only have to win 1 game at home to go to the NFC Championship game. You start 3-0, and your odds of making the playoffs in the NFL are like 75%. Like, it would take a lot for them to not make it. Doesn't mean it can't happen. But just being 3-0, no matter how you got the wins, they could all be last-second, 1-point wins. Just the fact that you got the win doesn't matter who it's against. Means you've set yourself up to go to the playoffs, and I don't care what happens injury-wise. If you don't make the playoffs now, it is a major, major disappointment because you started 3-0.
All right, before we wrap up, what is your favorite part of today at Friedman's Appliance?
Ooh, I think it might have been that pulled pork. The
one our guy just gave us?
That our guy just gave us, yeah.
Was that from Fisher and Pinnacle?
I don't think it was. That was the shrimp. I mean,
might have been from the same guy. I believe it was Lynx Grill that also cooked up that ribeye, and maybe it was the barbecued chicken too. But both of those were fantastic.
I mean, if you're making me pick one, it's difficult. But I'm a sucker for some pulled pork, so that's my answer. It's
my
all good,
answer
though.
probably has to do with what I'm going to get into after we get off the camera. There's been some excellent pours that, and again, like you can have all these just installed in your own home. If you get on down to Friedman's Appliance, again, before the end of tomorrow, their fall clearance sales event all weekend long until the end of today, and then tomorrow on Sunday. So get on out here right off 680. Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Very easy to get to and a lot of money to be saved with some fantastic people. So, yeah, overall, awesome day. Big thank you to Matt Steinmetz, who joined us earlier, Jim Kozimore as well, calling in. Cameron Williams back in our 95.7 The Game studios, holding it down as always. Shout out to Carter and Sam, who did it this morning, did an awesome job. And for my broadcast partner, Mark Grady, my name is Evan Giddings, saying so long from Friedman's Appliance. Again, get on out here. You got until tomorrow to take advantage of the deals. We're going to go take advantage of some right now. We'll talk to you next time on 95.7 The Game.
All right, team, it's game time. Blue 42, California 8 scratch right on one.
Wait, what play is that? Keep up, man. He said play scratchers for the California Lottery. Oh. With the new Los Angeles Chargers.